I have the strongest sect. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151, Building a City. Although Lin Xiao was not present, he knew everything about what happened in Loyan City. The danger of a war of annihilation was gone. Instead, the thorns became the rats crossing the street again. Many of the territories they had infiltrated and occupied were abandoned again, which was a heavy loss. Before and after Lin Xiao left, the business jointly run by the Tiansheng Sect and the Tiansheng Sect had already set off for Key State. A total of 40 people left on a flying boat. The goods were carried in large storage tools, and the personnel were mainly used for security. The Tiansheng Sect was led by two Purple Mansion monks, Baizichan and Li Mingyang. At the same time, Lin Xiao had informed Zhang Mingtang that from now on, he would no longer increase the share of Kernling wine for the Sahai business. All the increased production would be sold by themselves, and their share would be gradually reduced. Sahai business is not honest, and they are always playing tricks. Lin Xiao is ready to use economic means to sanction them. Now Sahai business earns 700,000 or 800,000 zuanjing a year, most of which are earned by acting as the agent of Kernling wine. Kernling wine is the rope around their necks. Pull it and let them know who is their bread and butter. At this time, the output of Kernling wine is still restricted by the spiritual water. The 1 million servings of Kernling wine a year are only 500 tons. This output is very low. Lin Xiao remembers that in the last life, a famous wine called the national wine had an annual output of tens of thousands of tons. Compared with Kernling wine, the output is simply a world of difference. Tiansheng Sect already has 6 spiritual mountains, where spiritual fruit trees are planted. Every year, hundreds of thousands of catties of spiritual fruit are produced, and only about 2/3 are used for brewing. The rest are all consumed due to the lack of spiritual water. However, the development of spiritual water in Tiansheng Sect has reached its limit. The 7 spiritual springs that produce spiritual water are all used to brew Kernling wine. Even Beichengxi has to find another way to make pills. Danjiang Sect, Tianhe Sect, and Hangshan Sect also sell about 7,000 to 8,000 kilograms of spiritual water to Tiansheng Sect every year, but it is still not enough. In addition to the output of spiritual water, there is also quality. The quality of spiritual water depends on the spiritual spring, and the spiritual spring depends on the spiritual vein. The highest spiritual vein in Tiansheng is the mountain gate of Danjiang Sect, which is a 3rd grade upper grade, so it is difficult for Tiansheng Sect to get spiritual water above the 4th grade. According to the news, the spiritual water used in the existing high-end spiritual wines in the cultivation world is basically not lower than the 4th grade. Only spiritual water above the 4th grade can guarantee the mysterious energy content of the spiritual wine. But in fact, the price of 4th grade spiritual water is already very expensive, and the amount used is extremely high. Basically, spiritual pills above the 4th grade need to use 4th grade spiritual water, so the price is as high as 300 mysterious crystals per kilogram of 4th grade spiritual water. It cannot be purchased in large quantities, and people simply don't sell it. So Lin Xiao had to seek to cultivate his own spiritual veins. At this time, after decades of cultivation, the spiritual veins of the Tiansheng Sect's mountain gate had reached the level of the 3rd level middle grade. Bailing Mountain was about to return to the 3rd level. Qian Mountain, Beiwu Mountain, and Gongmingfang City were at the level of the 2nd level upper grade. This time, Lin Xiao told Baizichan and Li Mingyang to collect some treasures to improve the spiritual veins after going to Key State for trade. He didn't care, even if he lost money. Simply relying on the black crystal to nourish was too slow. It would take decades to upgrade the 2nd level upper grade to the 3rd level lower grade. Lin Xiao didn't have the patience. After several years of dedicated practice, Zhao Huaiying, the formation master of the Tiansheng Sect, and the formation master level that Lin Xiao exchanged from the system, finally broke through the level of the 3rd level formation master. The defense ability of the Tiansheng Sect was improved again, and Lin Xiao didn't need to go to the system to exchange the 3rd level formation. He had the ability to independently refine the third level formation. In the following months, Zhao Huaiyang successively refined several sets of third level formations. After his refining ability was greatly improved, Lin Xiao began the plan to build a city in Gangmingfang City. This plan was mentioned a few years ago, and Tiansheng Sect also accumulated a large amount of building materials for this purpose. These materials are not ordinary bricks and stones, but materials that can be used to refine low-level magic tools. Although the price is low, the price will be high if the quantity is large. This is a common formula for building cities in the world of immortal cultivation. The foundation uses second-order Zuanying stone in strips, each of which is 2 meters long, half a meter wide, and half a meter high. To build a small city that is 3 miles long and 1 mile wide, nearly 20,000 pieces of this Zuanying stone are needed. The market price of a piece of Zuanying stone is 100 Zuanjing. Even if large-scale procurement is cheaper, it will cost 1,500,000 Zuanjing without labor. The bricks of the city wall must also be specially refined, using Zuanying stone, Gangsha, Mingjing mud, and Zuanjing shells in proportion. Its hardness is harder than the first-order top-grade Zuan iron. If the city wall is more than 2 meters wide, it will be difficult for Daogang monks to break it even without using formations. Now the entire Lu Kingdom, that is, Yujing City, is a city of immortal cultivation of this level. Xianluo City is like this in the inner city, and the outer city is just an ordinary city wall. I have read some records of major events in the world of immortal cultivation. Cultivation cities are rarely breached by breaking the city walls. Basically, they rely on internal responses, or the defenders are unwilling to fight, as well as weaker city gates. I see. What it means is that, if we build a city for cultivating immortals according to this standard, we only need more than 1,000 people to guard it, and the other side will not be able to break through, even if they have 10 or 20,000 people, right? In theory, this is the case. Unless our strength is extremely weak and the other side has more than 7 or 8 Daogang cultivators who attack continuously, it will be extremely difficult to break through. According to the construction standard of 3 miles long and 1 mile wide, what is the approximate cost and time for construction? Not counting the formation and labor, it will cost at least 3 million Zuan crystals. If the artificial formation is included, it will not be less than 4 million Zuan crystals. As for the time, it depends on the speed of material collection. If all the materials are gathered, and there are enough people, 2 to 3 years will be enough. Master, I don't really agree with building this city. The existing market town is enough, and the cost of 3 million Zuan crystals is really too expensive. No, we still have to build the city. This city is very important. Once it is built, it can form a corner with the mountain gate. If one day the army comes, he must divide his troops to surround the city. Now 5,000 people can surround the mountain gate, and in the future at least 10,000 people will be needed. Otherwise it will be in danger of being attacked from both sides. Lin Xiao shook his head. From an economic point of view, the current financial resources of Tiansheng Sect were not suitable for building a city, but from the perspective of safety, it was worth it. Lin Xiao would not stay in Xianlianzhao forever. He would definitely travel to Qizhangzhou in the future. Once he left, the safety of the mountain gate must be guaranteed. Since the leader has decided, we can start. We don't have to rush to build it in 2 or 3 years. If the time is extended to within 20 years, then our pressure will be much relieved. I understand. Let's do this. You find some people to plan the place first, and then dig the foundation. Use mortals where you can, so as to save some money. Yes, leader. Soon, Lin Xiao ordered the transfer of 10,000 mortals to dig the planned areas around Gangmingfang City, and the huge resources of Tiansheng Sect began to be mobilized. Various materials were prepared quickly, and various businesses and Sahai businesses began to transport various materials to the market. The Tiansheng Sect's generosity also shocked many people. Even the Danliang Sect did not have the generosity to build such a city for cultivating immortals. Millions of Zuan crystals were not a small amount. Few sects could afford this amount of money. Besides, wouldn't it be better to train more disciples with this money? Some people even advised Lin Xiao not to waste it. Isn't the current Gangming market very good? It has an annual income of 200,000 to 300,000 yuan, and the population living in the market has also reached a bottleneck stage. It would be a waste to build a city for cultivating immortals. But Lin Xiao didn't care about that, and still insisted on doing it his own way. They didn't understand Lin Xiao's strategy at all. There were some things that couldn't be said, so let them misunderstand. 2 months later, the pit of the foundation had been dug, and the black crystal stone strips were also ready. The next project should not be interfered by outsiders, for fear that someone would make some secret doors. All of them were completed by the disciples of Tiansheng Sect. For this reason, Lin Xiao took out 500 low-level disciples with cultivation levels from the 5th to the 9th level of Kmei as the engineering team. Each strip of stone weighed thousands of pounds. It would be very difficult for mortals to put down such a piece of stone, but it was not a difficult thing for cultivators, because cultivators had magic power. In 1 month, the strip of stone became the foundation. However, this was only the roughest work, because the foundation alone was not enough, and the formation had to be engraved to prevent some martial arts such as earth escape from freely entering and leaving the city. So a 100-meter long pillar had already been built at the 4 corners of the city wall, and its name was Zhenlong Pillar, with the dragon pillar as support, to connect the spiritual veins in the market, and then engrave the formation from the stone. To protect the underground area of the city, Zhao Huayang and more than 20 formation masters including Zhu Zongsheng had to be busy for at least half a year. These more than 20 formation masters were all accumulated by Tiansheng Sect. Although it was possible to recruit formation masters from outside, Lin Xiao refused. This was the core part of the city, and could not be entrusted to others. While they were busy, Lin Xiao contracted the city bricks to the casual cultivators in the market. Those city bricks were extremely simple to refine according to the proportion. They were not considered as magic tools at all. Even ordinary cultivators could learn them in a few days. There was no need to bother the disciples of Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao just sent people to teach those casual cultivators how to make them, and then purchase them at the agreed price. Of course, there must be someone to supervise the purchase, to prevent someone from selling inferior products as good ones. This gave thousands of low-level independent cultivators in Gangming Market a new source of income after planting spiritual fields and hunting monsters. In just 1 month, the number of independent cultivators in the market increased significantly, and their arrival also accelerated the prosperity of the market. After careful calculation, it was much cheaper than refining by oneself. In Lin Xiao's city construction plan, the city wall should be 6 meters high, 8 meters wide at the bottom, and about 3 meters wide at the top. There should be attics and soldier caves in the middle, and millions of bricks would be needed. Even if there were thousands of independent cultivators, it would take more than half a year. Lin Xiao assigned a lot of manpower to protect the construction, and he went to greet Beizicheng and Li Mingyang who returned from Qi State, and carefully asked Beizicheng about his affairs in Qi State. Chapter 150 to Qi State Stronghold. It took Beizicheng and his group 8 months to return from Qi State, of which more than 2 months were spent on the road. Although the flying boat jointly purchased by the 2 sects was of the 4th stage, and was known for its speed, powered by black crystals, and could travel up to 10,000 miles a day, this was only a theoretical speed. For the sake of the service life of the flying boat, it was impossible to maintain the maximum speed for a long time. One trip took a little more than a month. We stayed in Beiyu City in Qi for half a year. By the way, let me first tell you about the situation in Beiyu City. Beiyu City is the leading large city in Qi. It was built by Ling Jianmen and 5 large immortal cultivation families including the Bei family. There are more than 500,000 cultivators making a living in Beiyu City all year round. There are several large mines around Beiyu City, among which jade is famous, and Beilong jade is the most famous. Legend has it that a white dragon fell there in ancient times and turned into a jade mine with extremely high quality. Every year, 1 or 2 pieces of 6th level Beilong jade can be produced. A piece of 6th level Beilong jade is worth hundreds of thousands of zuanjing. Beiyu City is located in the west of Qi, radiating to the 12 small immortal cultivation countries in the southwest of Nansao. It is also a distribution center for various resources. Most of the small countries such as Lu, Chen, Kang, and Tiansheng go to Qi, and also go to Beiyu City. 70% of the power of the Bei family is also near Beiyu City. Bei Xiao had returned to the Bei family several years ago, and met the patriarch who was in charge of the family. He was also a purple mansion cultivator. The Bei family leader heard about the situation of the Chen family, and was quite angry. He wanted us to return to the sect, but Bei Xiao refused. After that, Bei Xiao used the resources given by the sect to make friends with many elders and deacons in the Bei family. Half a year later, he bought a shop and opened a tea house, specializing in selling Beiwu tea, Kanling wine, and rice wine produced by the sect. Among the three products, Kanling wine still has the best sales. More than 1,000 bottles were sold in the first month, and the price was 50% higher than the market price in Lu State. Half a year later, Bei Zichen found more than 10 poor disciples of the Bei family, trained them, and then asked them to sell Kanling wine and Beiwu tea as agents. Take Kanling wine as an example. When I left, the monthly sales of Kanling wine had reached nearly 20,000 bottles, which was equivalent to the sales of Tiansheng in more than a year. Moreover, the potential of Beiyu City has not been fully developed. According to Bei Xiao, it is very easy to sell 400,000 or 500,000 in Beiyu City alone. Moreover, Beiyu City is not just a Beiyu City. With Beiyu City as the center, there are more than 100 large and small markets within a radius of 3,000 miles. Hundreds of various immortal sects and families, and the number of immortal practitioners is not less than 1 million, not to mention the floating population. If the market in the entire Beiyu City area is really developed, our Tiansheng Sect can double its annual output several times and still eat it up. Okay, it seems that I made the right move. Next time I go to Beiyu City, I must tell Bei Xiao not to be afraid of spending money, and I must hold on to the thigh of the Bei family, to prevent others from being jealous and sabotaging it. Master, don't worry. I've visited the Bei family in Beiyu City, and gave them generous gifts. We already have 4 purple mansion cultivators, and the head of the Bei family has been much more polite to people from our branch. That's good. Did you buy back the things I asked you to buy? Yes, I have. The 3rd and 4th level precious spiritual herbs and medicinal seedlings, various 3rd and 4th level spiritual resources, and treasures for improving spiritual veins. It is for these things that we have stayed here for half a year. What are the treasures for improving spiritual veins? 3 portions of the roots of the green spirit fruit, as well as the chalcedony of the white dragon jade, and the mysterious water condensed from the green steel bamboo. These are enough to raise the mountain gate's spiritual veins to the extreme of the 3rd level, but it's still a little short of breaking through to the 4th level. The 3 portions of the roots of the green spirit fruit and the mysterious water are placed in the Gangming market. Now the market has to use 20,000 mysterious crystals every year to draw mysterious energy into the air to make up for the lack of mysterious energy. It's such a waste. Besides, the city is being built now. By then, the 3rd level city defense formation will not work without the support of the 3rd level spiritual veins. Master, isn't building the city too big a step? I heard as soon as I came back that 1 million Zuan crystals have been spent on building the city so far. It's okay, all the money must be spent. You take a rest for a few months and set out again in half a year. The condensing veins disciples will be replaced, but you two will have to work harder and make another trip. This time, pack a few more storage bags of 1000 spirit wine, and take those 3rd level storage bags from the treasury. Lin Xiao nodded. Storage bags are also divided into grades, and are basically used according to strength. If a meridian opening monk wears a 3rd level storage bag, it is undoubtedly telling others that this is a fat sheep. No one would be so stupid. Therefore, 3rd level storage bags are basically used by purple mansion monks. There are not many of them in the Tiansheng Sect, and most of them are seized by Lin Xiao from the purple mansion monks he killed. After taking the treasure that could improve the spirit vein, Lin Xiao immediately went to Gangming market to improve the spirit vein. Just like before, once the treasure was buried, the concentration of Zuan Qi in Gangming market increased by more than double, and it would increase at a high speed for about half a year until the spirit vein stabilized at the lower 3rd level. The generation of the 3rd level spirit vein would bring a strong effect to Gangming market. In the entire Tiansheng, only Xianluo City was a third level market. Those scattered cultivators would come to Gangming Market in an endless stream in order to have a cultivation environment with abundant Zuan Qi. It was not long before Xianluo City surpassed the status of Xianluo City. The city construction was also developing very smoothly. As long as there were Zuan crystals, it would not be difficult to build a city in 1 or 2 years. However, there were no Zuan crystals. The savings of Tiansheng Sect over the years had been used up, leaving only the sect's spare savings. Master, there are no more Zuan crystals in the treasury. Apart from the 1 million Zuan crystals in reserve, there is not a single Zuan crystal left. I don't know where to find next month's salary. The city construction must be suspended for more than half a year, otherwise we will not be able to breathe a sigh of relief. Is it that serious? Of course, Master, the account book is here. Up to now, 1.15 million Zuan crystals have been spent on building the city. All the income this year and the expenditure funds in the second half of the year have been spent. This does not include the manpower occupied. If the more than 20 formation masters do not go to build the city, they can help others refine the formation and earn tens of thousands of Zuan crystals. What about the elders Bai Chengxi, Bai Zixi, Sun Shiheng, and Zhang Yaowei? How is their business? Master, don't think about them. Their affairs are arranged properly, and they have no time to earn Zuan crystals. Then how much merit points have they paid back to the sect, especially the Bai family? Lin Xiao asked again. Lin Xiao didn't provide them with K-food and for free. They all needed merit points. The market price of a K-food and outside was at least 100,000 Zuanjing. In fact, it was normal for it to rise to 150,000 or 160,000 at the auction. Lin Xiao provided them with the price of 100,000 merit points per pill, which was very cheap. But even so, they still owed the sect too many Zuanjing, especially the Bai family. There were 4 people and 4 K-Fudan. After borrowing merit points from each other, they could only pay the price of 1 pill, and they still owed more than 300,000 merit points. Master, even if you force Elder Bai to death, he won't be able to produce so many mysterious crystals in a short period of time. Then hold an auction in Gangming Market in a month and ask Bai Chengxi, Sun Shiheng and others to hand in more second level resources for auction. There are already 500 to 600 condensation vein cultivators in the market now, so they will definitely be very popular. Take out another K-Fu pill from the treasury and make sure to squeeze the wealth of those cultivators at the 12th level of condensation vein. I know that many of them are very rich, especially those in the various businesses. Ah, Master, K-Fu pill is a strategic resource. Are you selling it? Sell it. I have external resource channels, and I can get K-Fudan. When you reach a certain level of cultivation, you will not lack it. Remember, find someone to act as a proxy. Don't sell K-Fudan if it is less than 160,000 Zuanjing. The person who bids for it can be provided with a cave breakthrough for free in Gangming Market. You can arrange the details. Yes, Master. Zhang Mingtang agreed. He has been exposed to many core secrets of Tiansheng Sect. He also knows that Lin Xiao can get high-end spiritual objects that Tiansheng does not have from time to time. He doesn't know where Lin Xiao's external resource channels come from. He is so overbearing. Tiansheng Sect immediately took action and spread the news that the K-Fudan will be auctioned in Gangming Market next month. The whole Tiansheng was shocked. Not only did the scattered cultivators gather, but even the big sects such as Tiansheng Sect also sent people. K-Fudan is also difficult for Tiansheng Sect. They have to go to places outside Lu states to collect materials, and they have to spend a lot of money to hire people to refine the pill. Finally, they have to send people to escort it back. The cost is very expensive. How can it be easy to get it ready? So a month later, Gangming Market was overcrowded again. The market, which had a carrying capacity of only 5,000 to 6,000 people, squeezed in nearly 9,000 people. There were nearly 2,000 condensation pulse monks. People came from each of the 13 states of the Lu state. The families on the side of the Chen state close to the Lu state also sent people to come. For this reason, Lin Xiao secretly exchanged a batch of resources and materials from the system and added them to the auction. The other businesses also continued to increase the bids, resulting in more than 3,000 items to be auctioned. It would take more than 12 hours to finish the auction. Lin Xiao decisively split the auction into 3 sessions, 1 per day, and the Keifudan was arranged as the finale on the 3rd day. The 3 days were about to become a carnival in Gangming Market. All the major merchants were overjoyed. The transaction volume brought by so many people was undoubtedly extremely huge, and the Keifudan session basically became a battlefield for condensation pulse monks. The price kept rising, and the final transaction price reached 220,000 Zuan crystals, which was auctioned off by a monk from a small family of the Chen state. This price is far higher than the price of Keifudan. For sects like Tiansheng Sect that have channels to get Keifudan, it is not cost effective, so they gave up very early. For independent cultivators, this price is simply not affordable for them, and they cannot bid for it. Only those small families and sects that have survived for many years have this demand and strength. Through decades or hundreds of years of accumulation, their family wealth is already good, but they lack an opportunity to grow. Therefore, for a pill recipe like Keifudan, they must buy it, even if they have to spend all their family wealth. This is the case with the small family that won the Keifudan. Their family has been passed down for more than 500 years, but there is no purple mansion cultivator. They urgently need a purple mansion cultivator to expand the family's influence. The Tiansheng Sect made a profit of more than 400,000 Zuanjing in the entire auction. In addition to Keifudan, the expenses of food, clothing, housing and transportation brought by the cultivators who gathered here accounted for the majority, which greatly alleviated the financial crisis of the Tiansheng Sect. Chapter 153 heading to Key. With hundreds of thousands of black crystals in liquidity, the Tiansheng Sect can survive this year's expenses, and by next year, the new income will be able to continue to maintain the sect's operations. However, these funds are still not enough for building the city. It was previously estimated that at least 4 million black crystals would be needed to build the city, which was the accumulation of the Tiansheng Sect for more than 10 years. Similar auctions cannot be held frequently, so Lin Xiao has to continue to think of ways. Lin Xiao's target is the Beiyu city of Qi State. The market of Beiyu city is large enough, and the market price of Kindling liquor and Beiwu tea is higher than that of Lu State, not to mention the wholesale price to Sihei merchants. If the Tiansheng Sect controls this sales channel, even if the output does not increase, the income can be doubled, which gives Lin Xiao enough motivation to open up this market. Master, the production of Kindling liquor is now stuck at 1.2 million bottles a year, and it can't be increased. All the spiritual water that can be sold in Luanchin countries is here, which has caused many alchemists to have no spiritual water to use. The overall cost of alchemy has been increased invisibly by us. Is it impossible to buy spiritual water from farther away? Yes, but the price is too high. It's not cost effective in terms of profit, and the quality is not guaranteed. Some people will mix it with water, ordinary spring water. Is there any way to find a substitute? Yes, I heard that there is a demon plant in the wilderness. It will liquefy the excess Zuan Qi in its body into spiritual water. The quality is very high, but I don't know how efficient it is. If we use Zuan crystals to cultivate it, I don't know if we will lose money. Find a way to get 1 or 2 plants to experiment. We can't let others strangle us. If a large-scale war breaks out between Lu and Chen, then our Kindling liquor will be doomed. Lin Xiao said to the person in charge of Kindling wine seriously. This was also the reason why he tried his best to organize the assassin to make trouble. If a war really broke out, the consumption of elixirs would increase 10-fold or 100-fold, and the consumption of spiritual water would be the same. The production of Kindling wine would be finished. Then Lin Xiao asked for 300,000 shares of each series of Kindling wine, which would be collected within half a year. These would not be released to Sihei traders. Each of them would have to cut some. Now they are responsible for the transportation of city building materials, and there is no loss in profit, so there are no complaints for the time being. After that, Lin Xiao went to the white mist tea workshop. Now the white mist tea is also divided into several grades, but the highest yield is still those white mist tea that has not entered the grade. With the maturity of tea trees and the expansion of planting areas, millions of kilograms of ordinary tea can be recovered every year. The price of these teas has been falling again and again, from 3 kilograms of one black crystal at the beginning to 5 kilograms of one black crystal now. Every year, there are still hundreds of thousands of kilograms that cannot be sold and are piled in the warehouse. Moreover, the Tiansheng Sect dared not refuse to accept it. This was a promise made in the beginning. Now there are at least 20 villages and towns under the Tiansheng Sect that rely mainly on white mist tea for their livelihood. Once the Tiansheng Sect stops accepting it, the villagers in these villages and towns will immediately fall into poverty, the economy will collapse, and the people will not be able to make a living. The villagers in these 20 villages and towns add up to more than 100,000 people, accounting for 1/10 of all the mortals under the Tiansheng Sect, so even if it is a loss, it has to continue. Fortunately, the Tiansheng Sect's losses are basically not in black crystals, but in gold and silver that are basically useless in the world of cultivating immortals, so the loss is not too much. Master, this is a white mist tea we harvested 3 years ago. There are still about 30,000 kilograms left. If it can't be sold within half a year, it will have to be destroyed. 3 years is a shelf life. In fact, after a year, the taste will be a little worse, and the charm will be greatly reduced. How much non-grade white mist tea is accumulated in the warehouse now? No less than 500,000 kilograms, and this year's has not been harvested yet. If it is harvested, it is estimated that it will increase to 800,000 kilograms, and there will be no room in the warehouse. With so much, have you ever thought about expanding sales? I thought about it, but white mist tea is not like kindling wine. A kilogram of kindling wine is not enough for one person to drink in a day. Even tea lovers can drink a kilogram of white mist tea for half a month. Most people only consume 1 or 2 kilograms of tea leaves a year. Now the mortals under our rule drink this white mist tea themselves, but the output is still too high. Then the planting area should not be expanded anymore. It stopped the year before last. If we expand again, we will have to pay with Zuan crystals. What about the graded ones? There's no need to worry about sales. The annual output is 80,000 kilograms, and it will be sold out without any promotion. We have too few sacred mountains and too few sacred fields. Don't worry about that. In 2 years, I will upgrade the spiritual vein level of Beiwu Mountain. Once it is upgraded to the 3rd level, the spiritual vein will expand, and at least 300 acres of spiritual fields will be added. Lin Xiao nodded. The key to the preciousness of materials in the world of cultivating immortals lies in whether they contain mysterious energy. If there is mysterious energy, they will be of high grade, and there will be no problem selling such things. If all 300 acres are used to grow white mist tea, it will bring at least 200,000 black crystals to the sect every year. Never mind that. This year's new tea has come down. For those who have entered the grade, you should prepare 5,000 kilograms for me. You need all grades. For those who have not entered the grade, you should take 60,000 kilograms. Both new and old teas are needed. Yes, master. Do your job well and practice well. The sect will not treat you badly. Lin Xiao nodded, encouraged him, and then went to the rice wine workshop. The person in charge of the rice wine workshop has not been able to raise his head in recent years, because the value created by rice wine is really insignificant compared to kindling wine and white mist tea, so the resources provided by the sect are getting less and less. Now the production of rice wine is less than 100,000 kilograms per year, and it has begun to be reduced. In addition to self-use, sales are also very low. In fact, it is not that they are not working hard, but the status of rice wine is really embarrassing. It is impossible to make high-end products with the existing spiritual rice, and it cannot compete with those well-known spiritual wines. If it is made low-end, the profit point will be too low, not as good as kindling wine. Therefore, it is neither high nor low. The only way is to reduce the production and make more spiritual rice into spiritual rice. Don't worry, no matter how the resources of rice wine are reduced, this industry will not be cancelled, but you must continue to work hard, constantly improve, and develop new varieties, and you don't even have to limit yourself to spiritual rice. If there are other new ways, you can propose them. I will let Zhang Mingtang support you. When the sect was in the most difficult time, you made great contributions. Your merits will not be forgotten by the sect. As soon as he saw the person in charge of rice wine, Lin Xiao immediately comforted them. They had been afraid that the sect would cancel the production of rice wine for a long time, and even secretly advised Lin Xiao, but Lin Xiao had no plan to cancel the rice wine. No matter how good Kindling wine and Beiwu tea are, they are just two products. Pillar industries are good, but once they are hit, the losses will be heavy. A strong sect will definitely develop in a balanced way and then highlight its characteristics. After hearing what Lin Xiao said, the person in charge of rice wine breathed a sigh of relief and then pulled Lin Xiao to see some of their research and development ideas, including the preparation of medicinal wine, etc. In fact, Lin Xiao didn't understand much about these and didn't dare to express his opinion. In the end, Lin Xiao also asked for a batch of rice wine, but the quantity was not large, only about 1000 kilograms. In fact, Lin Xiao had no confidence in rice wine, which had been tested by the market. After half a year of preparation, Lin Xiao's things were ready. It took 6 third level and 14 second level storage bags to pack them. Then Lin Xiao used the excuse of retreat to participate in the action to Beiwu City in Qi State. The group first came to Tiansheng Sect and met the people of Tiansheng Sect. In the last trade, Tiansheng Sect also made a lot of profit. Qi State is a very mature country of cultivation, and all kinds of resources are produced. However, Qi State is also one of the transit stations of the cultivation world in Nansao. There are countless caravans purchasing materials here, so the demand for various resources is endless. They can swallow as much as they want, which is much more profitable than the usual sale to Yujing City. What's more, there are also materials for Keifudan. These materials are difficult to buy in Lu State, but there are much more in Qi State, and the price is also very low. In one trade, they bought the materials for 2 sets of Keifudan, which made them more eager for this trade. Master Lin, are you also interested in personally participating in this trade? This is a matter of great importance. This master has to participate in person. Lin Xiao gave a bitter smile and lifted up his clothes, revealing a storage bag that he was going to take with him. Wang Dao was shocked. The Tiansheng Sect was planning to play big. Master Lin, are you going all out? Not to the point of going all out, but I'm really curious about Qi State and want to go out and see. That's right. In the past, all the Purple Mansion cultivators in Tiansheng would go out to gain experience. Gaining knowledge is very beneficial to future practice. How about this? I'll let Lengning go with you this time. Lengning has broken through the Dao gang, so she can't stay at home all the time. Senior Sister Leng. No, it should be Senior Leng. She's going too? Why, you dare not welcome me. How dare I? I'm so happy that there's a Dao gang cultivator guarding this trip. Okay, we'll set off in 2 more days. Wang Dao smiled and said, now there are 3 Dao gang cultivators in Tiansheng Sect, so there is no need for so many people to guard the sect. He and Lang Dao have been wandering outside for a long time, so there is no need to gain experience anymore. Lengning, on the other hand, doesn't have much time to go out, so he needs to explore. Lin Xiao and others stayed at Tiansheng Sect for 2 days. After 2 days, the people of Tiansheng Sect were ready. They also did not reduce the number of Purple Mansion cultivators, so this time there were 21 people on each side. The flying boat bought by the 2 sects is a medium-sized one, which is more than enough to carry 100 or 200 people. Now there are only more than 40 people, so it is naturally very spacious. Tiansheng Sect modified the interior of the flying boat and built many small warehouses for people to live in. Although it is a bit crude, it is better than sitting there. The flying boat is very fast. Even if it is not at its maximum speed, it can travel about 5,000 miles a day. This speed can avoid many thieves. In addition, there are at least 4 Purple Mansion cultivators guarding them. The only forces that can swallow them are the sects and families along the way, but they generally dare not do this robbery because the risk is too high. They are all people with families and careers. Once the news is exposed, it will be a hatred that will never end. So it is still very safe along the way. You only need to have people take turns to be on duty. The rest of them meditate and practice in their respective rooms. After more than a month, when the flying boat arrived at the edge of Bayou City, Lin Xiao came out of retreat and showed his purple mansion 10th level cultivation. Chapter 154. The Bay Family of Qi. Bayou City can be ranked among the big countries like Qi State, and it is naturally a majestic city, which is more huge and majestic than Yujing City, that he had visited before. However, Lin Xiao will not be amazed as he was that day. After all, he has seen much more than before. Bayou City has a forbidden air formation. Unless the cultivators below the 6th level have a special ban releasing card, they cannot fly in the air. Once they violate the ban, they will be attacked by the entire Bayou City's defense formation. The defense formation of Bayou City is a 6th level formation, and the Lingguang Patriarch cannot withstand a blow. Therefore, apart from the city guarding cultivators, very few people can fly in Bayou City. Outside Bayou City, there is a special place for merchants to park flying boats, and the flying boats are also different. Some flying boats can be reduced, and the space formation is restrained inside, while some cannot be reduced. The size is as big as it is, and the internal space is larger at most. The cost difference between the two is huge. The flying boat that Lin Xiao is riding now cannot be reduced in size, so he has to go to a place specially used for parking flying boats. If this place existed in Lin Xiao's previous life, it would have become an airport. Master Lin, you are so fast. It won't take many years for you to break through Daogang, right? Senior Sister Ling, please don't laugh at me. It's still too early. It will take at least 15 or 16 years. 15 or 16 years is already very fast. Master Lin is worthy of being the #1 genius in Tiansheng. Leng Ming sighed and said, even if it is 20 years, Lin Xiao is estimated to be less than 90 years old. A Daogang under the age of 100 is very powerful. Lin Xiao of the Tiansheng Sect is well known, but he also achieved Daogang at the age of 110. Li Changqing of the Li family in Jingzhou also broke through Daogang a few years ago. He should be more than 120 years old, and is also very famous. On the contrary, Lin Xiao is unknown, but he is not worse than them at all. The first genius of Tiansheng. You can't say that casually, it will kill people. Senior Sister Leng, don't worry, I understand. I won't say that casually. Then Senior Sister Leng, let's go together. How about we all go out for a meal together, Lin Xiao said with a smile. Fortunately no one boasted that he was the first genius of Lu State, otherwise it would really kill people. Of course, Lin Xiao knew that if he didn't rely on the system, he might not have broken through the Purple Mansion. The real genius was his apprentice Li Muxu. When Li Muxu was exposed, it would scare a lot of people to death. It is estimated that he was less than 60 years old when he broke through the Daogang. The group entered Bayou City and found a restaurant to eat. As the head of the sect, Lin Xiao was naturally the one who treated them. Fortunately, the prices in Bayou City were not very expensive, and more than 40 people only ate a few hundred Zuan crystals. After the meal, there were already disciples of Tiansheng Sect waiting at the door. The group followed the disciple to the stronghold of Tiansheng Sect in Bayou City, a small courtyard behind a tea house. Disciple Bei Xiao greets the master. Xiao, no need to be polite. Everyone, please sit down and tell me about your situation. Yes, master. After 5 years of management by my disciples, Kunling Liquor and Bei Wuti have become famous in Bayou City. Now, through the channels negotiated by Bei family disciples and myself, we supply 20 tea houses and 56 restaurants. The monthly shipment volume has stabilized at about 30,000 bottles of Kunling Liquor. The graded Bei Wuti is in short supply and has been sold out. The non-grade Bei Wuti can also produce about 3,000 kilograms per month. Have you encountered any difficulties? Yes, many people covet our wealth. Later, I bribed a Purple Mansion elder of the Bei family who was on duty in Bayou City at the price of 2,000 Zuan crystals per year, and solved these troubles. In addition, it costs about 10,000 Zuan crystals every year to manage the ups and downs. Is the corruption in Bayou City so serious? Lin Xiao frowned. He had seldom encountered corruption in places like Xianan Prefecture and Lu State. The corruption was an untouchable bottom line within the Tiansheng Sect, so he was shocked by the corruption here. Master, the permanent population of Bayou City is at least 500,000. Adding the floating population, it is estimated that there are more than 600,000 people in the city every day. There are dozens of Daogang monks and at least 3,000 Zifu monks. The daily transaction volume must exceed 100 million Zuan crystals. This is a huge profit, so it is normal for the city to be mixed. In addition, Bayou City has a history of more than 3,000 years. It has always been controlled by the Spirit Sword Sect and the 5 families. Not everyone in these 6 forces has a lack of resources. There are quite a lot of poor disciples. It is very normal to use power to get some benefits. As long as nothing big happens, the higher-ups will turn a blind eye. I understand this. There won't be any trouble from the Bei family, right? No, the sales volume of Qianling wine and Beiwu tea is a secret. The Bei family doesn't know about it. Moreover, the Bei family has 15% of the shares of Bayou City and hundreds of shops. They can get millions of Zuan crystals from Bayou City every year. For the time being, they don't look down on our benefits. We have to be prepared for that. I don't need to repeat how to do it. Yes, Master reminded us. We know what to do. That's good. This time I brought a large number of goods. You have someone put them in the warehouse. Lin Xiao nodded. The fact that the Bei family looked down on them did not mean that a powerful figure in the Bei family looked down on them. The strength of the Tiansheng Sect was too low and could not affect Bayou City at all, so he had to be careful. The goods brought by Lin Xiao solved Bei Xiao's urgent need. If he did not deliver the goods, he would have nothing to sell, so Bei Xiao immediately had someone send the goods to the warehouse and prepare to sell them. After the welcoming banquet in the evening, Lin Xiao found Bei Xiao again to learn more detailed information about Bayou City, especially the news about the Bei family. Bei Xiao told him the truth. The Bei family is a 6th grade family. Even compared with the Chunayang Palace, it is not weak. It just lacks some vassal forces. The entire Bei family has a lot of people. There are 400,000 to 500,000 mortals alone. Moreover, through the combination with the cultivators, the proportion of mortals in the Bei family who have become cultivators is very high. The number of cultivators in the Bei family is about to reach 10,000. Of course, the Bei family doesn't actually have so many people because many members of the branch clan will leave the family to find their own way out, just like the ancestors of the Chenjiuo Bei family. There are countless people like this who have left over the past few hundred years. Most of the members who left also had a tragic end like the Chenjiuo Bei family. There are countless people who were swallowed up by local forces. There are only 7 forces that can really establish a clan outside. After these 7 forces establish themselves outside, they all send people back to the family to seek some external support. The Bei family would also give some support. After all, they all have the surname Bei. To put it bluntly, if one day the Bei family weakens, or even gets exterminated, then these 7 Bei families will be the blood of the entire Bei family, and the Taoism will not be broken. Now the operation of the Bei family is no different from that of other families. The Lingguang ancestor only grasps the general direction of the family, and does not manage affairs at ordinary times. The 5 Daogang monks are similar. Only 2 Daogang monks who have lost the hope of advancing to the Lingguang period sit inside and outside, and the specific mundane affairs are handled by a Zifu monk, who is the patriarch of the Bei family. The Bei family trains its members completely in an elite mode. Those who are gifted, or have strong talents in alchemy and refining will be vigorously cultivated by the family. They have no shortage of resources and are wealthy. In addition, they have to rely on their background. If your direct ancestor is a Daogang cultivator, or a powerful Zifu cultivator, then the life of the younger generation will be very comfortable, and all kinds of lucrative positions are occupied by these people. If you have no background and no talent, then life is not easy. For example, ordinary Ningmei cultivators can only get a monthly salary of 1000 Zuan crystals from the family every year. It is not enough to simply practice, let alone those advanced skills, martial arts, magic tools and talismans. They have to find ways to earn Zuan crystals by themselves, and their life is only better than that of casual cultivators. In fact, this is also the reason why the Bei family has been leaving the family and looking for their own way out. The Bei family's top management is naturally aware of these problems, but they are powerless to change them, because they involve the interests of too many people. If they are not careful, the entire Bei family will be in danger of splitting. The same is true for other families. Therefore, the Bei family can only fully support the cultivation of the elite model and continuously improve the overall strength of the Bei family, especially the high-end strength. Only in this way can the Bei family maintain its prosperity. Once the high-end strength cannot keep up, the Bei family will face a great crisis. Master, I have secretly sponsored 16 poor disciples of the Bei family, both for meridian opening and meridian condensation, with an annual expenditure of about 10,000 Zhuan crystals. It is too short of time to see the effect now, but if one or two of these people can break through to the Purple Mansion, it will be of great help to our cause in Beiyu City. Although the Bei family has many Purple Mansions now, most of them are not in charge and have no management ability, and the people I sponsored have worked their way up from the bottom, and they will definitely be able to achieve mid to high level management by then. Okay, you can continue to increase your investment in this matter, but you have to be prepared. You must get some leverage over them. These leverages cannot be used easily, but they must never be backfired. Understood? We are here to make money, and cooperation is beneficial to both sides. As long as they don't come to a nexus, they will definitely not take them. ZU. The biggest purpose of my visit this time is to continue to expand the market of Key State. I want Key State to replace the role of Sehei Trading Company within 5 years, and it cannot attract attention. What do you think? Sehei Trading Company only sells 600,000 servings of Kindling wine and 300,000 to 400,000 servings of Beiwu tea from the sect each year. Now I can replace Sehei Trading Company, but if I don't want to attract attention, I think we should develop outside the city. The area within thousands of miles around Beiyu City is very prosperous. Yes, you think the same as I do. Come up with a plan as soon as possible and find a way to open up the market. Sehei Trading Company can't stay for long. Yes, master, I will reply to you within half a month. Okay, I'll find another opportunity. I want to visit the Bei family. I don't have to see anyone high level, just the level of the patriarch will do. Okay, but I need some time to operate. How long? Within a month. Absolutely. I'll stay here for at least a year this time. Lin Xiao nodded. He had to disappear from the eyes of everyone in Xianyang's house for a while, otherwise some things would be inexplicable. Chapter 155. Visiting the Bei family. Lin Xiao settled down in Beiyu City, but he rarely showed up. Bei Xiao was still in charge of all matters, with Bei Zichen and Li Mingyang as assistants. Although there were many Purple Mansion cultivators in Beiyu City, they were not common. 3 Purple Mansion cultivators in a tea house were already a great force and could deter some villains. In addition, the surname of the 2 was Bei, which was generally enough to protect the business of the tea house. Under Bei Xiao's arrangement, Lin Xiao went to visit the Bei family more than 10 days later. The main family of the Bei family was not in Beiyu City, but on a sacred mountain outside the city. The family's spiritual vein had been nurtured to the 5th level by them, and it was of extraordinary value. This 5th level spiritual vein alone required at least tens of millions of Zhuan crystals to be nurtured. So as soon as he entered the mountain gate, Lin Xiao felt that the Bei family's Zhuan Qi was particularly sufficient. The mountain gate was surrounded by endless spiritual fields, estimated to be no less than 1,000 acres, and even the 3rd level spiritual fields were used to grow spiritual rice, which was very luxurious. The gifts Lin Xiao brought were the Tiansheng Sect's specialties, Beiwu tea and Kindling wine. 10 kilograms of Kindling wine and 3 kilograms of Beiwu tea were all of the best quality. The market price was no less than 5,000 Zuanjing, which was equivalent to the monthly salary of a Purple Mansion cultivator of the Bei family for 1 year, which was not embarrassing. The one who received Lin Xiao was Bei Yufang, the patriarch of the Bei family, a Purple Mansion level 6 cultivator. Bei Yufang had been in charge of the Bei family's affairs for more than 20 years, and he was very stylish as a patriarch. However, Bei Yufang was quite polite to Lin Xiao, especially for taking in Bei Chengxi and the other 6 people, which also made the Bei family quite fond of him, because among the children of the Bei family who left the end of their lives after being annexed by others was extremely miserable, and few of them could counterattack. Tiansheng Sect not only took in their Bei family members, but also slapped them in the face. At the same time, Bei Yufang also tactfully revealed the reason why the Bei family's main family did not help these branches to avenge themselves. It was very simple. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Although the Bei family was strong, it was not invincible. For example, the Bei family of Chen State, as long as the Bei family's main family did not want to gain a foothold in Chen State, they could only avenge themselves for a while. If the Bei family of Chen State did not work hard, they would still be annexed by others in the future. If the main family repeatedly took action, there would be suspicion of infiltration and invasion. At that time, the first to attack would definitely be Qingqing Valley of Chen State. The Bei family could not afford to provoke so many powerful enemies at the same time. Therefore, those clansmen who left the family could only rely on their luck. The main family could only give a little help within their ability. It was impossible to really stand up for them. Lin Xiao understood this. A family was big and there were too many things. If every branch clan member who left the family had to leave the family to stand up when being bullied, then the main family would not have to do anything else. Those people had to have this awareness the moment they left the family. Life and death were their own responsibility. After getting Lin Xiao's understanding, Bei Yufang became even more eager and asked about the strength of Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao decisively boasted and told Bei Yufang that Tiansheng Sect had more than 5,000 disciples, more than a dozen purple palace monks, and many third-level sacred mountains under its name, with a territory of millions of square kilometers and millions of mortals under its rule. These made Bei Yufang a little envious. Yes, Bei Yufang was a little envious, because Tiansheng Sect was a vassal in Lu State, and only Danliang Sect in the entire Xianan State could control it and develop freely. On the other hand, although the Bei family was as powerful as Chunayang Palace, their life in Beiyu City was not easy. There was Ling Jianmen above them, and there were 4 families with similar strength around them to restrain each other. The territory was not as big as that of Tiansheng Sect, and there were no mortals under their rule, except the mortals of the Bei family. Lin Xiao naturally couldn't take this seriously. Everyone has their own merits. It doesn't matter if the Bei family complains about it, but if others take it seriously, they are fools. The annual income of Beiyu City alone is several times more than that of the Tiansheng Sect in a whole year. What is there to be dissatisfied with? After that, the two talked about some things about cultivation. Lin Xiao falsely reported his age as 20 years old, but it still amazed Bei Yufang. It is not uncommon for Beiyu City to have purple mansion cultivators, and it is not uncommon for cultivators of the 10th level of purple mansion, but it is definitely very rare for a cultivator of the 10th level of purple mansion before the age of 100. Even for the Bei family, such a genius is also highly concerned and fully cultivated. So Bei Yufang finally warmly held a banquet to keep Lin Xiao for dinner, and invited several elders of the Bei family to accompany him. After Lin Xiao was full of wine and food, he left, and the Bei family sent a return gift of equal value, which was the characteristic of Beiyu City, several kinds of spiritual jade. Master, when Patriarch Bei came out just now, he asked me how long you were going to stay in Beiyu City, and if you had any plans for marriage? What do you mean? If nothing unexpected happens, he might want to form an alliance with the master. No way. This is the first time we meet. Am I so popular? Master, you can't underestimate yourself. There are no less than 3,000 purple mansions in Beiyu City, but there will definitely be no more than 10 people who can reach the 10th level of purple mansion within 100 years. As long as nothing unexpected happens, it's a sure thing for you to enter Daogang. A future Daogang cultivator is enough for the Bei family to invest in. I understand. This Bei Yufang is a qualified clan leader. Master doesn't look down on him. Why should I look down on him? Bei Yufang has vision and level, and he is fair and dedicated to the development of the family. These are the necessary qualities of an excellent clan leader. Of course, forget about the marriage. This master has no intention of doing so yet. Don't refuse directly, just drag it out. Lin Xiao shook his head. There was nothing shameful about Bei Yufang's behavior. This was a common practice of big families. 2 years ago, Tiansheng Sect had already pulled Lin Xiao to a marriage alliance. To put it bluntly, it was all for the sake of profit. If Tiansheng Sect was in a crisis at this time and the marriage could solve this danger, Lin Xiao would agree without hesitation. Lin Xiao didn't think too much about it. After returning, he became busy. The promotion of kindling wine and Bei Wuti was handled by Bei Xiao, but Lin Xiao also had a lot of things to do. The most important thing was how to spend money. Beiyu City didn't spend much, but the funds recovered were very large. Every day, thousands of Zuan crystals were received. These Zuan crystals were wasted and must be converted into resources that were beneficial to Tiansheng Sect. So Lin Xiao began to frequently contact some merchants and participate in some auctions. The focus was to buy some treasures that could improve the spirit veins. Tiansheng Sect still had several spirit mountains that needed to upgrade their spirit veins to the 3rd level, and the mountain gate had to prepare for the 4th level, so more treasures were needed. 3 months later, Lin Xiao was already quite familiar with Beiyu City. Hundreds of thousands of Zuan crystals had been spent, making Lin Xiao a distinguished guest of many shops. The shopkeepers smiled when they saw Lin Xiao, thinking to themselves, the god of wealth has come. Master, we have to go back to the sect in another month. All the Zuan crystals have been exchanged for resources. What should we do with the sect? Bei Zichen came to find Lin Xiao that day. The people from Tiansheng Sect had already come to find him. Both parties agreed that they would have to go back after staying in Beiyu City for about half a year. In this way, a round trip would take about 8 months. It doesn't matter. I will also give out some things these days. When the time comes, you can take the Zuan crystals and resources back. Remember that the first thing to upgrade is the Beiwu Mountain spiritual vein, and then the sect will be upgraded to the ultimate 3rd grade upper grade. If there is anything left, go to Bailing Mountain and Qian Mountain. The construction of the city cannot be delayed either. Do it as soon as possible. Yes, master, take it easy. Don't spend all the black crystals, or you won't be able to pay your monthly salary, Bei Zichen said hurriedly. He found that Lin Xiao was addicted to spending money. He spent hundreds of thousands of black crystals in 3 months. Did he really think of himself as a rich man? Lin Xiao didn't care so much, but continued to go out. However, he no longer spent money to buy things, but to sell things. After several months of investigation, Lin Xiao already knew what was the most expensive thing in Beiyu City. It was not some elixir or spiritual object, but the skills and martial arts. There were many rich people in the city with hundreds of thousands of immortal cultivators, but being rich did not mean having advanced skills and martial arts. The more powerful the force, the more eager for skills and martial arts, because they knew that skills and martial arts were the real foundation. A disciple with outstanding talent must have matching skills and martial arts to give full play to his talent, otherwise it would be in vain. For earth level skills and martial arts, even the Bei family would treat them as treasures. If they were not core disciples, they would not be able to practice them. If heaven level skills and martial arts appeared, the Spirit Sword sect would be alarmed, and it would be normal for the 6 major forces to fight for them. Lin Xiao would naturally not take out earth level skills and martial arts with exchange restrictions, but Zuan level skills and martial arts were never scarce. There were at least tens of thousands of them in the system, which was more complete than any sect's sutra pavilion. Lin Xiao carefully selected 5 skills and 5 martial arts, and it took him a month to sell them anonymously. Moreover, Lin Xiao did not have too many restrictions, so the price was particularly generous. In the end, he got 700,000 Zuan crystals. Lin Xiao kept 200,000 for himself, and the remaining 500,000 was for Bei Zichen to take back to the sect. Bei Zichen had a fortune of more than 1 million, and Lin Xiao just threw it to him casually, which made Bei Zichen tremble all over. If people knew about this, Dao Gang monks would come to rob them. Don't think that Dao Gang monks are rich, there are still a lot of poor ghosts. Bei Zichen and Li Minggyang went back with the people of Tiansheng Sect, but Leng Ning did not go back. She came to find Lin Xiao and wanted to travel in Qi State, and even wanted to go to Zhangzhou to practice for 20 to 30 years. Anyway, she would go back before young King Feng of Tiansheng Sect passed away. She wanted to find Lin Xiao to accompany her. Lin Xiao refused. What a joke. A man and a woman travel together. What if the word of a single man and a widow gets out? What if Wang Dao forces them to get married? Will Lin Xiao come to the door, or what? This is definitely a mess. Even if Tiansheng Sect wants to marry Danliang Sect, it is impossible to marry Lingning, because the identities of the two are too special. Lin Xiao cannot be a son-in-law, and Danliang Sect does not allow rare Dao Gang monks to be married, so it is better to avoid suspicion. So in the end, senior sister Lingning had to leave Beiyu City with disappointment and travel to the hinterland of Qi State, and Lin Xiao also entered a new busy life. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 155, The Land of Grasslands. The next thing Lin Xiao had to do was to sell the white mist tea that was not in the grade of the Tiansheng Sect. Now the Tiansheng Sect can collect 1 million kilograms of ordinary white mist tea every year. Even if it is calculated at the value of 5 kilograms of a black crystal, it is still 200,000 black crystals, and it is every year. This is an extremely important source of income for the Tiansheng Sect, and it must not be wasted. However, the cultivation world of Lu State is relatively weak, and it cannot take up such a large amount of white mist tea. It must rely on the huge market of Qi State. At first, Lin Xiao had the idea of the Bei family, and wanted to use the Bei family's channels to sell these white mist teas, but after several negotiations, Lin Xiao found that the Bei family did not have this intention. Things that were not in the grade were garbage to the Bei family, and they did not want to be agents at all. Later, Lin Xiao negotiated with the major businesses in Beiyu City. They were very interested in the white mist tea that was in the grade, and they would take as much as they could, but they still did not want to sell those that were not in the grade. The ones who really have ideas are the small shops and tea houses. Their customers are basically casual cultivators at the level of opening and congealing meridians. They can't afford the real spiritual tea, and can only drink this kind of pseudo-spiritual tea with a little spiritual energy and charm, but not of the highest grade. However, the sales ability of these small shops and tea houses is too weak. Lin Xiao estimated that, even if he negotiated with all the small shops and tea houses in the city, he would only sell 100,000 to 200,000 kilograms a year. The tedious work and low income, Lin Xiao just regarded this as the last choice. Originally, Lin Xiao was about to despair, but he didn't expect that an invitation from the Bei family made Lin Xiao find that things had turned around. After Lin Xiao's visit, the Bei family invited Lin Xiao to participate in many activities within half a year, and frequently showed goodwill to Lin Xiao. Of course, this kind of goodwill may be just Bei Yufang's personal behavior, not on behalf of the entire Bei family. Lin Xiao basically accepted the invitation. With the Bei family, Lin Xiao could integrate into the city faster. This time, the event that the Bei family invited Lin Xiao to participate in was a unique auction, a special auction for spiritual pets. There is almost no inheritance of beast taming in Lu State, but this does not mean that Qi State does not have it. As one of the few great immortal cultivation countries in South Continent, Qi State also plays the role of a resource distribution center. Sects and families from all over the place will exchange resources here, including the sects that tamed beasts. This one Xiaoyuan is the leading spiritual beast shop in Beiyu City. The power behind it is the grassland country, Qianlang country. Brother Lin, have you heard about the grassland country? I don't know much about it. I only know that about 100,000 miles north of Qi State is an endless grassland, which is located west of Zhangzhou. The grassland is so large that I don't know how many tens of thousands of miles it is, but I don't know much about the distribution of forces on the grassland. The grassland country is the dividing line between South Continent and North Continent, a buffer zone. It is now divided into 7 countries. The territory of each country is similar to that of Qi State, but the strength is much worse than that of Qi State. It is probably only 3 points stronger than the Bei family. The reason for this is because of the resources on the grassland. Bei Yufang explained to Lin Xiao, and soon Lin Xiao knew the situation of the grassland country. The resources on the grassland are scarce, and the spiritual veins are not obvious. The level is only slightly higher than that of remote countries such as Lu State, but they are the kind of countries that have been developed to the extreme, and Lu State actually has a lot of potential. The two are incomparable. It is because it is extremely difficult to cultivate immortality on the grassland, so the grassland monks are extremely fierce. They once thought of invading from the south, but they were pressed to the ground by the big countries like Qi. The current situation of the 7 heroes of the grassland is the work of big countries like Qi. You must know that the world of cultivating immortals is different from the mortal world. You can't be fierce just because you are fierce. It depends on your strength. If you don't have as many resources as others, there will be very few high-end monks, and naturally you are not a match for big countries like Qi. After the defeat, the grassland country became much more honest. For more than 1,000 years, they dared not be presumptuous again. They all did business honestly. There are few resources on the grassland, that is, there are few and low-level spiritual veins, but if you count carefully, it is not a particularly poor place, especially the monster beast resources on the grassland are particularly abundant, and those monster beasts are not as fierce as those in the wilderness. So the ability to control beasts was born. They domesticated many monster beasts such as cattle and sheep, and used the advantages of the grassland to breed spiritual beasts. Those cattle and sheep are full of treasures. Meat, blood, skin, hair, bones, horns, and tendons can all be used by cultivators, making a lot of profits. After having enough resources, the cultivators of the prairie country began to study the art of taming beasts, and began to tame some ferocious monsters. The tamed monsters were called spirit beasts. The beast masters of the Xianlang country are best at training eagles. The eagles they train are very popular. They can be ridden and flown, and can also help fight against enemies. If they go to the wilderness, they can also help guard. Even after they die, their materials can be used by cultivators. Most of the eagles in today's auction are young eagles. If Master Lin is interested, you can buy one. It will grow to an adult in just 3 years and you can ride it. After introducing the prairie country, Bei Yufang introduced the situation of today's auction, and had a little yearning. After all, flying on an eagle is an extremely cool thing. Lin Xiao did not answer immediately, but said that he would wait and see before deciding. Not long after, the auction began. The person in charge of the 10,000 beasts garden took out rows of spirit beast eggs and newly born young beasts. The 10,000 beasts garden is an old business in Beiyu City. I won't say much about the rules, so as not to waste your time. Let's get started. First, bid on the young beast. This one is the young beast of the Iron Wing Eagle King. After the Iron Wing Eagle King reaches adulthood, it can reach the 3rd level. It is the best choice for combat and riding. The highest potential can reach the 5th level, but that depends on the ability of you. Now start bidding. The starting price is 3,000 black crystals. Each bid increase must not be less than 100 black crystals. Let's start. 3,005, 3,006, 4,000. As soon as the people from the 10,000 Beasts Garden finished speaking, the people participating in the auction kept bidding. Soon the price exceeded 5,000, and it was finally sold at 5,005. After one bid was finished, another one came. Among them, eagles were the most, and their value was basically determined by the effectiveness and potential of the spirit beast after adulthood, especially the potential. A young beast with the potential of the 7th level was sold at a high price of 200,000 black crystals. After bidding for the eagles, Lin Xiao suddenly discovered some cute spirit beasts, such as cats and dogs. These spirit beasts cannot be ridden, cannot fight against enemies, and have very low growth potential, basically not exceeding the 3rd level. The only advantage is that they look cute and human. But even such spirit beasts, the transaction price is basically no less than 10,000 black crystals. Sure enough, no matter which world, women's money is the easiest to make. Lin Xiao saw that the bidders were basically female cultivators, and he knew what was going on. Who else would buy these useless spirit beasts except female cultivators, and only places like Qi could have such a prodigal female cultivator. In Lu State, if a female cultivator dared to do this, she would be scolded to death. Brother Lin, you must be a little uncomfortable with this kind of thing. That's right. The level of immortal cultivation in Lu State is backward. All resources should be used to improve cultivation and enhance strength. It's hard to imagine that someone is willing to spend a lot of money to buy these entertainment items. Brother Lin is right on the point, but the national conditions are different, so it can't be compared with this. Key state has been peaceful for a long time, and there have been no large-scale wars in the past 1,000 years. Therefore, the trend of decadence and corruption among cultivators is prevalent, and female cultivators are even worse. Many female cultivators have married local bosses as wives and concubines. Those bosses have been in seclusion for 10 or 20 years at a time, and those female cultivators don't want to practice Taoism for immortality, and coupled with boredom and loneliness, these spiritual beasts that can relieve boredom are very popular. I understand. There are more than hundreds of millions of cultivators in the immortal cultivation world of the 5 continents, but over millions of years, only a few have reached the 9th level and ascended. Countless people despair of this, and only people with great perseverance can succeed. Haha, Brother Lin's ambitions are really lofty. While the two were talking, the auction of the young beasts had already been completed. The auction of the beast eggs was next. The auction of the beast eggs was much more interesting, because the Wan Xiao Yuan would not promise that they would definitely hatch. If they turned into dead eggs, you would have to bear the consequences. Moreover, the beast eggs laid by some powerful monsters could not be detected by the cultivators, so you had to gamble. However, the gambling nature of human beings was extremely strong everywhere, and these beast eggs were still swept away. The finale was even more desirable, because it was a beast egg with the blood of a divine beast. The people of the Wan Xiao Yuan did not know what it was, and they just had a secret method to detect the blood of the divine beast. This beast egg made Lin Xiao see how rich the rich people in Beiyu City were. For a beast egg whose future was unpredictable, someone was willing to spend 500,000 black crystals to buy it. It was really generous. Chief Bei, is there any secret about this spirit beast egg? So many people are bidding for it. There is no secret, it's just a gamble. 500,000 black crystals are nothing to us, but if a spirit beast with the blood of a divine beast is really hatched, we will make a fortune, and can use it as a treasure to protect the clan. Demon beasts have a long lifespan. If the Bei family has a 6th level demon beast, the Bei family will have no worries within 3,000 years. Do you think it's worth 500,000? I see. It's Lin who is short-sighted. Chief Bei, I have an unreasonable request. Please help me. Oh, what is it? I want to discuss a business deal with the person in charge of the 10,000 Beasts Circle, but unfortunately there is no one to connect me. I'm afraid he won't see me. Brother Lin, the Xianlang country has to save up for 10 years to hold an auction like this. I guess they don't have any good stuff in their hands now. It's not a spirit beast, but something else. After the success, Lin will definitely reward you handsomely. Well, Brother Lin, wait for my news. I'll let you meet in 3 days at most. Thank you very much, Chief Bei. After Lin Xiao returned to the tea house, he immediately asked Bei Xiao to fetch the information about the prairie country. After reading it, Lin Xiao sighed. It was just as he expected. Although the world was different, many situations were the same. The prairie country still needed to consume a lot of tea. It was definitely a big customer of the Tiansheng Sect. 3 days later, with the help of the Bei family, Lin Xiao finally met the person in charge of the Xianlang country in the 10,000 Beasts Garden. Chapter 157, High Quality and Low-Priced White Mist Tea. This world of immortal cultivation has similarities and differences with Lin Xiao's previous life. For example, the grassland men in this world are not stupid and have high attainments in business. There is no shortage of salt and iron on the grassland, and even low-level immortal cultivation resources are not lacking. What is lacking is high-level spiritual objects. If Lin Xiao holds the prejudice of the previous life to negotiate, he will only humiliate himself. Fortunately, Lin Xiao no longer has such thoughts. In this world, immortal cultivators are the elite group of human beings. Even if there are idiots, there are not many, and idiots will be eliminated quickly. Those who can reach a certain level are all elites. I'm Lin Xiao, the leader of the Tiansheng Sect of the Lu Kingdom. Nice to meet you, fellow Tai. I'm Tiansheng, the elder of the Wan Xiao sect of the Xianlang Kingdom. Nice to meet you, fellow Lin. I heard from Chief Bei that fellow Lin wants to cooperate with us on a business. I wonder if it's true. Of course, otherwise I wouldn't dare to trouble Chief Bay. Fellow Ta, please wait a moment. I'll demonstrate to you. Lin Xiao nodded and quickly took out a teapot, teacup, stove, spiritual charcoal, and spiritual water from his storage ring. He burned them on the spot, then boiled tea with the spiritual water. After it was done, he brought a cup to Tiansheng. With the introduction of the head of the Bei family, who also served as a guarantor, Tittle would not be suspicious. He took a sip from the cup, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He said, "Good tea, Master Lin. Do you want to do this spiritual tea business with us?" "That's right. Master Lin, how much is this tea? If it's a good deal, we'll take as much as you can." Tittle said hurriedly. The people of the grassland country rely on the mountains to make a living. Since they rely on the grassland, they naturally eat the grassland. In addition, there are many cattle and horses on the grassland, so the staple food is meat such as cattle, horses and sheep. If you eat too much of these meats, you need plants to relieve the greasiness. Green vegetables and other plants are good, but spiritual tea has more magical uses. It can also regulate the meridians of monks after eating it. There are many benefits, so the demand for tea on the grassland is extremely high. Friend Ta, the output of this high-grade spiritual tea is not large. Even if the Tiansheng Sect cultivates it vigorously, the annual output is only tens of thousands of kilograms. Moreover, spiritual tea is very popular everywhere, so the share I can give out every year is not much. So, Master Lin is not here to promote this spiritual tea today, right? Friend Ta, your honor is great. Although our Tiansheng Sect does not have many spiritual teas that have entered the grade, there are many that have not entered the grade. Please ask Brother Ta to try this ungraded spiritual tea. Lin Xiao nodded, then took out the ordinary white mist tea, boiled another pot of tea, and let Tita taste it. It's far worse than the previous one, but compared with other ordinary teas, its grade is higher. It can be called top grade ordinary tea. Friend Ta, what do you think of this tea for cultivators below the purple mansion level? Very good. Although the mysterious energy is weak and it can't regulate the meridians, it can also relieve greasiness. Monks with less wealth can't afford spiritual tea, so this tea can be used as a substitute. There are hundreds of thousands of monks in Xianlang country, and tens of millions of mortals. There are many nobles among the mortals. Those nobles should be able to afford this kind of tea. It seems that sect leader Lin knows a lot about my Xianlang country. You are right. We consume at least several million kilograms of tea every year. The real spiritual tea is actually not that much, less than 100,000 kilograms. Sect leader Lin, please name a price. If the price is right, we can cooperate. We are all buying anyway, so it doesn't matter who we buy, right? Then Lin will make an offer. The white mist tea produced by the Tiansheng Sect currently has 5 grades, the second grade, middle grade, the low grade, the first grade, and this kind of unqualified tea. The first pot just now was the second grade middle grade spiritual tea. 1 catty is 500 black crystals, but only 100 catties are produced each year. The low grade is 300 black crystals, which can produce 500 catties. The 3 grades of the first grade start at 30 black crystals, and the first grade adds 50, which means at least 3,000 catties per year. And this kind of unqualified tea starts at 1 black crystal and 2 catties, and 100,000 catties. What do you think, friend Tai? The price of the second grade spiritual tea is not bad, but the price of the first grade is high. I can buy the first grade low grade spiritual tea with 10 black crystals. Friend Ta, you can't say that. They are both first grade low grade spiritual teas, but the taste is also different. Astringent, moist, mellow, and fragrant are all standards. Friend Tai should know this, right? Haha, sect leader Lin, this is the skill of the tea ceremony. Of course I know it, but those low level disciples don't understand this. We only focus on practicality, and look at the efficacy of tea leaves, and don't care about the rest. I see. It seems that I have been presumptuous. Let's not talk about the first grade spiritual tea for now. What do you think of this ungraded tea? The price is still too high. These teas have no grade, but have to be calculated with black crystals. Master Lin, we are suffering a great loss. Friend Ta, the tea you buy now is also settled with black crystals, right? Lin Xiao said with a slight smile. Ordinary tea and qi is basically used by mortals, and it is definitely not settled with the resources of cultivators. However, it is different in Xianlang. Qi stipulates that it must be settled with black crystals. The origin of this matter can be traced back to the root cause of the southern invasion of the grassland country a long time ago. This move was Qi's move to bleed the grassland country. This move alone has caused the grassland country to lose hundreds of millions of black crystals in the past 1,000 years. Even now, no mortal business dares to sell them tea privately. Cultivators must intervene, unless the grassland countries such as Xianlang dare to give up their millions of mortals. Master Lin, this is really a good plan. Friend Ta, this is not the Tiansheng Sect's plan against you. I dare not make the decision on my own without the word of Qi. If I do this, my head might be hung on the city wall tomorrow. You have a point, but the price is still too high. For ordinary tea, I can buy 10 or 20 kilograms with 1 Zuan crystal. Tita's face became a little gloomy. This measure of Qi caused the grassland country to suffer a great loss. It has been suffering losses for thousands of years, but the grassland country cannot resist. Qi is too powerful. It only needs to send a dozen Lingguang ancestors to destroy the 7 grassland countries. Can those ordinary teas be compared with Beiwu tea? Friend Tai, let's not beat around the bush. You buy 100,000 catties a year, and 2 catties for 1 zuanjing. If you buy 300,000 catties, you can reduce the price to 1 catty. If you buy 1 million catties a year, then 5 catties will only cost 1 zuanjing. It's still too high. If 1 zuanjing can buy 10 catties, then my Lin Xiao sect can contract 1 million catties every year. Sect leader Lin, although our Lin Xiao sect is the largest sect in Xianlang country, it is not the only one. 1 million catties is already a limit. Teacher shook his head and replied. Lin Xiao sect has only more than 10,000 people, and the annual consumption of tea is only about 300,000 catties. However, Lin Xiao sect also has many vassal forces, plus the rewards given to those mortal nobles. 1 million catties is almost enough, and this is also their limit. Friend Ta, Chief Bei told me that you are an excellent businessman. It seems that he exaggerated. What does sect leader Lin mean by this? Do you want to humiliate Tai? As far as I know, Xianlang is the grassland country closest to Qi, so it is the richest, and the other 6 countries are all to the north of Xianlang. The weather in Bizhou is cold and tea is not produced there. Since your Xianlang is willing to do the re-export trade of spiritual beasts, why don't you do the re-export trade of tea? Other countries also have their own channels, and don't need our Xianlang to re-export. But their prices are more expensive, and their people are poorer. They are so poor that they only have cattle and sheep left. I even know that several grassland countries in the far north have been hostile to Qi, so Qi is also suppressing them. Master Lin is so bold. If Qi knew these words, you would be in trouble. Friend Tdao, you worry too much. Qi never convicts people for words. It's very likely that Lin has really done something that harms the interests of Qi. Master Lin is eloquent, and I, Tai, have learned from him. I'll take as many second grade ones as you can get. If the price of first grade ones can be reduced by half, I'll take as many as you can get. For those that are not of the highest grade, 1 million kilograms a year, 1 black crystal is 6 kilograms. If you are willing, then we can cooperate. If not, today is equivalent to making friends. Well, okay, then let's do as Brother Tai says. Then we can try a batch of goods first. Now it's just a verbal agreement, not a contract. I also need feedback from the country before I can make a decision. Of course, no problem. A batch of goods can be delivered in 3 days, and the rest can be shipped in half a year. That's good. Tittle nodded. Lin Xiao's words touched him a little. The ordinary cultivators in other grassland countries did not have the strength to trade with Qi state. They were all exploited by the big sects in their country. It was also exploitation. What if the 10,000 beast sect had a share of the pie? White mist tea was much better than ordinary tea. Only mortal nobles and low-level cultivators could afford it. By then, they could sell it, even if it was 1 or 2 or 3 catties of black crystal. They would make a profit of hundreds of thousands of black crystals. They would not lose money at all. The business was settled. Lin Xiao asked the chief of the Bei clan to come out. The 3 of them had dinner together to celebrate. During the meal, Lin Xiao also took out kindling wine. However, the kindling wine, which had always been well received, was defeated this time because it was not strong enough. The men on the grassland had to ride the strongest horses and drink the strongest liquor. And Tita also told Lin Xiao that if he could get the strong liquor from the spirit wine, he could take as much as he wanted, and the price was negotiable. But Lin Xiao did not agree to it because the strong liquor in this world is different from the previous life. The strong here refers to the concentration of the mysterious energy. For example, there is a very famous fire strong liquor in the world of cultivation. It is full of the mysterious energy of fire. After drinking a mouthful, the mysterious energy explodes in the danshan, which can make people feel like burning. Except for people with cold body or those who specialize in practicing fire attribute exercises, ordinary people can only drink a small sip at most at a time, otherwise there is a danger of exploding. But Lin Xiao can imagine that this kind of fire strong liquor is extremely popular in the grassland or Bizhao, because the effect of keeping out the cold is really good. But this kind of strong liquor needs to be brewed by specific spiritual objects, and Tiansheng Sect cannot do this. After eating and drinking, they left separately. Lin Xiao also gave Bai Yifang a generous gift as his reward. After returning, Lin Xiao sent a message back to Tiansheng Sect, asking them to transport all the accumulated white mist tea over, and the market of Key State was opened. 2 days later, the white mist tea that Lin Xiao brought was also sold to the 10,000 Beasts Garden. Titel had it transported back to the Xianlang country. It would take at least half a year to get feedback on the consumption situation, so Lin Xiao couldn't leave and had to wait here to make sure the order could be completed. If it was completed, the financial resources of the Tiansheng Sect would skyrocket, and it would most likely reach an annual income of 2 million Zuan crystals. This income was enough to catch up with the Danliang Sect. Not only would the Tiansheng Sect have no problem building the city, but it could also continue to increase the training of disciples to cope with the war that might break out in 20 or 30 years. Chapter 158. Not enough storage bags. The ungraded white mist tea can sell hundreds of thousands of kilograms in Tiansheng Sect every year, which is enough to show that white mist tea has withstood the test of the market. But the market of Chen and Lu is too small to consume it. So half a year later, Titel got feedback from Xianlang country. The lower level monks and mortal nobles liked white mist tea very much. They quickly abandoned the ordinary tea before and asked Titel to buy this tea. And just a few days after Titel met Lin Xiao, Bai Zichen led the team again. Bai Zichen and Li Mingyang both wore a cool cloak and looked very handsome. But when they arrived at the backyard of the tea house and lifted the cloak, Lin Xiao felt a little ridiculous because both of them were hung with storage bags. Master, stop laughing. Do you know how careful we two were with so many storage bags? We didn't dare close our eyes at night, and we counted them 3 times a day for fear of losing one. Master, the storage bags in the sect are almost insufficient. Every place needs a lot of storage bags. We had to empty the treasury to get enough storage bags for this transportation. Brother Bai and I have a total of 180 storage bags on us. Bai Zichen and Li Mingyang both complained bitterly. More than 1 million kilograms of white mist tea and 500,000 bottles of kindling wine filled 180 storage bags. No one expected that the Tiansheng Sect would not even have enough storage bags one day. I know, they are too extravagant. They use storage bags to collect tea leaves from mortal villages and towns, and they don't like to use carriages made of dragons and horses. The same is true when they transport kindling wine from Beiwu Mountain to Gangming Market. Anyway, storage bags are convenient. Lin Xiao replied. Tiansheng Sect has participated in many wars and has made gains. There must be thousands of storage bags in total. Most disciples are equipped with those captured storage bags when they join the sect, and the rest are used for other purposes. Yes, this time I asked Elder Zhang Mingtang to use a few, but they refused to do so. It's okay, it's just storage bags. Just buy a few more advanced ones in a few days. Baiziu, count and put them into the warehouse, and notify the people from Wanshao Garden to come and hand over in a few days. Lin Xiao waved his hand. It's just a storage bag, a small matter, just buy a few. If the 3rd level is not enough, then the 4th level will do. Xiao led people to count the inventory, and they would be busy for several days. Lin Xiao called Beizichan and Li Minggyang aside to ask about the situation of their sect. Calculating the time, Lin Xiao had been away for more than a year. Nothing big has happened in the sect, and Xianan province has been very peaceful. It's just that there has not been enough Zuan crystals. Elder Zhang Mingtang complained a lot, and the city construction has been intermittent, and 2 city walls have been built. When we came, there was not enough Zuan crystals, so the construction was temporarily stopped. Didn't you bring hundreds of thousands of Zuan crystals back last year? Master, hundreds of thousands are not enough. The White Mist Mountain spiritual vein has been upgraded to the 3rd lower grade, and the spiritual fields have been reclaimed. Then, the area of White Mist tea cultivation has been expanded, which has cost almost 200,000. In addition, building the city is a bottomless pit. Now, it has cost almost 2 million Zuan crystals, and it has occupied a lot of manpower. The original estimate was that it would take about 4 million Zuan crystals, and that will be soon. If we sell this batch of White Mist tea and kindling wine, we will have 1 million Zuan crystals. By the way, is there any movement from the Sihei Trading Company? No, most of the city construction materials are transported by them, so they haven't complained yet, but it won't take a few years to build the city, and by then, there might be trouble. Lin Xiao nodded. It had been almost 3 years since the city was built. It was estimated that it would take another 2 or 3 years. As soon as the city was built, their profits dropped sharply. At that time, Lin Xiao should not have advanced to the Daogang period. It seemed that they had to stabilize them for a while. Lin Xiao also asked about the situation of disciple training. The development trend was also good. Now there were 6 cultivators at the 12th level of condensation veins in the sect. They had all entered the polishing and precipitation stage. In 2 or 3 years, they could all try to break through the purple mansion. The total number of Tiansheng Sect had exceeded 4,000. Among the disciples tested this year, there was a child with a high-grade spiritual root qualification, and there were more than 20 middle-grade spiritual roots. The talent team was getting stronger and stronger. Knowing that the sect was fine, Lin Xiao didn't care so much. After a few days, he directly asked Teacher to come and move the goods. Teacher brought more than a dozen people and was busy for several days before the inventory was completed. In the end, he paid Lin Xiao more than 200,000 Zuan crystals. Afterwards, Tittle discussed further cooperation with Lin Xiao. Their Xianlang Kingdom's 10,000 Beasts Park was not only selling spirit beasts, they also domesticated many spirit beasts such as cattle, sheep and horses. Their fur and bones were very valuable, and the price was definitely lower than that of the Lu Kingdom. After all, one was from hunting monsters in the wilderness, and the other was domesticated on a large scale. Lin Xiao also agreed to purchase a batch, but he also had to see the market reaction. This batch only bought about 50,000 black crystals. If it sells well, he will increase the order. The promotion of kindling wine has been very smooth. After more than a year of promotion, Xiao borrowed the power of the Bei family and found agents in 16 large and small markets outside Beiyu City. Now the annual shipment volume of the entire Qi Kingdom has exceeded 500,000 bottles. After recovering a large amount of funds, Lin Xiao asked Xiao to collect spirit water of various levels. The production of kindling wine has always been limited by spirit water. Lu Kingdom could not buy it, so it could only buy it from Qi Kingdom. Lin Xiao also went to buy a 4th level storage bag. The price was unexpected. A 4th level low quality storage bag actually cost 10,000 Zuan crystals, which was twice the price of a 3rd level high quality one, but the space was not doubled. So Lin Xiao only bought 2, but bought more than 10 3rd level storage bags, which greatly reduced the transportation pressure. Half a year later, Xiao collected more than 10,000 kilograms of spiritual water of various levels, and bought several spiritual objects to improve the spiritual veins. Lin Xiao took Beizichan and others back to the sect. More than a month later, Lin Xiao and his party returned to the Tiansheng Sect. Without time to rest, Lin Xiao went to Bailing Mountain without stopping, and buried the spiritual objects that improved the spiritual veins in the spiritual veins and spiritual orifices. In just 3 days, with a loud rumbling sound, the spiritual veins of Bailing Mountain returned to the 3rd level. The previously polluted spiritual fields also took advantage of this Zuan Qi flushing to complete the final purification and return to normal. Li Mingyang, you have been busy traveling between the 2 countries for the past few years. You should stay in Bailing Mountain for the next few years and practice well. Yes, thank you, Master. Li Mingyang replied with a bow. His face was quite happy. He was very excited and passionate when he went to Qi for the first time, but he was only tired after the next few times. The novelty had long gone. Now he can rest for a few years, and he is looking forward to it. After that, Lin Xiao asked Bai Zichen to stay in Gangmingfang Market, and asked Bai Zixi and Li Muxu to go to Qi. Now they are the only ones who can move. People like Bai Chengxi and Zhao Huaiyang have heavy tasks and can't leave at all. With the funds brought back by Lin Xiao, the city construction plan will continue to be implemented. Now Tiansheng Sect has controlled 4 3rd-level sacred mountains, one more than Tiansheng Sect. The foundation is already very deep. As long as these 4 sacred mountains are used well, Tiansheng Sect can burst out with stronger backup power. The 8th grade sect, Lin Xiao has not yet broken through Daogang, so it is temporarily 8th grade, is by no means the end of Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao went to Beiwu Mountain for inspection. At this time, the spiritual fields for planting Beiwu tea had expanded by several hundred acres, and the ordinary Beiwu tea that had stopped expanding had also started again. Looking at the tea trees all over the mountains, Lin Xiao was full of pride. This was the kingdom he had built. However, Lin Xiao was not happy for a few days. Bad news came from the sect one after another. The spiritual plant husband Mei Pio and the retired elder Huang Keifeng passed away on the same day. Both of them were not 100 years old, but only more than 90 years old. Lin Xiao held a grand funeral for them. However, just half a month after the funeral, 3 more disciples passed away. These 3 were all disabled monks who fought for the Tiansheng Sect. They were only in their 60s when they passed away. The previous severe injuries consumed most of their vitality. The continuous death of people made Lin Xiao feel heavy-hearted. After checking, Lin Xiao found out that there were more than 50 disabled monks in the Tiansheng Sect during the previous wars. Although they were supported by the sect, their lives were not easy, especially in terms of their mental state. Many of them were very depressed. Lin Xiao knew that there were several people with good qualifications and a bright future. However, because of the war, their bodies were severely injured, and their future was ruined. They could only wait for their lifespans to run out. After going to the cemetery in the back mountain, the tombstones almost filled the entire mountain. Lin Xiao counted them, and found that there were a total of 256 tombstones, which was the total number of people who died in the Tiansheng Sect in the past 40 years. Master, are you sad? Lin Xiao was silent, and the frail Li Fenggai slowly walked to Lin Xiao and said, yes, I'm sad. 256 people, half of whom I can't even call out their names. I feel like I've failed in my duty as the sect leader. There are more than 4,000 people in the Tiansheng Sect. Isn't it normal that the sect leader cannot know them all? Sect leader, don't underestimate yourself. I guarantee that you are absolutely the most powerful sect leader in the entire cultivation world. In 45 years, you have developed a small sect that was on the verge of extinction and had only 30 old, weak and disabled people left to the point where it is today. I have never heard of anyone who has this ability. The Danliang sect is powerful enough, but it took them more than 100 years to become the overlord of Xianan province. Now, their foundation is not even as good as our Tiansheng Sect. I believe that in 30 years at most, we will be able to surpass the Danliang Sect. Elder Li, what you said is true. They have 3 Daogang cultivators. There are only 2 trained by themselves, and the sect leader and Miss Li will surely be able to break through to Daogang in 30 years, right? Definitely. Lin Xiao nodded. He was very confident about this. If he hadn't been concerned about the system and wanted to keep it secret, he would have been able to break through Daogang long ago. Li Muxu would also be no problem. The King Mu holy body was really not something he said casually. That's it. It's a pity that the old man can't see it. On that day, the master remembered to talk to the old man in front of his grave and make him happy. Okay. Lin Xiao nodded and agreed. This was a very cruel answer. There were many treasures in the world of cultivating immortals that could prolong life, but those treasures were all sky-high prices. Lin Xiao couldn't afford that money at all. Even with the system, he was still powerless. Chapter 159 Gangming City. Time flies, and 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. 3 years later, Lin Xiao skipped the 11th level of the Purple Mansion and showed himself at the 12th level of the Purple Mansion. This year, Lin Xiao was only over 70 years old. Lin Xiao added 20 years to himself, but the 12th level of the Purple Mansion in his early 90s still shocked those who knew the inside story. At this time, the overlord of the entire Tiansheng State was still the Tiansheng Sect, but the Tiansheng Sect could no longer suppress the development of the Tiansheng Sect. Unless the Tiansheng Sect was determined to tear its face and attack with the whole sect, it would be a matter of time before the Tiansheng Sect challenged its status. However, Wang Dao was obviously not such a short-sighted person. Not only did he not hostile to the Tiansheng Sect, but he became more and more friendly with Lin Xiao and personally sent 2 copies of the experience of the Purple Mansion cultivator breaking through the Dao Gang to Lin Xiao. Generally speaking, this kind of experience summary would not be easily given, except to the disciples of the sect, and even the sect itself was not allowed to see it, which was enough to show Wang Dao's goodwill. At this time, Tianhemen was also left behind by Tiansheng Sect. On the surface, they also had 9 purple palaces, but Tang Daoya of Tianhemen only had the 9th level of purple palaces. His high-end combat power was obviously weaker than that of Tiansheng Sect. It was no problem for Lin Xiao to fight 2 or 3 of them. Moreover, the 6 cultivators of the 12th level of condensation veins of Tiansheng Sect had also completed the polishing and precipitation stage, and had gone into seclusion to break through. With the previous behavior of Baicheng, Lin Xiao could cover up for K-Fuden. This year, Gangming Fangshi finally completed the city building plan. It took more than 6 years, cost more than 4 million zuenjing, and occupied more than hundreds of people. Zhao Huaiying, a purple palace cultivator, had no progress in his cultivation for 6 years, just for this city, and finally built it. Lin Xiao personally named it Gangming City, and wrote a couplet on the city gate, fair and strict Tiansheng Sect, fair and honest Gangming City, although it was very asymmetrical, but it was catchy. The 3rd level formation connected the 3rd level spiritual veins in the city. On the day when it was officially closed, Lin Xiao once again held a grand event in Gangming City and took out a Keifu pill for auction. There were more than 10,000 people from various sects in Tiansheng State, the 13 states of Lu State, and the cultivators of Chen State. When the auction was over, many people decided to settle in Gangming City, which made the scale of Gangming City equal to that of Xianluo City. It would not take long for it to surpass Xianluo City. The number of merchants in the city also increased to more than 500, and some merchants with great influence also began to settle in Gangming City. Gangming City's status in Tiansheng Sect was second only to the Mountain Gate. For this reason, Lin Xiao mobilized 800 cultivators to guard Gangming City, including 100 Ningmei cultivators. In addition, new alchemy rooms, weapon refining rooms, talisman making rooms, and array halls were set up in the city. The 4 Purple Mansion monks, Bei Chengxi, Sun Shiheng, Zhao Huaiying, and Zhang Yaowei, set up their usual work locations in the city. Lin Xiao had already told them that at least 2 people should be stationed in the city at ordinary times. In addition to Bei Zichen, who was officially on duty, there would be no less than 3 Purple Mansions guarding at any time, and sometimes there would be 5 or 6 people. Purple Mansion monks were superior to low-level disciples. In this way, the safety of Gangming Fang City was greatly improved. Even Purple Mansion monks did not dare to cause trouble easily, which attracted more casual cultivators to live here. Half a year later, the 6 disciples who had been in seclusion came out, but this time the Tiansheng Sect seemed to have used up all their previous good luck. Only 2 of the 6 people successfully broke through the Purple Mansion, and the remaining 4 failed. Moreover, 3 were seriously injured, and 1 died directly. The Tiansheng Sect suffered a heavy loss, and the joy of breaking through the Purple Mansion disappeared without a trace. In fact, another person who failed was Bezahur of the Bei family. The hope of the Bei family to have a fourth purple mansion cultivator was shattered. Bezahur was attacked by the pill and was seriously injured. It would take at least 3 to 5 years of recuperation to recover. In addition to repolishing and settling, it would take at least 10 years for him to break through the purple mansion again. And the success rate of the second breakthrough will be much lower, and many people will even have psychological shadows, which are commonly known as the inner demon in the world of immortal cultivation. No matter how confident they are, they will fail. And ordinary people don't have the chance to break through for the third time. Even if they have the Keifu pill, it's useless, because the body of a condensing vein cultivator can't withstand the third impact of the Keifu pill, unless they are protected by a treasure. But Bezahur obviously can't enjoy this treatment, which makes Bezahur's will gradually depressed. It's useless for the 3 purple mansions of the Bei family to comfort him in turn. This failure has dealt him too much of a blow. It can be said that his path to the Dao has basically been ruined. With the qualifications and age of the 3 purple mansions of the Bei family, they have a good chance of breaking through Dao Gang. In addition to using elixirs to recuperate them, Lin Xiao did not comfort them. He knew that such things had to be done by himself. He could not get out of the psychological shadow, and it was useless for others to say anything. Tiansheng Sect already had 11 purple mansions, and Lin Xiao immediately added a purple mansion to Beiyu City. In the 2 years in Beiyu City, Lin Xiao found that Beiyu was indeed a little weak. After the construction of Gangming City, Jin Bio made several appointments with Lin Xiao, but Lin Xiao refused. After he was done with his work, Lin Xiao met Jin Bio in person. "Master Lin, you are finally willing to see me, old Jin." "Elder Jin, what's the matter that makes you so anxious to see me?" "Master Lin, old Jin wants to discuss with you about the share of Kindling wine. If you reduce our share from 500,000 to 300,000, my brothers will all be left starving." "Elder Jin, does Tiansheng Sect have an obligation to support your brothers?" When Lin Xiao heard this, his face turned as cold as ice, and his tone suddenly became cold. He asked back, which made Jin Bio feel a little uncomfortable. He had never seen such a cold Lin Xiao. "Master Lin, you can't say that. At the beginning, various businesses in the market were preparing to join forces to suppress the Tiansheng Sect, but we risked offending them to help you be the agent for Kindling Liquor. We even fought with them more than a dozen times for this, and many people died. Your Tiansheng Sect is in urgent need of resources for development, and it was our brothers who helped you purchase and transport various resources from all over the place. You can't just turn your back on us like this, Elder Jin. Don't make you sound so great. It's true that you help us be the agent for Kindling Liquor and transport resources, but didn't our Tiansheng Sect pay you? Didn't we owe you money? Where do the hundreds of thousands of Zuan crystals you earn every year come from? From whom do you make the money? You can make hundreds of thousands of Zuan crystals every year by just changing hands. Who else can give you such a good thing except my Tiansheng Sect? You want to eat with the bowl in your hand and curse your mother when you put the bowl down, right? Master Lin, you didn't say that at the beginning. What did I say at the beginning, you? Elder Jin, you have earned millions of Zuan crystals from the Tiansheng Sect over the past 20 years. You have used the money that was so easy to earn to support a group of ungrateful people, right? What? The Tiansheng Sect doesn't even have the right to distribute its own things? When it comes to talking, Lin Xiao is not afraid of anyone. Jin Bio was so overwhelmed by Lin Xiao that he didn't know how to respond. In the past, Lin Xiao was always extremely gentle to them and never used such a fierce tone when he was having a fight. Master Lin, please be kind. I, old Jin, can't talk, but if this goes on, my brothers will really have nothing to eat. Please give them some more shares. If your subordinates don't have food to eat, that's your problem as the boss. When my disciples of the Tiansheng Sect had no food to eat, who did I ask for help? When the Sehei Trading Company was established, I taught you how to run a trading company and how to be self-reliant. More than 20 years have passed, and what have you done? Nothing more than sucking blood from the Tiansheng Sect. If you had planned earlier, would it have come to this point today? Let me ask you, how many bases does the Sahei Trading Company have now? How many members does it have? How many business routes does it control? How do you distribute the hundreds of thousands of profits each year? And whether you use the profits to expand the scale of the company, and you still blame me? Lin Xiao continued to sneer and question Jin Bio. According to the profits of Sahei Trading Company, if the millions of Zuan crystals were really invested in the trading company over the past 20 years, Sahei Trading Company should have become the largest trading company in Chen and Lu countries, but they did not. The current Sahei Trading Company is not much different from more than 20 years ago. It has been living off its old capital and relying on the share of Kunling wine given by Tiansheng Sect to survive. Jin Bio could not answer Lin Xiao's question at all because he gave half of his annual profits to Shen, and he dared not give it. Without half of the profits, the rest would be enough to pay the monthly salary to the employees of the trading company. How could he have any spare money? But could he say this? Master Lin, I was confused. I failed Master Lin's trust. I beg Master Lin to give me another chance. I will never dare to spend money recklessly in the future, and I will definitely develop the business. There is only one chance. Where can there be so many opportunities? I remember telling you before that doing things in this world is like rowing against the current. If you don't move forward, you will retreat. If you take one step forward, the sky will be vast. If you stand still, you will fall into the abyss. Your Sahei business is not a disciple of my Tiansheng Sect. I have no obligation to be responsible for you. And I tell you, the share of Sahei business will be reduced by 10,000 shares every year in the future, until there are only 100,000 shares. If you, Jin Bio, have great ambitions, start to reorganize the business now, get rid of the malpractices, and there is still a chance to expand the business. If you are still as muddle-headed as before, relying on the merits of the past to make a living, that is the way to self-destruction. Master Lin, I'll teach you one last lesson. Heaven moves with vigor, and a gentleman strives for self-improvement. Think carefully about what I said. If you understand something, do it. If you don't understand something, just treat it as a fart from me. Get out of here. Lin Xiao called out one last time, and a disciple came in and asked Jin Bio to leave. Jin Bio had no choice but to leave. Outside the door, the people from Sahei Trading Company were already waiting. When they saw Jin Bio coming out, they immediately surrounded him. Let's talk about it when we get back. Jin Bio waved his hand, and the few of them left quickly. When they returned to the trading company, Jin Bio told them about his conversation with Lin Xiao. That Lin guy is going too far. If it weren't for our Sahei Trading Company, the Tiansheng Sect wouldn't be where it is today. He's turned against us now. Boss, we can't let it go like this. Boss, but I think what sect leader Lin said makes some sense. 70% of our annual business depends on the Tiansheng Sect. What if the Tiansheng Sect is gone one day? That makes bullshit. We haven't made any contributions, but we've worked hard. That Lin guy is just destroying the bridge after crossing it. Boss, let's not ask him for help. Now that the Tiansheng Sect is gone, what can he do with our Sahei Trading Company helping him to collect resources? Shut up, everyone. Don't move anything. I'm going out for a while, and will be back in 3 to 5 days. Jin Bio shouted angrily. He understood that the Sahei Trading Company was at a critical moment of life and death. He had to go sealing Lingai again. Chapter 160. The storm is coming. Chen State, at the foot of a sacred mountain occupied by monsters in the wilderness, Jin Bio, led by a member of the Thorn God wearing a ghost mask, carefully avoided the roaring monsters and walked up the mountain. The incident in Loyan City many years ago made Thorn God's plan in Chen State for many years go to waste, but Ling Lingai did not give up. Instead, he transferred a 4th level Beastmaster to secretly subdue a 3rd level monster. Then Thorn God's personnel entered this sacred mountain, and the monsters were used as a cover outside. After several years, no one discovered it. After meeting Ling Lingai, Jin Bio reported the matter of Sahei Trading Company and told Ling Lingai that the profits of Sahei Trading Company had plummeted. If half of the profits were to be handed over to Thorn God as in previous years, Sahei Trading Company would not be able to continue and would collapse and disintegrate because they could not even pay the basic monthly salary. Bailio, Tell me, what are you going to do? Sir, Bailey can't make a decision. Please deal with it. Jinbao's attitude changed from his previous arrogance to extremely respectful. Bailey, don't worry, you can say it with confidence. You are the head of Sehei Trading Company, you must have a way, right? Yes, sir. Now that Sehei Trading Company's profits have plummeted and Tiansheng Sect is unwilling to increase the quota, then Sehei Trading Company has only two choices, either to continue to survive or to disband. If it survives, I would like to ask you to reduce some of Sehei Trading Company's tributes, and I will invest the remaining profits in the construction of Sehei Trading Company. It will only take a few years for Sehei Trading Company to restore its previous profits. If it disbands, then I dare to ask you to send people to rob Tiansheng Sect at the time of disbandment, grab a sum of money, and then leave. Tiansheng Sect will also be unable to retaliate against us. But I want you to continue to ensure the existence of Sehei Trading Company, and the tribute cannot be reduced. Lin Xiao said in a cold voice. Sehei Trading Company is the only force that they have whitewashed, and they can move around, which is very helpful for them to convey their disappearance and find out the strengths and weaknesses of the surrounding forces, so they cannot be disbanded. The profits of Sehei Trading Company are also the key to maintaining the Tiansheng team. Tiansheng has lost his foothold in Nanzhou and dares not open a business. Now he relies on the profits of Sehei Trading Company to survive. How long can he last if he robs a fortune? This, sir, please forgive me for my incompetence. Bailey, you really can't do this kind of thing. Yes, as long as you let go of the control of the company and put my people in, with the help of my people, it will not be difficult to make the previous profits again. This. Jinbao's head was as big as a bucket, and cold sweat flowed down. He knew that Lin Xiao was not so easy to fool, but he didn't expect Lin Xiao to be so cruel and actually wanted to seize his power. Once Lin Xiao's people controlled the company, he would have no way to survive. Tiansheng didn't need him as a purple mansion cultivator. You make your own choice. The business must exist, and the profits must be guaranteed. If you have the ability, I won't make it difficult for you. If you can't, Sir, 86 will follow your arrangements. Lin Xiao's murderous intent was no longer concealed. Jinbao's mind changed, and he made a decision immediately. No matter what, he had to pass this level first, even if it meant drinking poison to quench thirst. Okay, Bailey is very righteous. Don't worry, the god of CI will not treat you unfairly. Sehei Trading Company still relies on you. Yes. Thank you, sir. I'll tell you another good news. Within 10 years, Tianshi country, Lu country, Chen country, and Kang country will all be in chaos. That will be the time for us, the god of CI, to show our skills. Be patient for a few years. By then, we will uproot the Tiansheng Sect. The kindling wine will be ours, and we won't have to look at other people's faces anymore. Jinbao was a little confused. He didn't know what Lin Xiao said. Lin Xiao didn't explain. This matter needed to be kept secret. Anyway, the four countries will be in chaos in 10 years at most. Even if they are not in chaos, the god of CI will make them in chaos. After hearing Lin Xiao's words, Jinbao was shocked, but he didn't dare to ask more questions. He quickly left Chen country and returned to Sehei Trading Company, telling his confidants about his choice. Although those confidants felt aggrieved, they could do nothing about it. Now, whether it was the Tiansheng Sect or the god of CI, they couldn't afford to offend them, so they could only be caught in the middle and be bullied. Soon, Lin Xiao began to plant people inside Sehei Trading Company. At the beginning, more than 10 purple mansion monks came. Jinbao tried his best to help them clean up their identities. Half of them were arranged in other places, and the other half were arranged in the open. Therefore, more than 10 purple mansion monks appeared in the open in Sehei Trading Company. Such a powerful force naturally made the various sects vigilant. Tiansheng Sect, Tiansheng Sect and Tiansheng Sect all sent a message to Lin Xiao, telling him that they would have at least 5 purple mansions guarding the mountain gate. Once something happened to Tiansheng Sect, the 3 sects would support as quickly as possible, and could gather more than 20 purple mansion monks to fight the enemy at any time. All the major sects and major businesses were wary of Sehei Trading Company, which made the business of Sehei Trading Company even more unsustainable. But Jinbao soon threw out a heavy news. He divided Sehei Trading Company into 10 shares, half of which were used to rely on 2 Daogang monks, and the remaining shares were divided up by Jinbao and other backbones. 2 Daogang monks appeared. These 2 Daogangs were both independent cultivators with names that could be found in the world of immortal cultivation. They were considered to be the few semi-whitewashed personnel within the assassin. With the Daogang cultivators joining in to help, the Sehei Trading Company's strength increased greatly. The entire trading company could go further and do bigger business. Many clans and families were willing to cooperate with the Sehei Trading Company and let the Sehei Trading Company help them purchase various scarce resources. The business of the entire Sehei Trading Company suddenly improved. At this time, the strength shown by the Sehei Trading Company was no less than that of the Tiansheng Sect. If the hidden forces were counted, even the Tiansheng Sect was not as good as them. This made the Tiansheng Sect extremely uncomfortable. Soon, they joined forces with the Tiansheng Sect and other sects to order the Tiansheng Sect and the Sehei Trading Company to move the Sehei Trading Company headquarters out of Gangming City, and ordered the Daogang cultivators of the Sehei Trading Company not to easily enter and leave Tiansheng, and they must inform in advance, otherwise the Tiansheng Sect would regard it as an invasion and attack the Daogang cultivators and the Sehei Trading Company. While issuing the order, Tiansheng Sect had already asked the troops of various sects to gather. If Sehei Trading Company needed reinforcement, there would be a big battle. In the end, Sehei Trading Company surrendered and agreed to move the headquarters of the company within a month, leaving only a branch. Lin Xiao, you almost shot yourself in the foot. Do you know how dangerous this matter is? Your Tiansheng Sect was almost destroyed. Senior Wang, have a cup of tea and calm down. I drove them away, didn't I? Besides, they dare not destroy my Tiansheng Sect. You are still proud, right? If people know that it is your Tiansheng Sect that has taken in the Thorn God for so many years, your Tiansheng Sect will be destroyed. No one can save you. Haha, Senior Wang, what you said, I didn't know they were Thorn Gods. I only found out recently, didn't I? Lin Xiao laughed. He didn't dare to admit this. He had to insist that Tiansheng Sect was deceived, otherwise Chunhyang Palace would not forgive him. Don't fool me. Tell me, what evidence did you get on them that made you so fearless? Senior Wang, didn't you say at the beginning that you would leave Sehei Trading Company and pull out all the people? Now I have done it, right? With the current situation of Tiansheng, the people exposed should be more than half of them. Lin Xiao said with a grin. Sehei Trading Company thought they had calculated Tiansheng Sect, but they didn't expect that it was all in Lin Xiao's plan. Would it be useful for them to expose such a strong strength? It was useless. When the time comes, Lin Xiao only needs to produce evidence that they are Tiansheng's organization. What they are facing is not a Tiansheng Sect or Tiansheng, but the immortal cultivation forces of various countries in Nansao. It will be easy to wipe them out. You don't underestimate Tiansheng. Tiansheng has killed at least thousands of people, but he can still easily take out 2 Daogang and more than 20 Zifu. Think about his power. It is said that the people in charge of Tiansheng in Nansao are at least Lingguang, and there are even cultivators of the 6th or 7th realm in Zhongzhou. That was in Central Continent. There is nothing to be afraid of. A Lingguang cultivator cannot cause any trouble in Southern Continent. You, as Ifu, look down on Lingguang. Where do you get the courage? Haha, let's not talk about this, senior. Don't worry, I have already obtained the evidence that they are assassins of the gods. When to take action against them is just a matter of a word from you. Once it is announced, several countries will unite. They can't escape Humph. I hope you can laugh, then of course you can. Don't worry, Lin Xiao. You have contacted the Bei family in Qi State. Can you get the Daojin? Senior, you think too highly of me. There is still hope for Ling Ying Yuzu and the like, but Daojin, it's difficult. What about your Daojin? You are not trying to scare me. Mine is not from Bayou City. I only have one. I need it myself. And I can go into seclusion in 2 years. You promised me before that you would get one for me, you know. Tiansheng Sect doesn't have a cultivator of the 12th level of Zifu, yet Pan Crossing is already at the 10th level of Zifu. If Pan Crossing doesn't give it to me, that guy has targeted me several times before you. Petty. I didn't do anything, Lin Xiao snorted coldly. He remembered that Pan Crossing had targeted him several times, but later Lin Xiao showed his strong fighting power, especially after killing Purple Mansion cultivators in several battles, and one person severely injured the 9th level Purple Mansion cultivator of the Khan family. He gave up the idea. He should understand the gap between him and Lin Xiao. Get it for me, as soon as possible. You will not miss any benefits. Daojiden is really a matter of opportunity, and the price is not cheap. Even if you pay the money you should pay, you still owe a big favor. Senior Wang, please bear with me, and give me some more time. 20 years, at most 20 years. Yan Qingfeng doesn't have many years left. You can do it yourself. Wang Dao flicked his sleeves and left angrily, and finally gave Lin Xiao a warning. Once Yan Qingfeng died, the war of annihilation would definitely break out. If you don't want to die at that time, you have to speed up the development in the next 20 years. Chapter 161 Reserve Warehouse System. Lin Xiao looked at Wang Dao's back as he left and sighed heavily. It seemed that the Tiansheng Sect was being pushed too far by the situation, and was actively seeking ways to survive. Dao Gang cultivators would also play an important role in future wars. However, there were only 3 Dao Gang cultivators in Tiansheng at present. Only Lin Xiao and Li Muxu had the hope of breaking through Dao Gang within 20 years. For the rest, there was no chance at all. 20 years, isn't it long? It seems that we have to plan ahead. Come on, invite Zhang Mingtang and the 5 General Affairs Elders to come over. Lin Xiao muttered, and then asked someone to invite Zhang Mingtang and the other 5. He was going to announce something important. Not long after, Zhang Mingtang and the other 5 put down their work, and gathered in the sect's main hall, waiting for Lin Xiao's instructions. Zhang Xiaozhou, briefly talk about the situation of the sect. Zhang Mingtang was the head of the 5 elders. In order to distinguish their responsibilities and consolidate Zhang Mingtang's position, Lin Xiao called this position the Chief Elder. This was also a recent name, and Zhang Mingtang liked the title of Chief Elder very much. Yes, Master, as usual. Let's talk about the source of income first. Tiansheng Sect now has 4 third-level sacred mountains: Mountain Gate, White Mist Mountain, Gangming Market, and Bailing Mountain. In addition, we have opened up the trade route to key states Bayou City. Last year, the entire sect made a profit of 1.8 million black crystals, and there is hope that it will break through to 2 million black crystals within 5 years. At the same time, the master has made many changes to the sect's personnel, getting rid of a group of depressed people, and promoting those who are determined to make progress. Even though the number of disciples has increased, the consumption is less than previously expected, with an expenditure of only 1.06 million black crystals and a surplus of 740,000. However, all these black crystals have been invested in the plan for Gangming City, and the sect's financial resources have no surplus. We have to start from this year. Regarding the disciples, the sect now has more than 4,200 disciples. There are 11 Purple Mansion cultivators on the surface, but actually there are 12. There are 465 condensing veins disciples, 840 people who have opened their veins from the 10th to the 12th level, more than 2,300 people who have opened their veins from the 5th to the 9th level, 130 mortals who have not entered the ranks, and the rest are all cultivators who have opened their veins from the 1st to the 4th level. Among them, there are more than 800 people in Beiwu Mountain, 1,100 people who are guards and shop owners in Gangming Market, more than 1,800 people in the original Qingshan County territory, and the rest are basically at the Mountain Gate. Very good, Master Zhang. You have the details of the sect's expenses, such as how many pills and magic tools are consumed each year. Yes, there are detailed records, but the records are too large, and I don't know them for the time being. If the master needs it, give me 5 days and I can calculate it. Don't worry, you have a lot of things to do. First, you have to calculate the consumption data of various resources in the Tiansheng Sect over the past 5 years, predict the annual growth rate, and then take the average value, and then establish a reserve warehouse system to store resources. The reserve warehouse system. Master, what is this? I have never heard of it. This is my original creation. Of course you have never heard of it. You have all experienced several wars. You should know that every time a war breaks out, preparations must be made several years in advance, and an arms race must be carried out. During each arms race, prices are soaring, causing the sect to suffer huge losses. The same price can only buy 1/3 or even less of what it used to. Our Zuanjing is not blown by the wind, but earned with hard work, so I have been thinking about how to avoid this kind of loss. After careful consideration, I came up with this reserve warehouse system. Our sect has built a large number of warehouses to reserve bulk resources, such as spiritual rice, basic elixirs, and even basic elixir materials, magic tools, refining materials, etc. The reserve warehouse must be sufficient for the sect's needs for about 3 to 5 years. If a war is about to break out, and an arms race is carried out, we can use the resources of this reserve warehouse, which will not be affected by market price fluctuations, and will not suffer any losses. Master, this is a good idea. The master is indeed a genius. Stop flattering me. This matter concerns the life and death of the sect, so your task is extremely heavy. Remember, the data must be accurate and the estimates must be in place. Otherwise it will be embarrassing if there are not enough supplies at that time. Don't worry, Master, I will definitely do a good job on this. However, Master, the regular expenditure of the sect is hundreds of thousands of Zuan crystals a year, and our current financial resources cannot be used as a reserve warehouse all at once. It's okay, take your time. 3 to 5 years, 7 to 8 years are all fine. You can't finish it in 1 year, otherwise you will drive up the price. Yes, I understand. I know what to do. The second thing is to expand the scale of the battle hall and conduct large-scale training. We have a large number of disciples in the mountain gate, the market, and Bailing Mountain. I require the disciples in these 3 places to take time out for training every year to deal with the scenes and experience of large-scale battles. The annual training time is at least 10 days, and at most 1 month. Then once every 5 years, the disciples from the 3 places will gather for training, and the training time cannot be less than 1 month. Master, I can't understand. There is no war now. It will cost a lot of money to mobilize so many troops. Isn't it a waste? Undercurrents are surging. I don't blame you, Master Zhang, for not knowing the potential crisis of the Tiansheng Sect, but this matter must be carried out. I will check it when the time comes. Whoever dares to neglect his duty, don't blame the sect rules for being ruthless. Yes, Master, the sect's General Affairs Hall will fully support the War Hall's execution of this matter. The third thing is a cliché. The sect's 4 third-level sacred mountains have not been fully developed. We must persist and increase the number of disciples. Within 20 years, I want Qianyang Mountain and Qian Mountain to be upgraded to the 3rd level. Yes, Master, we will do our best. Lin Xiao nodded. In the past, the Tiansheng Sect had many people, but few spiritual veins. Lin Xiao and his people did not dare to practice in the mountains, fearing that if they absorbed too much Zuan Qi, the other disciples would have no Zuan Qi to absorb. But now, there are more spiritual mountains and fewer disciples. Apart from the market, the other 3 third-level spiritual mountains can actually accommodate all the current disciples. What's more, there are more than a dozen other large and small spiritual mountains, which are very sufficient. Another 2 or 3,000 people will be enough. The 4th thing is top secret. This master will be in seclusion in 2 days, to prepare for the breakthrough of the Daogang period. All matters of the sect, big or small, will be discussed by the 5 of you. If you can't reach a consensus, you can consult with Bei Chengxi and other elders. Unless you encounter a major event related to the survival of the sect, you must not disturb me. Ah, Master, is it true? Zhang Mingtang was shocked. Is it so fast? It took only 1 year for Lin Xiao to break through the 12th level of the Purple Mansion. He knew that Ling Ning had wasted many years on the 12th level of the Purple Mansion. I'm not going to lie to you. Remember, I will be in seclusion at the mountain gate at that time. Once I'm in seclusion, try to reduce the number of disciples in the mountain gate to avoid competing with me for Zuan-Ki. Yes, Master, I will do it. Master, do you need to arrange for someone to protect me? I will find Li Muxu for the protection of the law. You don't need to make it public, so as not to cause trouble. Yes. Master Zhang Mingtang and others immediately showed a look of joy. If Lin Xiao breaks through Dao Gang, the status of Tiansheng Sect will be raised again, and their authority will be more solemn, which will be of great benefit to both the sect and individuals. After the meeting, Zhang Mingtang and others immediately got busy, mobilized dozens of disciples, and began to count the resources consumed by Tiansheng Sect in previous years, and at the same time, built a large warehouse at the mountain gate. The warehouse in the world of cultivation is not just a brick erection. There must be many considerations. Safety is the first. The buildings inside the mountain gate must be very solid. This is to prevent any eventuality. If one day the mountain protection formation is breached, the buildings inside the mountain gate can become a barrier for the disciples to resist step by step. Then the temperature and humidity must be controlled, such as spiritual rice and medicinal materials cannot be damp and cannot be destroyed by snakes, insects, rats and ants. If it is a sect treasure house, there must be countless prohibitions to prevent disciples from plotting, etc. At the same time, the battle hall also began to expand, and the standing troops increased to 600 people, stationed in various places, and then they had to call for training from all over the place. The Tiansheng Sect was busy. 1 month later, the data was counted, and 3 months later, 5 large warehouses were also built. Each warehouse was several thousand square meters in size, dozens of meters high, divided into 5 or 6 floors, and all the formations and prohibitions were available. After that, they slowly acquired various resources, put them in the warehouse for storage, and took them out for use when needed in the future. Lin Xiao supervised the whole process. After everything was on track, Lin Xiao began to retreat. This time, Lin Xiao still did not plan to rely on the system. It was not that he was reluctant to give up the points, but Wang Dao had said before that the focus of Dao Gang cultivators was on the Dao Foundation, and the Dao Foundation was divided into upper, middle and lower levels, which was related to the future development potential. If the system gave him a low-grade Dao Foundation, it would be over. In addition, Lin Xiao had the Dao Foundation pill in his hand, and the probability of a breakthrough was really not low, at least more than 50%, so he naturally would not want to use the system to break through. Lin Xiao first closed himself off for 2 years, raising the 12th level of the Purple Mansion to the extreme, the kind that he could not make any progress, no matter how he practiced, and then began to polish and settle. This process was extremely energy consuming, and could not be sloppy at all. Lin Xiao spent another 2 years. After settling, Lin Xiao took out the breakthrough experience given by Wang Dao, and looked at it carefully. He had also bought some information related to Dao Gang Inki before. At least he had to know what the Dao Foundation was like, and how to divide the upper, middle and lower qualities. After a month, Lin Xiao had a glimmer of enlightenment. The quality of the Dao Foundation was related to the cultivation of the 3 levels of opening the meridians, condensing the meridians, and the Purple Mansion. Opening the meridians was to open the 108 meridians and acupoints in the body, and condensing the meridians was to fill these 108 meridians and acupoints with Zuan Qi, connect them into one, and then use the Zuan Qi of the meridians and acupoints to inject into the Danshan, to open the upper Danshan, so that the Purple Mansion can be completed. During the Purple Palace period, one continues to absorb the mysterious key and fills the newly opened Purple Palace with the mysterious key. After reaching the limit, the lower Danshan is connected, which will force out the hidden middle Danshan. The cultivator also needs to refine the middle Danshan to form a whole large Danshan. The lower Danshan refines the key, the upper Danshan refines the essence, and the middle Danshan refines the spirit. When the essence, key, and spirit become one, it is the opportunity to break through the Dao Gang. To break through the Dao Gang, one must first build the Dao Foundation. How to divide the Dao Foundation into upper and lower is another subject, which is related to the Dao Mark. Chapter 162, Heavenly Projection. It is said that there are 108,000 laws of heaven in this world, but this world is too low level, so there are only 108 of them. These 108 laws of heaven will be projected into the human world in various forms, and exist in various carriers. These carriers may be some kind of great treasure, or they may be worthless mortals. But cultivators can use their own cultivation to comprehend this law of heaven, and after the comprehending, it will remain on their own Dao foundation, which is called Dao Mark, and Dao Mark also represents the cultivator's future strength. The more you comprehend, the stronger your strength and the greater your potential. If you comprehend a law and leave a Dao Mark, it can be called a low-grade Dao foundation. 2 laws are called middle-grade Dao foundation. 3 laws are high grade, and more than 3 laws rarely appear, which is the so-called top grade. Why is Dao foundation pill extremely precious and difficult to refine? It is because there is a Dao rhyme on Dao foundation pill. This Dao rhyme is left by the alchemist. The alchemist imprints the Dao rhyme he comprehends on Dao foundation pill, and leaves it for the person who swallows the pill to comprehend. Those who can do this are often cultivators above the Lingguang period. The next level of treasures such as Lingyiang jade marrow, Wanling flower and fruit, Zuanhuang gemstone, etc. can become treasures for purple mansion cultivators to break through Dao Gang, just because they contain the projection of heavenly Dao lore. However, the heavenly Dao lore on these treasures is relatively vague, and may not allow cultivators to comprehend, so there is a difference of 1 level. After understanding what was going on, Lin Xiao fell into deep thought. Taking a Dao foundation pill can only comprehend 1 heavenly Dao lore, and the achievement is only a low-grade Dao foundation. Although there is still a chance to break through the 9th realm, this chance is too slim. System, using the consultation function, how can I achieve a Dao foundation above the best level? Ding dong, this explanation requires the host to pay 100 points. Does the host want to pay? It's so expensive. Okay, I agree. Ding dong, the points have been deducted. The special product page of the points mall has fragments of the law of heaven for sale, 10,000 points each, with no upper limit. The host can use the fragments of the law of heaven at the last moment of the breakthrough, and there is a certain probability that he can comprehend the law of heaven and leave a Dao trace. Fragments of the law of heaven, why haven't I seen them before? Ding dong, because the host didn't need it before. For the host's good reading experience, the system actively blocked it. The product was unbanned 2 years ago, and the host didn't notice it. Oh my god, you, host, please note that you must not insult the system, otherwise you will be punished. Okay, you are awesome. Can I exchange for a few more Dao foundation pills? I remember that Dao foundation pills are only 6,000 points each. Lin Xiao was so angry. This system is so fucking deceptive. There is such a saying that it is just to cheat him of points. Lin Xiao has read the special product page dozens of times before. No, in addition to the Dao Yun, the Dao Foundation pill also has Violent Zuan Qi. With the host's cultivation, only 2 Dao Foundation pills are enough to burst the host. You mean I can only exchange for heavenly Dao lore fragments, right? Yes. You win. Exchange for me 3 heavenly Dao lore fragments. By the way, are these fragments good or bad? Don't give me rubbish laws. Heavenly laws do not distinguish between strong and weak. As long as you meet the right person, you are the strongest. Okay, deduct it. Lin Xiao looked at the rapid decrease in the balance of points, and felt very distressed. In the past 10 years, Lin Xiao has been very frugal in using points. He saved money to accumulate more than 35,000 points. Now 90% of them are gone, leaving only more than 5,000 points. Soon, Lin Xiao got 3 heavenly Dao lore fragments, which were like 3 broken tiles that could be broken with a pinch. Lin Xiao carefully placed them beside him. After 3 days of adjustment, Lin Xiao began to break through. He took out a full 500,000 black crystals and piled them in the cave to prevent the situation of insufficient black energy. Once the mountain gate's black energy was exhausted, the spiritual medicine planted on the mountain protection formation, and the cultivation of new disciples would all be affected. So Lin Xiao took out all his private money. After that, Lin Xiao placed bottles of pills in front of him, took out the Daoji pill, and swallowed it. As soon as the Hunyuan Wuji Gong was activated, the Daoji pill immediately burst out with extremely violent black energy. These black crystals flowed through Lin Xiao's acupuncture points and meridians, tearing the acupuncture points and meridians to pieces, and then quickly reorganized and flowed to the upper and lower danshan. Lin Xiao opened his mouth, and pills that assisted in healing flew into his mouth, refining them together, accelerating the reorganization and recovery of the meridians and acupuncture points, and then the powerful Yuanshan began to connect the upper and lower danshans, slowly forcing the middle danshan out. 3 days later, the middle danshan appeared. The mysterious energy of the Daojidan was not enough to fill the middle danshan, so it began to absorb additional mysterious crystals. The mysterious energy in the 500,000 mysterious crystals was quickly drawn out and poured into the middle danshan. A month later, Lin Xiao's spirit reached its peak state, and he began to fuse the upper, middle and lower danshans. He used the power of his soul to pull the upper and lower danshans to the middle danshan and forcibly fuse them together. This process was extremely painful, and the consumption of the soul was very large. Even if Lin Xiao practiced the 10,000 gods technique, he couldn't hold on. The pills that made up for the soul flew into Lin Xiao's mouth one by one, and began to replenish the power of the soul. The whole fusion process took 3 months. Until the moment of fusion, Lin Xiao heard a rumbling sound in his ears. After looking inward, he found that there was only one danshan left. The whole danshan was pitch black, but there was a spiritual light floating in the danshan. Lin Xiao knew that it was the Dao rhyme left after the Dao foundation pill was refined. This Dao rhyme could only be preserved for a month at most. If he could not refine it within a month, the Dao rhyme would disappear, and his breakthrough would fail. Lin Xiao activated the 10,000 gods technique again, extracted all the refined divine consciousness threads, and condensed a large soul net. It only took 1 day to capture the Dao rhyme. Boom, the next moment, Lin Xiao's soul entered a world full of water. Wherever he saw, there was a vast expanse of water vapor. 10 days later, at the gate of the Tiansheng Sect, the mysterious energy of the entire gate became active. Everyone didn't know what happened. Those who were practicing and working stopped, ran out of the room and looked up. All disciples, be quiet, don't make noise, and return to your positions. Lim Yuxu, who was protecting Lin Xiao, appeared, suspended in the air, and the voice spread throughout the gate. Zhang Mingtang and others also came out to maintain order. It's raining. There are no dark clouds in the sky. Why is it raining? Idiot. There is a mountain protection formation at the gate. We won't get wet if it really rains this rain. Damn. Such a thick mysterious energy. This is spiritual rain. This is spiritual rain. It's really spiritual rain. What's going on? What are you still standing there for? This is spiritual water. What spiritual rain? Hurry up. Find something to collect. Collect all the rain water. Everyone mobilize. Not long after, rain began to fall from the mountain gate, and many disciples were shocked to find that this rainwater was full of mysterious energy. It was simply spiritual rain. Zhang Mingtang reacted the fastest and immediately asked people to collect this rainwater. The kindling wine of the Tiansheng Sect has always been restricted by spiritual water. This is a huge benefit. The whole mountain gate was busy, but Lim Yuxu did not move, but focused her eyes on the cave 100 meters away. She had read the experience of breaking through the Dao Gang, and knew that Lin Xiao had succeeded. This should be the gift from Lin Xiao, after he comprehended the laws of heaven, the gift of heaven. Master, wait, I will definitely catch up with you, soon, very soon, Lim Yuxu said in her heart. Lin Xiao asked her to learn the spirit plant husband and alchemy skills, which greatly distracted her attention. But even so, she is now at the 9th level of the Purple Mansion. It will take less than half a year to break through to the 10th level, and it won't take long to break through the Dao Gang. Moreover, few people in the Tiansheng Sect know that a spirit plant husband level has broken through the 3rd level, and even surpassed Wang Xiaoxi, who specializes in learning spirit plant husband. The level of alchemy is also the 2nd level of the upper grade. In the entire Tiansheng Sect, only Lim Yuxu can be called a peerless genius and a demon. This is also the reason why Lin Xiao has been asking her to learn more skills. Otherwise, Lim Yuxu may also be ready to break through the Dao Gang, which is too scary. Her spiritual root qualifications may not be kept secret. In the cave, Lin Xiao did not choose to come out, but cast a spell to crush the fragments of the heavenly Dao law. A spiritual light flew into his body. He began to capture the spiritual light again, and then began to spiritualize. This time, Lin Xiao spent a month to turn the law fragment into a spiritual object, but when the heavenly Dao gave feedback, Lin Xiao took action, and used the law he had previously comprehended to cover up the heavenly Dao feedback. This was purely Lin Xiao's psychological trick. The law comprehended by Dao Gang monks is absolutely a secret. If the enemy knows it, they may send out opponents to restrain the enemy to deal with it. For example, he had previously comprehended the law of water. Earth restrains water. If a Dao Gang monk who comprehended the law of earth confronted Lin Xiao would be in great trouble. After another 2 months, Lin Xiao comprehended the other 2 law fragments. He comprehended a total of 4 laws, and his Dao foundation level exceeded the upper grade. The Dao pattern has appeared: gold, wood, water, and fire, and the only thing missing is earth. Once I understand the law of earth, I can use the martial arts that comes with Hunyo and Wujigong, the 5-element divine light. In the cave, Lin Xiao looked inward at his danshan. In the dark danshan, 4 patterns of light appeared. They were the Dao patterns brought by the laws of heaven, namely gold, wood, water, and fire. And the divine skills he practiced at the Dao Gang stage were no longer just the advantage of thick Zuan Qi, but also had infinite magical uses, including the martial arts that came with Hunyo and Wujigong, the 5-element divine light. Now he can also disassemble the 5-element divine light and use it, but the power is not that great. Once the 5-element gather, the 5-element divine light used by the fusion of the 5-element is extremely powerful. There are few opponents of the same level. Even if the opponent is practicing the same divine skills, if he does not understand as many laws of heaven as him, he will be defeated. It's been almost 5 years. It's time to come out of seclusion. This time the seclusion is really long. Lin Xiao estimated the time. It was almost 5 years. He didn't know why it took so long. He remembered that Lingning didn't stay that long before. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163, Banquet for Guests. Lin Xiao was ready to leave the retreat. Before leaving, he cleaned up the cave. Of the 500,000 black crystals that were originally placed there, only less than 30,000 remained. The rest had all been drained by him. Also, most of the rows of pills had also been consumed. Lin Xiao estimated that, not counting the Daoji pills, he had spent at least 700,000 or 800,000 black crystals on this breakthrough. It is conceivable how difficult it is to train a Dao Gang cultivator, and how difficult it is to train a Lingguang. No wonder there are Dao Gang casual cultivators in the world of cultivation, but very few Lingguang casual cultivators. The consumption is too great, and it is simply not something that a Dao Gang casual cultivator can support. Either they set up their own forces, or they join one. He took the time to take a look at the system. The system was still the same, with no changes. Most of the changes were not displayed, and he had to wait for you to explore it yourself. Lin Xiao asked a few questions, and found that it took 1000 points to upgrade the Dao Gang period by 1 level, and the points were becoming less and less valuable. However, the points balance has returned to more than 15,000, and is still increasing slowly. It should be that when Lin Xiao was in seclusion, the sect recruited new disciples. Lin Xiao checked and found that there were more than 200 people, including a disciple with a superior spiritual root. Lin Xiao sent a message to Li Muxu, telling her that she could go and rest. She had been protecting him for 5 years and could not leave. It was estimated that she would be suffocated. Then he asked Zhang Mingtang to come in and consult about the affairs of the sect to see if there was anything he needed to deal with. Zhang Mingtang told Lin Xiao that the past 5 years were very peaceful and basically nothing major happened. However, his predecessors, elderly Feng Gaiyu and Chen Hua, had already passed away. It was a pity that they did not see Lin Xiao break through the Dao gang. When Li Fengyu passed away at the age of 100, he had many children and grandchildren. Among the mortals, his grandson had been born. Among the descendants of the immortal cultivators, some were ready to break through the condensation vein stage. It was considered a good end. Compared with those who died in battle for the sect, it was very happy. For this reason, Lin Xiao went to pay his respects and asked Zhang Mingtang to take good care of the descendants of the three elders. Li Fengyu and the other two did not abandon the Tiansheng Sect when it was in the most dangerous time and shared the joys and sorrows with the sect. The virtue he accumulated should be enjoyed by future generations. As long as it is not too much, the sect will turn a blind eye. Zhang Mingtang agreed to all of them and at the same time suggested that Lin Xiao hold a banquet. When the Heavenly Dao gave feedback a few months ago, the various sects already knew that Lin Xiao had broken through the Dao gang, and they all sent people to send gifts and congratulations. Holding a banquet can be regarded as a return gift. Of course, it is also to publicize the reputation of the Tiansheng Sect. In the past, the Tiansheng Sect could have dominated Tiansheng. Although the Danliang Sect is stronger than the Tiansheng Sect now, the Tiansheng Sect also needs more say. Lin Xiao thought about it and agreed. It was not easy for Dao gang monks to practice, and Tiansheng did not want to break with Danyang. They had to continue to unite and build good relations. Necessary social activities were still necessary. At the same time, they had to establish their voice and let other sects know the status of Tiansheng by showing their presence. After Lin Xiao agreed, Zhang Mingtang immediately asked people to make invitations and sent them to various sects and powerful businesses in Gangming City, asking them to attend together. The venue was in Gangming City. There were more and more secrets in the mountain gate now, and it was not convenient for too many strangers to enter and exit. 10 days later, guests from all parties gathered in Gangming City. Tiansheng directly booked a large restaurant. Of course, this restaurant was still Tiansheng's own property. Basically, all the sects in Tiansheng came, and even the prefectures and counties that had contact with Tiansheng came to congratulate. These prefectures and counties saw that Tiansheng was getting stronger and stronger, and there were more and more Dao gang monks. They were very frightened, fearing that Tiansheng would launch another annexation war, so they paid more attention to the movements of Tiansheng and showed goodwill over the years. The most important table was still the table of the 9 sects alliance of Xianan province, but the 9 major sects of Xianan province had changed. It had been almost 30 years since Xianan province annexed Ning province and Qingshan county. After the development of these 30 years, the forces of all sizes had expanded several times compared to before. Even Tiansheng Sect had cultivated Purple Mansion cultivators, not to mention the others. Of the original 9 sects, 8 had Purple Mansion cultivators, and only 1 did not, so the position of that sect was replaced by Shan Sect. Xianan province did not dare to block Shan Sect from the door, which would cause a great obstacle to their loyalty. So now among the 9 sects of Xianan province, Danliang Sect is still the first, but it no longer has the status of the overlord before, and can only be regarded as the leading big brother. Tiansheng Sect went against the tide, and became the second. Tianhe Sect retreated to the third. Hongshan Sect was still the fourth, and Shan Sect, which had 5 Purple Mansion cultivators, became the fifth. The entire Xianan province already had more than 40 Purple Mansion cultivators, and was heading towards 50. Moreover, the 50 barriers can be broken at any time. Not long after Lin Xiao came out of seclusion, Zhang Mingtang reported that 10 more cultivators of the 12th level of condensing veins in Tiansheng Sect had completed the polishing and sedimentation. Lin Xiao lent them the Keifu pill on credit, and asked them to go into seclusion. At least 2 or 3 of the 10 people can succeed. Once they break through, Xianan province will have more than 50 Purple Mansion cultivators. The high-end combat power of Xianan province is already stronger than that of the other 4 or 5 provinces combined. No wonder the provinces and counties that have contact with Xianan province would be horrified. Master Lin, you, the rising star, have completely surpassed us old seniors. That's right, Master Lin. Can you teach me some tricks? No, we should call you Senior Lin. Don't, fellow Daoist Tang, fellow Daoist Imo, you can't laugh at me. We have been friends for decades, you can't say that. Lin Xiao waved his hands hurriedly. Tiansheng Sect, Tiansheng Sect and Anyang Sect all had Purple Mansion cultivators who broke through the Purple Mansion 10 years earlier than Lin Xiao, but they were still stuck in the 9th and 10th levels of Purple Mansion, while Lin Xiao broke through the Dao gang and had completely left them behind. Haha, Master Lin, today is your big day, cheers, come on, let's go Master Lin. Does what you said when you threatened the Wu family still count? Yes, but I dare not take on too much responsibility. It depends on the opportunity. You have to bear with it. Of course I understand. Then I will rely on Master Lin. I will never let Master Lin suffer a loss when the time comes. Okay. Lin Xiao nodded. They were talking about the Daojin. Lin Xiao had promised it at the beginning, but he also said that it was not accurate. It depends on the opportunity. Wan Dao did not show up this time, but he also came secretly. He was still concerned about the Daojin. As time went by, Yan Qingfeng's lifespan was getting shorter and shorter. Wan Dao was very worried. Lin Xiao had nothing to say about this. Anyang Sect had not yet produced a cultivator of the 12th level of the Purple Palace. They would talk about it after a while. Moreover, Lin Xiao would definitely not let Anyang Sect continue to expand the strength of the various sects. They already had 3 Dao gangs. The Tiansheng Sect also wanted to sit on the top seat of Tiansheng. If they really took out Dao Jidan, they would give priority to Tiansheng Sect, unless there was a situation where a disaster was coming to Tiansheng. Of course, this kind of words could not be said openly. Lin Xiao only agreed on the surface. The unity among the various sects in Tiansheng was overall, but there was also competition in private. Anyang Sect had also been eye drops for Tiansheng Sect in the past. The banquet was held for a whole day, and naturally there were disciples of Tiansheng Sect. Most of the purple palaces came out, and there were rows of middle-level condensed veins. Each place revealed the strength of Tiansheng Sect. The second place in Tiansheng was not self-proclaimed, but ranked by strength. After the banquet, Lin Xiao became busy again. In addition to paying homage to Li Fengyu and others, he inspected the industries in various places. Master, look, this is reserve warehouse number 1. This warehouse is full of spiritual rice. According to the budget of 40 kilograms a year for disciples who have opened their meridians, 80 kilograms a year for disciples who have condensed their meridians, and 200 kilograms a year for disciples who have purple mansions, there are a total of 3.5 million kilograms of spiritual rice. This will take about 3 years in total. The warehouse has been set up with moisture-proof formations, and fireworks are strictly prohibited. In the reserve warehouse, Zhang Mingtang opened bags of spiritual rice and let Lin Xiao check them. During the years when Lin Xiao was in seclusion, Zhang Mingtang had filled up the reserve warehouse and spent all of Tiansheng Sect's savings over the past 5 years. Very good. In the future, we will use the method of innovation and use one bag to make up for the loss. There is nothing wrong with eating old rice. If anyone has any objections, just tell me. Yes, master. In fact, the old rice is basically the same, except that it tastes a little worse. No one will say anything. Master, here are the materials for refining equipment. The first layer is refined copper and black iron, which are more than 1 million kilograms each. They are the most basic materials. The higher you go, the higher the value. The third layer is the refined magic weapons, which are basically broadswords and longswords. There are more than 10,000 of them, which are enough for the sect to fight 3 or 4 major battles. Soon, Lin Xiao came to the preparation warehouse number 2. This is the preparation warehouse for refining equipment. There are formed magic weapons and more materials, which are mainly 1 and 2 levels. After a great war, many 1st and 2nd level magical instruments will be damaged. How is our current team of instrument refiners being built? Elder son has been a 3rd level instrument refiner for many years, and is recently breaking through to the 3rd level mid-grade. In addition, there are more than 30 full-time instrument refiners, a dozen 2nd level ones, and more than 300 disciples in the sect who can refine instruments, Zhang Mingtang replied. In fact, there are very few people like Lin Xiao who know nothing about the art of cultivation. Basically, they will learn some skills to supplement their practice, and those with outstanding talents will become full-time instrument refiners. This is the same for all sects, and the Tiansheng Sect is no exception. Very good, train a few more third level ones. There will be more and more purple mansion monks in the sect in the future. It's a loss to always buy third level magic tools outside. Yes, master, come this way. This number 3 reserve warehouse is for making talismans and refining pills. There are barrels of spiritual blood here. These barrels are also specially made so that the spiritual blood will not consume spiritual energy. These dozen barrels are all spiritual blood of third level monsters, which is very expensive. This layer is talisman paper. Talisman paper is cheaper, so there are more of them, more than 5 million pieces, which are packed in more than 100 boxes. Above are the drawn talismans. There are not many, only more than 5,000. There are no third level ones, and they are not enough. They are all given to the Purple Mansion monks. And now there are 2 third level talisman makers in the sect. The full-time one is Elder Zhang Yaowei, and the other is Lin Xiao. Listened to Zhang Mingtang's introductions one by one, and nodded to express his satisfaction. Zhang Mingtang had not fooled him in the past few years, and the reserve warehouse was really well done. Chapter 164. Lin Xiao is coming back. Lin Xiao spent several days to inspect all the industries and territories of Tiansheng Sect. He carefully investigated each place instead of just going through it. In general, Tiansheng Sect is very powerful now, and its overall strength is growing day by day. Most of the disciples are also working hard, because Tiansheng Sect provides them with a treatment platform that other sects do not have. For example, there are more than 200 disciples with ordinary qualifications in Tiansheng Sect who have broken through the condensation vein stage. The one with the highest cultivation level has reached the 9th level of condensation vein, and he is only in his 60s. He still has the hope of breaking through the Purple Palace once in his life. This is unimaginable in other sects. For example, Danjiang Sect has many ordinary disciples, at least more than 2,000 people, but only a few of them can break through the condensation vein, no more than 20 people, and most of them are cannon fodder. Only Lin Xiao is willing to give them hope, even if their qualifications are poor. Moreover, in places like Beiwu Tea Market and Qianling Wine Market, most of the R&D and production workers there are ordinary disciples. Although they have delayed their cultivation because of such things, everyone is very wealthy. Like Li Fengyu, they have basically married and had children, and placed their hopes on the next generation. Their children have the support of their parents, so their cultivation path is undoubtedly much smoother. Over the years, Tiansheng Sect has had a large number of second-generation cultivators. Because of the good treatment, many disciples of Tiansheng Sect have married female cultivators, and the probability of their children having spiritual roots is very high. Every time Tiansheng Sect opens a mountain to recruit disciples, there will be at least a dozen second-generation cultivators. Moreover, these second-generation cultivators have not yet formed the atmosphere of dandy boys. They are basically very hard-working and have a good atmosphere. As for the future, things have not happened yet, and Lin Xiao does not intend to intervene. The development of Xian'an's house territory is becoming more and more mature, and the mortal side is also becoming more and more prosperous. The Tiansheng Sect's territory alone has increased by hundreds of thousands of people in the past 30 years. The entire Xian'an province is estimated to have a population of about 12 to 13 million, and the number of people has caught up with Jingzhou. Of course, Jingzhou's territory is much smaller than the current Xian'an's house territory. The current Xian'an's house refers to the annexation of Ninghezhou and Qingshan County. Half a year later, the 10 disciples who were in seclusion came out. This time only 3 people successfully broke through the Purple Mansion. 2 people failed to break through the barrier and died on the spot, and the remaining 5 were all seriously injured and needed years of recuperation, which made Lin Xiao very sad. Most of the disciples of the Tiansheng Sect who have reached the 12th level of the condensation vein need at least 20 years to cultivate. The sect has invested countless resources. Once they die, all the previous investments will be wasted. The seriously injured disciples basically have no chance to break through again. Their lives will slowly waste away to repay the resources that the Tiansheng Sect has lent them. But the Purple Palace monks of Tiansheng Sect still reached 15 people, surpassing the 14 people of Danliang Sect. The spiritual mountain financial resources in various places have more people to guard. In fact, there are already 20 Purple Palace monks in Tiansheng Sect. The remaining 5, except for the semi-public Baiziyu, are all in Xiao. It is precisely because of these Purple Palaces that Xiao has developed more and more smoothly in recent years. With strengthened the annual investment of hundreds of thousands of Zuanjing by the sect, Xiao can already place people in various major forces. Sure enough, not long after, the spies planted by Xiao in Bianmen spread the news through layers of relationships that Bianmen has begun to accumulate supplies, possibly in preparation for the future war of annihilation. Although Yun King Feng of Bianmen does not look old on the surface and his power has not weakened, everyone can predict that his lifespan is only between 15 and 20 years, which will not be a big difference. Yun Xiaowang has been away from Bianmen for 20 years. The people of Xiao predict and analyze that Yun Xiaowang should be coming back. Lin Xiao asked the people of Night Owl not to move and continue to inquire about the news. On the sect side, Lin Xiao once again rejected Zhang Mingtang's plan to accumulate Zuanjing. The remaining financial resources of the sect were used to purchase resources again. The people who went to Baiyu City were not allowed to return with empty storage bags. And this time Lin Xiao's speculative behavior was soon rewarded. A year later, the things of Bian Sect did not escape the eyes of the various sects. They discovered that Bian Sect was accumulating supplies, and followed suit, and began to accumulate supplies. Bian Sect did not stop, and immediately set off an open arms race, purchasing strategic materials on a large scale. Chunliang Palace, Chenqing Valley, and Tiansheng Sect also followed suit. When the remaining forces of the three kingdoms saw this, they also started an arms race. Otherwise, after the war started, it would not be a joke to have no magic tools and talismans in hand. Many people would die. At the beginning of the arms race of the four countries, the war machine was turned on, and the savings of the major sects for many years were constantly spit out, resulting in an overall rise in prices in the four countries, and those merchants and businesses that still had the strength to move around made a fortune. The Tiansheng Sect had already completed its strategic reserve, and the reserve warehouse was almost full. Not only did it not need to purchase again, but it could also release resources for sale and make a fortune. The Tiansheng Sect's behavior made the Danliang Sect and others curse, and they sent letters to Lin Xiao, complaining that Lin Xiao did not notify them in advance, causing them to suffer a lot of losses. Lin Xiao had to accept it humbly, and then he united Tianhe Sect and Hangshan Sect again, asking them to join the business jointly established with Danliang Sect to go to Key State to purchase supplies. This route is 300,000 to 400,000 miles on land, and it is not something that any force can go to. Of course, the treatment of the two families must be worse than that of the Tiansheng Sect and Danliang Sect. In addition to providing guards, they also have to bear 2/3 of the transportation and maintenance costs. A flying boat costs about 15,000 Zuan crystals for a round trip to Baiyu City, plus maintenance, which is about 20,000 Zuan crystals. They paid more than 10,000 Zuan crystals, but the two families agreed. The two families shared only a few thousand Zuan crystals a year, which was not worth mentioning compared with the consumption caused by the price increase. Therefore, the flying boat to Baiyu City was guarded by 8 purple mansions and 80 condensed veins monks. This was already a very strong force. As long as it was not a big force like Chunliang Palace, it could not be swallowed up casually. Lin Xiao also immediately increased his investment. At this time, the four countries were preparing for war, and the consumption of materials such as Kanling wine was greatly reduced, and the market share immediately plummeted. Therefore, Lin Xiao invested all the excess production in Baiyu City, and even purchased spiritual water from Baiyu City. Whether it was going back and forth, the storage bags on the guards were full. After a year of preparation, the four sects in Chinayan's did not suffer any losses, but made a lot of money from the war. This made some people jealous of the four sects' trade routes to Baiyu City, and wanted to do the same. However, their people were swallowed up by the forces along the way not long after they left the scope of Lu state, and the losses were extremely heavy. A year later, the Tiansheng Sect officially reported that Lin Xiao had broken through to the Lingguang period as early as 7 years ago and was now rushing back from Zhangzhou. When the news came out, the three kingdoms were shocked. Logically, Lin Xiao had achieved spiritual light and the crisis of Tiansheng Kingdom's extinction had been eliminated, but why did they still want to engage in an arms race? The words active attack entered everyone's mind, which made the three kingdoms start to worry and fear, and the arms race became more and more crazy. In this madness, the Tiansheng Sect of Xianan Prefecture convened all the sects to discuss matters, and the leaders of all the sects, big and small, gathered at the Tiansheng Sect's mountain gate. Everyone, the wolfish ambitions of the Skyclips Kingdom are already obvious. They are unwilling to be bullied by the three kingdoms, and are preparing to fight back. Our Lu Kingdom will join the war regardless of whether it is the direction of the Skyclips Kingdom's attack, so we decided to gather troops in advance and conduct exercises. You have all participated in the three states war, and know the difference between a mob and a well-trained crowd. My Tiansheng Sect agrees. Agree. Hongshan Sect agrees. Basically everyone present has experienced the three states war and understands that when tens of thousands of cultivators are fighting in a melee, there is a huge difference between trained troops and untrained troops. It is very important to know how to assemble troops in the melee, cooperate with each other, and break up the opponent's coordination. Okay, then each sect will send people according to their strength. The Tiansheng Sect will send 2,000 people, and there will be 1,000 in reserve. Tiansheng Sect has 1,500 people, no reserve, but Purple Mansion monks can send more. Lin Xiao answered immediately. Lin Xiao knew what the 1,000 reserve meant. It was the previous method of using secret methods to increase the cultivation of the 12th level of Kame monks. This was a method of using potential and vitality to ripen, and it was also a method of using cannon fodder. Lin Xiao had always been disdainful of it, and it was the same at this time. Okay, continue. Wang Dao nodded. Purple Mansion monks were extremely important. Tiansheng Sect had many purple mansions, and they were willing to send a few more. They were more useful than cannon fodder. Tiansheng Sect has 1,500 people, 800 reserve. Hongshan Sect has 1,500 people, 600 reserve. Shan Sect has 2,000 people, no reserve. The people of Shan Sect spoke up. Their situation was very complicated. Shan Sect was a union of the remaining sects in Ning Prefecture. The sect was complicated and could not use cannon fodder at all, otherwise Shan Sect would collapse immediately. Wang Dao did not blame them for this. Soon, each sect announced the troops they could send. This time was also the time for Xianan province to show its strength. Not counting the prepared cannon fodder, each sect had a total of 15,000 people. In this way, basically each sect reserved half of its troops to guard the sect. If the war potential was to be fully exploited, an army of 30,000 could be mobilized. Very good. With these 15,000 troops, the strength of our Xianan state is second only to Chunhyang Palace in Lu state. By then, even Chunhyang Palace will not dare to easily control us. We already have the strength to influence the situation of the war. The Purple Mansion monks will not be recruited for the time being. Wait for the clear order from Chunhyang Palace. Our troops will gather in Xianluo City for training within a month. Is that okay? No, there's enough time. Okay, everyone, analyze again which country Tiansheng State will actively attack. Wang Dao nodded. In Wang Dao's prediction, as long as Lu State was not attacked by Tiansheng State, the army mobilized by Chunhyang Palace would never exceed 100,000 people. The 15,000 people of Xianan State would account for a large proportion. If there were any unusual movements in Xianan State, Chunhyang Palace would not be able to bear it, and would not dare to control it at will. Chapter 165. The Great Action of Stabbing God. The troops have been assembled, and what remains is to discuss the main attack direction of Tiansheng Kingdom. If the main attack is on Lu Kingdom, then this number of troops will not be enough. Chunhyang Palace will definitely mobilize the whole country, and the war potential of each state must be squeezed to the extreme. Otherwise, once Lu Kingdom is broken, Xianan province will not be spared. The 4 countries are located at the southwestern end of Nantao, and our Xianan province is located at the southernmost end of Lu State. 300 miles south of Xianan province, the terrain rises suddenly and enters the Hengyu Mountains. The Hengyu Mountains are extremely tall, with any altitude of more than 7,000 or 8,000 meters. Peaks of 10,000 meters can be seen everywhere. The mountains are covered with snow all year round, and the climate is almost the same as that of Bizhao. The monsters on the Hengyu Mountains are mainly snow monsters. They are very different from the humid and hot climate of Nansao. They have their own system. They don't go down the mountain, nor do they obey the orders of the Wild Monster King, which is equivalent to separating Lu State from the wilderness. Only a small part of Chen State is located in the Hengyu Mountains, and most of it is still within the scope of the wilderness, while Kang State is completely surrounded by the wilderness. Therefore, I believe that the direction of Xianxi State's attack will not be Lu State, but must be one of Kang State, or Chen State. Master Lin, I don't agree with what you said. It is precisely because of the existence of the Hengyu Mountains that, if Xianxi State conquers Lu State, it will not be attacked from both sides. Isn't this just right? What you said is not wrong, but this is a conventional idea. Who is the focus of Xianxi Kingdom now? Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao is a genius. He broke through the Lingguang period when he was just over 300 years old. He has at least 500 years to break through the Shengsu period. It can be said that among the 7 or 8 countries in the southwest of Nanzhao, there is the most hope for the cultivator to achieve the Shengsu period. Breaking through the Lu Kingdom is certainly beneficial, but one of the disadvantages is that he can no longer expand the territory at will. Attacking the Chen and Kang countries is just the opposite. He can occupy the wild land at will. If Lin Xiao reaches the Shengsu period and kills the current 6th order demon king, then the territory can be increased 5 or 6 times in an instant. Xianxi Kingdom will become a great country in Nanzhao, second only to Qianqin, with unlimited glory. This, Master Lin's words are hard to believe. Just for a glorious future hundreds of years later, Xianxi Kingdom will give up the immediate benefits. Let me add that I actually support Master Lin's prediction, but not for the future, but from the analysis of the origins and strengths of the 3 kingdoms. Among the 3 kingdoms, Chen is the weakest. 70 years ago, the 6th level demon king counterattacked, and the front line of LV retreated 2,000 miles, losing almost the entire Xianantao. The cultivators were killed and injured countless times, and the casualties of mortals were at least 3 to 5 million. So now, Chen has just recovered its vitality, but compared with LV, it has lost 70 years of development time, and its strength is obviously weaker. In the past, Chen was stronger than LV. It is precisely because of this that 20 or 30 years ago, Chen released the news that young King Feng's lifespan was insufficient, and conspired with various countries to prepare to divide up Xianxi Kingdom to make up for the loss during the Beast Tide. It can be said that Lin Xiao was forced to marry and was forced to leave Zhangzhou because of Chen. He is the real culprit. In addition, he is the weakest. If Xianxi Kingdom doesn't fight him, who will it fight? Senior Wang is right. Does this mean that our Xianzhou can rest assured? I can't say that we can rest easy. Neither Lu nor Kang will let Xianxi succeed easily. The war is still going on. What I fear most is a seesaw war, which is the most damaging way to fight. If the decisive battle is fought within a few months, that would be good. Wang Dao shook his head. Once it becomes a seesaw war, each sect will have to continuously invest resources in the war instead of using them to develop the sect. This will cause great harm to each sect. Many powerful sects have been dragged down in this way. Seesaw war. Lin Xiao and others also felt gloomy in their hearts. They all knew the horror of a seesaw war. If it really reached that level, Xianzhou would be in danger. Maybe there would be another war at that time. Don't think too much. Let's train the troops first. Now we can't trust anyone. We can only trust our own people. Xianzhou has always been united, and I hope everyone will continue to maintain it. If we are not united, Xianzhou will be completely finished. Yes, Senior Wang, don't worry Senior. We all know, everyone answered in unison. To be honest, Danliang sect is really good. It has been the overlord for nearly 200 years, but it has basically never exploited other sects. After taking the benefits, it will also give some soup to its younger brothers. The small forces in other states and counties don't have such a good life. Just think about Lin Xiao in the past, and you will know that it was cheated by Tiansheng Sect. Soon, everyone went home and dispatched troops to Tianluo City. In addition to dispatching 1,500 elites, Lin Xiao also asked Baizichan and 5 other purple mansions to go to Tianluo City to help. Baizichan was the leader of the troops this time, and Lin Xiao was in charge of the sect. In less than a month, in just over 10 days, 15,000 troops gathered in Tianluo City and then worked according to the rules of the army, mainly to be familiar with the tactics, know how to advance and retreat, and understand the instructions. Not long after Tianluo City gathered troops, Tiansheng Kingdom also gathered troops in various places for training. After 3 months of training, the main force of Bianmen, 10,000 people, suddenly went to the border of Lu State, Chen State, and Tiansheng Kingdom. Chengqing Valley and Chunhyang Palace also gathered their main forces at the border to confront each other. At the same time, the 3 countries ordered the states to mobilize. The order of Chunhyang Palace was that except for the 3 states of Jingzhou, each state of Lu State must gather at least 5,000 troops and at least 5 purple mansions. Those with Daogang must also go to participate in the war. Because Xianan State had previously annexed Ning State and Qingshan County, all conditions must be based on the scale of the 3 states, and a team of dozens of people was sent to supervise. Xianan Zhao had been prepared, so the Tiansheng Sect and other sects that had prepared cannon fodder immediately replaced some disciples with great potential and let the cannon fodder take over to reinforce Chunhyang Palace. Tiansheng State moved even faster. In less than a month, it mobilized 200,000 troops from across the country, of which 150,000 went to the borders of Lu State and Chen State, and 50,000 went to the border with Kang State. Kang State also mobilized 50,000 troops to confront Tiansheng State. Tiansheng State had squeezed out the war potential of the entire country. Only a few old, weak, sick and disabled were left in the major sects in Tiansheng State. Even the gate of Bian Sect had less than 200 people stationed there. It closed the gate early and opened the mountain protection formation, showing a desperate posture. This made the 3 countries extremely terrified, fearing that Tiansheng State would drag a country to perish together. Chen State suffered huge losses due to the counterattack of monsters 70 years ago, and now it has just recovered. During the arms race, Chengqing Valley counted the strength of the country and learned that it could mobilize a maximum of 100,000 troops. When Tiansheng State pulled 150,000 troops to the border, Chen State also gathered 50,000 troops. The remaining 50,000 troops were used to guard against the wilderness. More than 1/3 of the small family forces were required to clear the wilderness and gather with larger forces to prevent the wild monsters from causing chaos. However, in addition to the vassal forces of Chengqing Valley, Chen State also has a group of scattered cultivators. Countless scattered cultivators rely on the major forces of Chen State and use them as footholds to go to the wilderness to hunt monsters. Now that the markets of the major forces are closed and the sacred mountains are closed, these scattered cultivators have no place to rest and recuperate, and they are suddenly panicked. At this time, Sihei Trading Company was dispatched because it had 2 Daogang cultivators who had already occupied a 3rd level sacred mountain, and they were not vassals of Chengqing Valley. At this time, Sihei Trading Company opened its mountain gates and recruited independent cultivators. In less than a month, thousands of independent cultivators joined, and the number of people continued to gather. The mountain gate of the headquarters of Sihei Trading Company was overcrowded, and there were figures walking around everywhere. Xian Zhen, a purple mansion cultivator who was quite famous among the independent cultivators of Chen State, was wandering on the mountain. Suddenly, he saw a very small mark at the entrance of a cave. He immediately had an idea and took a sound transmission node to go in. Soon, a person walked out of the cave. "Brother Xian, it's you. Long time no see. Brother Wen, the last time we met was 10 years ago. How about we meet and have a drink? Okay, I have the top grade Ling wine here. Haha, then I happen to have a Linglu meat shop here, just right for drinking. Brother Xian, please. Brother Wen, please." After the two met, they were extremely happy. It turned out that they were old friends who had not seen each other for many years. This made the surrounding cultivators a little envious. Those who could have a cave here must be middle or senior level officials of Sahai Trading Company. This was like finding a big power. However, as soon as the two entered the cave, Xianzhen's face changed and said, "Lone Wolf, did you get any information?" "That's right, Eagle. The thorn god behind the Sahai Trading Company is going to make a big move. A mysterious man appeared yesterday. Judging from his power, he might be the Lingguang ancestor. He took away hundreds of people from the Sahai Trading Company, including 20 Zifu and 1 Dao gang. They were heading to Zilui Mountain. Zilui Mountain. There is a 4th order spiritual vein in Zilui Mountain, on which lives a 4th order thunder beast. They are definitely not hunting monsters at this time. What are they trying to do? My analysis is a 6th order demon king." "What? A 6th order demon king? What do you mean?" "You don't know. The 6th order demon king that the state of Chen is facing is the thunder beast, and the one in Zilui Mountain is a descendant of the 6th order demon king and has pure blood, so it should be a direct descendant." Half a year ago, a casual cultivator brought news that this 4th order thunder beast had a cub, and the thunder beast clan is small and the clan members are sparse. Once the thunder beast in Zilui Mountain is killed, I'm afraid the 6th order demon king will be furious and launch a beast tide again. How confident are you in this analysis? No less than 80%. In fact, I'm more afraid that they will do something even more horrifying. What things? Kill the 4th order thunder beast and capture the thunder beast cub. If that Lingguang monk walks the cub in front of the 6th order demon king, the 6th order demon king will be furious and lose his mind. They then throw the thunder beast onto the battlefield of the 3 kingdoms. What do you think will happen? The armies of the 3 kingdoms will be destroyed. Xianzhen shuddered. He didn't dare to imagine that scene. An angry 6th order demon king would come with millions of demon beasts. Even if there was no major war among the 3 kingdoms, the armies full of mutual suspicion and contradictions would never cooperate to resist. Therefore, the 3 kingdoms were unable to stop the beast tide, and all 3 kingdoms would be in danger of destruction. Eagle, report to the sect. This time the sect is in danger of overthrow. Okay, Lone Wolf, you continue to gather information. I will send a message back to the master to make a decision. You have to be careful. Also, the Sahai Trading Company is coercing independent cultivators. I don't think they are that simple. Understood. I've received the news in this regard. I'm leaving. Xianzhen took a few gulps of wine, sprinkled some on his body, and after a while, Xianzhen left the cave. Chapter 166. The complicated situation. In Jingzhou, Lu State, a 15,000-man army of monks stretched for several kilometers. This was the army that Xianan State had called in to respond to the call of Chunhyang Palace. It took a month to reach the edge of Jingzhou from Xianan State. The reason why it was so slow was naturally because there were still a large number of Kame monks in the team. They had low mana and could not walk far every day, and there were also a large number of logistical supplies. Not every sect was as generous as Tiansheng Sect and could take out hundreds of storage bags for logistical transportation. Most sects still had to use ordinary carriages to transport supplies, which was even slower. However, this was the case for Lu State, and the same was true for Xianxi State. Its 150,000-man army was also slowly gathered, and there was not much difference. The war still did not break out, and was still in a standoff. Today we have entered the territory of Jingzhou. Xianzhou is located at the southernmost tip of Lu State. This should be the last batch of reinforcement. We will reach the border in 3 days at the latest. Please be prepared. Senior, what's the situation on the border? Both sides are accumulating strength. The 150,000 troops of Xianxi country have basically been assembled. Our Lu State has also mobilized 80,000 troops, 50,000 from 10 states and counties, 30,000 from the 3 states directly under the Chunhyang Palace, and 50,000 from the Chen State. Although we are short of manpower on both sides, we are more elite than the Xianxi kingdom. Wang Dao replied. Although the coalition forces of the 2 countries are smaller than the people of Xianxi, the other side has put all the strength of the whole country here. Regardless of their cultivation level, all of them are mobilized. There are at least tens of thousands of people with the 3rd or 4th level of opening meridians. Lin Xiao has basically not dispatched any cultivators below the 5th level of opening meridians, so the strength of both sides is still similar. The Sky Eclipse Kingdom has pulled its army to the border of the three kingdoms. I don't know what it's thinking. Is it going to challenge the two countries on its own? No one knows this. No matter what, we should do our own thing. Remember, Lin Xiao is one. Don't disperse easily. Otherwise, don't blame me, Tiansheng Sect, for not protecting you. If you are used as cannon fodder, disperse and have a rest early. Wang Dao shook his head. The strategy of the Sky Eclipse Kingdom was really incomprehensible. Why would it put its army at the border of the three kingdoms? Isn't this courting death? Lin Xiao said nothing, and walked out of the tent alone. But after a few steps, the Lingayan Jade book in the storage ring moved abnormally. Lin Xiao hurried back to his tent to check. The Lingayan Jade book is a third-level communication instrument. Unlike the sound transmission note, it can be moved at any time. It can only transmit messages point to point, but the transmission distance is long and safe. It is not as easy to be intercepted as a sound transmission note. The third-level Lingayan Jade book can transmit tens of thousands of miles away. Lin Xiao's face changed immediately after seeing the content, because the above information was exactly what the sects forwarded from Night Owl. Sahai Trading Company had recruited more than 2,000 independent cultivators, and the number was expanding, gathering on a third-level sacred mountain 300 kilometers west of Black Wind Valley. Moreover, the power behind Sahai Trading Company, Tiansheng, emerged. Lingguang monks led a large number of people to Purple Thunder Mountain to kill thunder beasts and capture young beasts. The key is that this thunder beast is the direct descendant of the 6th level demon king who is closest to the three countries of Chen, Lu, and Kang in the wilderness. Therefore, Night Owl's people analyzed that Tiansheng's people wanted to completely subvert the notification of the three countries this time, trigger the chaos of demon beasts, and severely damage the army of the three countries. Once the 6th level demon king gets angry, the three countries will be unstoppable. Some of these contents have already happened, and some are Night Owl's speculations, but Night Owl's senior management all signed, indicating that Night Owl thinks this matter is very likely to be true. Lin Xiao immediately turned around and left the tent, and immediately went to Wang Dao's tent to report the matter, and Wang Dao was also very shocked. Master Lin, I told you long ago that Sahai Trading Company cannot be left. Just look at what you have done, fellow Daoist Wang. Sahai Trading Company has exposed two Dao gang cultivators. Tiansheng Sect is no longer a rival. What can Tiansheng Sect do about it? Now the purpose of assassinating the god has been exposed. We in China and Zhao have to find a way. How sure are you about this matter? Is it true or false? 100%. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and said he no longer had time to distinguish. I believe that the people of Yixiao would also verify the truth. But now Lin Xiao must not take risks with Tiansheng Sect, so he could only determine that it was 100% true. Come on, invite fellow Daoist Mu. Wang Dao thought for a moment and shouted. This fellow Daoist Mu was not Mu Dezeng whom he had met that year, but a man named Mu Yang, a descendant of Mu Dezeng, and the leader of the Chunayang Palace, to supervise Xian'an Zhao this time. Soon, Mu Yang walked into Wang Dao's tent, and Wang Dao told him the news about Lin Xiao, and Mu Yang was immediately shocked, repeatedly asking whether it was true. Friend Mu, can I still lie to you at this time? The army of Xian'an province can't advance any further. It must turn around and return to Xian'an province to guard against the attack of the army of monsters and the god of thorns. No, the Chunayang Palace has issued an order. Without your 15,000 people, how can we resist the army of Xianxi Kingdom? Then tell me, if the monsters attack the city and Xian'an province's retreat is in danger, how can you let these 15,000 people fight with peace of mind? Well, you, sect leader Lin, I remember that Sahai Trading Company has a close relationship with you. How do you explain it? Mu Yang was completely unable to make a decision. With a turn of his eyes, he immediately questioned Sahai Trading Company. The Sahai Trading Company travels to various countries and has been to Yujing City quite often. You, the Chunayang Palace, have countless masters who didn't notice it. It's nothing surprising that my Tiansheng Sect was deceived. This is because our Tiansheng Sect is usually kind and gentle to others. Someone in the Sehe Trading Company still has a conscience and informed us in advance. Lin Xiao cleared himself of the problem completely and refused to admit that he was raising goo. The Sehe Trading Company is not only active in Gangming City, but also goes to Yujing City frequently. You didn't notice it, and you blame me? Fellow Daoist Mu, the people of the assassin are cunning and changeable, and they are good at hiding. The people in Zhongzhou have been hunting down the assassin for nearly 1,000 years, but have not been able to kill them all. It is normal for us to be deceived. Now is not the time to pursue this. What we need is to solve this problem, isn't it? Yes, that's not right, but what about the front line? How about this, fellow Daoist Mu? I know you can't make the decision, so the three of us will go to Chunhyang Palace right away and inform the person who can make the decision. How about it? Okay, but we have to go to the front camp. I'm afraid the top leaders of Chunhyang Palace are all at the front. Okay, let's leave immediately and take my private flying boat. Wang Dao nodded and gave Lin Xiao a look. The two have known each other for decades, so they naturally knew what he meant. Lin Xiao gave him a reassuring look. Wang Dao took out his small flying boat and immediately left with the two of them. His flying boat was extremely fast, and they arrived at the border of the Three Kingdoms 2 hours later. Immediately, cultivators flew over from the sky and Mu Yang stepped in to protect the flying boat from attack. The three of them quickly entered the camp. Lu Yan, the Lingguang ancestor of Chunhyang Palace in the camp, also got the news immediately. His face changed drastically, and he summoned Lin Xiao and Wang Dao. Wang Dao from Tiansheng Sect greets Senior Lu. Lin Xiao from Tiansheng Sect greets Senior Lu. No need to be polite. Lin Xiao, is the news Mu Yang just reported true or false? It's true. Please let me tell you slowly. Sehe Trading Company originally. Lin Xiao quickly replied and told the origin of Sehe Trading Company. Of course, it was not all true, but it was 9 true and 1 false. But it just separated Tiansheng Sect and turned it into an active Sehe Trading Company deceiving Tiansheng Sect. By the time Tiansheng Sect found out, Sehe Trading Company already had 2 Daogang monks, so Tiansheng Sect had to give up, and expelling the headquarters of Sehe Trading Company was the only thing they could do. Since the Tiansheng Sect knew about this for a long time, why didn't it report it? Don't you know that the god of assassination is the public enemy of all the immortal cultivation countries? To reply to my senior, it has only been a few years since I broke through the Dao Gang, and half of the Tiansheng Sect's financial resources depend on the Sehe Trading Company. There was no solid evidence at that time, so I was partial to someone. Lin Xiao replied immediately and admitted very straightforwardly that he was partial to someone. This is also human nature. The sect leader naturally puts the interests of the sect first. Without solid evidence, what if there was a misunderstanding? The Tiansheng Sect would suffer losses. Then how can you guarantee that this news is true? I personally guarantee that it is completely true. If Senior Lu doesn't believe it, you can send someone to investigate. It will take a Daogang monk at most 5 days to go back and forth, but I'm afraid it will be too late. That's a thunder beast, and it involves a 6th rank demon king. If we are not careful, the 3 kingdoms will be in danger of destruction, so I reported it in advance. If Senior doesn't believe it, then I apologize. Lin Xiao kicked the ball to Lu Yan directly. I have already reported the matter. Whether you believe it or not, when the time comes, if the 6th rank demon king really gets angry and launches a beast tide, don't say that I didn't report it in advance. Lu Yan's face was gloomy and his heart was filled with anger. If the news was true, then the 3 kingdoms were really in danger. The 6th rank demon king launched a beast tide, and at least 5 or 6 countries would need to work together to resist it. Without 5 or 6 Lingguang monks, how could we contain the 6th rank demon king? But now the war is imminent. How can they join forces? Under their suspicion, it is very easy for the demon kings to attack them one by one. Once each country suffers heavy losses, the Thorn God will take advantage of it. Once the Thorn God takes a foothold, it will be difficult for the countries that have suffered heavy losses to annihilate them. Maybe they will really occupy a large area of land, and the Lu Kingdom will suffer great losses. Don't leave yet. Send a message back to the Tiansheng army and ask them to stay where they are. This matter will be personally checked by me. If it is true, Tiansheng has made great contributions, but if it is false, you can do it yourself. Lu Yan hesitated for a moment and finally made up his mind. The Taoist monks were too slow to go, so he had to go by himself. Anyway, Lin Xiao on the opposite side had not returned yet, and there was only one young King Feng left, and the two countries could still contain him. Lin Xiao and the others immediately agreed, and Lu Yan quickly left the camp and went to the Qin Kingdom camp. The two camps were less than 100 kilometers apart, and the Lingguang monks arrived in an instant. Lu Yan found Chen Qingyang, the Lingguang ancestor of Chenqing Valley, and told him the problem. Chen Qingyang was immediately frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. If the 6th level Demon King launched a beast tide, the first to suffer would be the Qin Kingdom. So Chen Qingyang didn't say anything and promised to try his best to restrain young King Feng and let Lu Yan go to find out the news. Then Lu Yan flew quickly to the wilderness. Chapter 167, Life and Death Mother Gu. The flying speed of the Lingguang monks was already extremely fast, far exceeding that of ordinary flying boats. LV Yan flew across the thousands of miles of Chen state territory in just one day at no cost and arrived in front of the wild Zilui mountain. However, the messy scene on the mountain shocked LV Yan's heart. He felt the breath left by the 4th level thunder beast. Coupled with this scene, there was no doubt that Zilui mountain was breached and the thunder beast was killed. This made him firmly believe in the words of the Tiansheng Sect. I thought there would be some small fish caught, but I didn't expect a big fish to come. At the moment, when LV Yan was stunned, a figure appeared in front of him, with an evil ghost mask on his face. Behind that person, hundreds of people quickly spread out and surrounded LV Yan. Among these hundreds of people, there were 2 Daogang monks, more than 20 Zifu, and the rest were all Ningmei monks. They all held formation flags in their hands and quickly supported a 4th level formation. These hundreds of people alone could contain the Lingguang monks. It is you, the remnant of the assassin god. LV Yan said indifferently, and a flash of light flashed on his body. He put on a set of 5th level robes and a long sword appeared in his hand. It is really sad that the ancestor LV Yan did not stay at the border of the 3 countries and actually took the initiative to deliver himself to the door. A bunch of rats, how dare you be so presumptuous? Kill without much nonsense. Ling Lingai rushed to LV Yan first. He was holding a stick that was as high as his eyebrows. The stick was black and powerful. The two of them fought in close combat, and they burst out with extremely strong pressure. The hundreds of people also quickly surrounded them, and then hundreds of people worked together to condense a giant sword and slashed at LV Yan. Ling Lingai's combat power was good, and he was on par with LV Yan. Although the battle formation of hundreds of people could not directly hurt LV Yan, it distracted him and made him dare not be careless. After dozens of rounds, LV Yan actually fell into a disadvantage. Lu Yan knew that he was outnumbered and would be seriously injured if he continued to fight. After he had the idea of retreating, Lu Yan began to fight and retreat. Don't let him go, kill him. Ling Lingai's killing intent increased, and his hands became more and more ruthless. In addition to the eyebrow high stick, he also used the 5th level spiritual talisman. A golden light flashed, and a 5th level defensive spiritual talisman beside Lu Yan was broken, which made Lu Yan very distressed. The 5th level spiritual talisman was already an extremely valuable resource, which was difficult to buy in ordinary places. He didn't have many on him, so he was wasting it here. Sacrifice the spiritual talisman. Kill on the side of the thorn god. Not only did Ling Lingai use the spiritual talisman, but the battle formation of hundreds of people also began to catalyze the 5th level spiritual talisman. With so many people infusing the mysterious energy, the 5th level spiritual talismans were also quickly catalyzed and hit Lu Yan one by one, which cost him several defensive spiritual talismans, and even the 5th level robes were almost broken. You clown, wait for my army to come and see how you die. LV Yan's face was gloomy. He activated a 5th level teleportation talisman and then disappeared completely. He was the ancestor of Chunayang Palace, but he was forced to use the teleportation talisman to escape by a group of rats. This was a complete slap in his face and a disgrace. It's a pity that we didn't set up the Forbidden Air formation in advance, otherwise we could have kept this old guy here today. Ling Lingai clicked his tongue twice. They stayed here originally to kill 1 or 2 Dao Gang monks who came to investigate, so they didn't prepare in advance. Who knew that LV Yan would come in person? My lord, LV Yan fled in the direction of our base camp. Will there be any problems in the base camp? No, let's go back. Ling Lingai thought about it and responded. The teleportation talisman only had a range of a few hundred kilometers, and it was estimated that it just reached the base camp. He didn't dare to be careless and immediately activated the secret method to catch up. At Lingshan, the headquarters of Sehe Trading Company, LV Yan spotted the flag of Sehe Trading Company as soon as he appeared. Seeing that Sehe Trading Company had already swept up thousands of independent cultivators, he was even more furious. These thousands of people were naturally nothing in normal times, but at this critical moment, they could cause trouble. Listen, all independent cultivators on the mountain. I'm LV Yan from Chunayang Palace of Lu State. Sehe Trading Company is the remnant of the Assassin of God. You must not follow the bandits. Disperse quickly. Otherwise, the armies of Chen and Lu will come, and will not distinguish right from wrong, and will treat you as the assassins together. Don't make the mistake. The next moment, LV Yan's voice was like a rolling thunder, which reached the ears of all the cultivators on the mountain, and immediately shocked the cultivators on the mountain. Sehe Trading Company is actually the remnant of the Assassin of God. However, before the monks could react, the mountain protection formation on the mountain had already closed. A Dao Gang monk flew out of the formation and said to LV Yan, "Ancestor LV Yan, everyone respects you as a master of Chunayang Palace, but you can't slander us. Sehe business has been established for more than 30 years and has always been at peace with the world. What right do you have to say that we are the remnant of the assassin god?" Humph, ants are still arguing. LV Yan was furious. Of course, he had no evidence in his hand. Then he slapped out with his palm, and a huge palm print enveloped the Dao Gang monk. The Dao Gang monk suddenly changed color, his body sank, and hid in the 3rd level formation. Boom, the palm print slapped in the 3rd level formation. The formation did not break with one palm, but it was also shaky. Many monks who were in charge of the formation were bleeding from their mouths and noses, and were shocked to death. Ancestor Lu Yan, you killed my fellow cultivators innocently. I will expose you, and make your Chunayang Palace pay the price. You are looking for death. Seeing that Dao Gang dared to slander him at this time, Lu Yan was furious, and wanted to break the mountain protection formation, and kill the people from Sehe Trading Company. But before he could do anything, a burst of laughter came from behind. In the blink of an eye, Ling Lingai dared to come up and smash the stick at his eyebrows. A spiritual light rushed towards Lu Yan. Lu Yan turned the Zhuangguan condensed in his hand and slapped Ling Lingai's Zhuangguan, breaking it apart. Ancestor Lu Yan, why bother to get angry with a group of low-level cultivators? Your opponent is me. Rat, you will cry later. Lu Yan sneered, and ran away without stopping. He knew that Sehe Trading Company had hundreds of people before, and he didn't know how many of these thousands of people had defected to Sehe Trading Company. Staying here would not help. It would be better to go back early and find a way to solve this crisis. Sir, I'm glad you're back. Many people from the Thorns flew out of the formation and saluted Ling Ling. The fear that LV Yan had brought to them just now was too terrible. If Ling Ling was not there, at most 2 more palm strikes would cause the mountain protection formation to collapse, and all of them would die. You are really Thorns people. Seeing how Sehe Trading Company treated the man with the evil ghost mask, there were many smart people among the casual cultivators, and they immediately thought of LV Yan's words. Suddenly, countless people were terrified and wanted to escape. However, the mountain protection formation had been closed, and the key points on the mountain were all people from Sehe Trading Company. Those people were no longer as kind as they were a few days ago, and showed ferocious faces, intimidating the casual cultivators. Stand back, or don't blame me for killing people. You are all inside the formation. Stop if you don't want to die. Just as Sehe Trading Company was threatening everyone, Ling Lingai and many of the god-stabbing men also returned to the formation. 1 Lingguang cultivator, 1 Dao gang, and a dozen Zifu were enough to kill all the wandering cultivators in the formation. After all, there were not even a few Zifu among the wandering cultivators, let alone a Dao gang. However, Ling Lingai did not do it directly. Instead, he took out a brocade box from his arms and opened it. On one side was a fat green worm, like a silkworm. Ling Lingai made a hand seal and put it on the worm. Immediately, thousands of casual cultivators on the mountain covered their heads and wailed as if their brains were pierced by needles. People with lower cultivation could not even stand up. You, what have you done? Bailio, tell them what we did. Yes, sir. Jinbao walked out of the crowd and then said coldly to thousands of people, is the spiritual wine I invited you to drink 2 days ago fragrant and delicious? To tell you the truth, we have tampered with the spiritual wine. You have been poisoned. Have you heard of the life and death mother goo? Your lives are controlled by us, sir. If you don't want to die, just listen to me. Otherwise you will all die. Anyone can kill the assassin. I would rather die than follow the thieves. Do you have the guts? Bang, who else doesn't want to live? Someone shouted loudly, but before he could finish, the Dao gang monk controlled a flying sword to cut off his head. The Dao gang monk was already able to control objects to fly, but he usually didn't use it. I won't follow the thief. Puff and me puff, everyone come together. Otherwise Chen and Lu will all die when the two countries settle accounts later. Everyone run together. There will always be someone who can run away. Dozens of brave men resisted one after another, trying to get everyone to run together. Among the thousands of them, there will always be a few who can run away. However, they overestimated human nature. At least half of them did not make any move. The resistance of dozens of them was easily suppressed by the God of Thorns. Very good. It seems that the stupid people have all died, and the rest are smart people. Since you have chosen me, the God of Thorns, I will not treat you unfairly. Let me tell you our good news. Chen and Lu as well as the Xianxi Kingdom and the Kang Kingdom are all finished. From now on, this will be the world of the God of Thorns. The sacred mountains of the 4 countries will all be yours in the future. You can choose anyone you like. Ling Ling said with a big laugh, but the thousands of people were silent and no one dared to answer. 86 Yes, sir. Find out the spies in the crowd. Don't let go of the ones from the Tiansheng Sect, and the ones from other sects and forces as well. Yes, Sir. Jinbao responded loudly. The god of assassination was good at lurking and assassinating, and was no stranger to the dark world. They knew that there were several spies in the Sehei Trading Company. When Jinbao led a group of Purple Mansion monks to pull out the spies one by one, the monk surnamed Wen in the crowd was still hoping for luck at first, but when Jinbao appeared in front of him, he was a little desperate. Wen Xiang, please come in. Boss, are you mistaken? I have followed you for 26 years. Yes, 26 years, but you could not imagine that you were exposed 17 years ago. When I was in Gangming Market, a guard disciple told me that you looked familiar, like a fellow apprentice from the same batch as them. A picture flashed through the mind of cultivator surnamed Wen. 17 years ago, they had not yet been driven out of Gangming Market. Once, he followed Jinbao to hand over the kindling wine. Among the disciples in charge of Tiansheng Sect, there were indeed several fellow apprentices who entered the sect with him, and they had a very good relationship at the time. Long live Tiansheng Sect. The next moment, cultivator surnamed Wen suddenly jumped up and rushed towards Jinbao. Then there was a loud noise and a blood mist exploded. Chapter 168, The Angry Demon King. What a loyal hero. What a pity. Ling Lingai sighed as he looked at the blood mist. As a superior, he naturally liked such loyal people the most, but it was a pity that they were not his people. Sir, most of the disciples of Tiansheng Sect are like this, die-hard loyal. I have been trying to win over a few people for decades and only corrupted a few of them. Jinbao got up from the ground with difficulty. The Zifu self-explosion did not take his life, but one of his people died, and 3 were seriously injured. Jinbao was most angry with the disciples of Tiansheng Sect. No matter how hard he tried, he could only win over very few people. I really don't know how Lin Xiao trained them. Tiansheng Sect, humph, it doesn't matter, it will cease to exist soon. Yiba, is the formation ready? My lord, the Lingbo Void Formation is ready, a 5th order formation. No one can find it unless the 6th order Demon King comes in person. Very good, set it up, wait quietly here, and when the beast tide recedes, you can come out to clean up the mess, and then the 4 countries' territories will be at your disposal, and you are all the founders. Ling Lingai laughed. The Lingbo Void Formation was brought by him from Zhangzhou. Once it is set up, this piece of land will be included in the void, and even the Lingguang Patriarch will not be able to detect it easily. When the beast tide passes, you can come out to pick up the land. Yes, sir, thank you very much, sir. The rest of the group of people became excited. They could imagine that the 4 countries would definitely suffer heavy losses under the rage of the 6th order Demon King. By then, even if they really occupied a large area of territory, the 4 countries would be unable to conquer them. As long as they could stand for a few decades, the Thorn God would be able to really take root in this area. Soon, the Thorn God's troops from Purple Thunder Mountain also arrived. Thorn God was truly strong and powerful. Ling Lingai and several Dao gangs worked together to set up the Lingbo Void Formation. With a ripple, the entire sacred mountain disappeared in front of everyone. Ling Lingai stood up and flew away. After flying hundreds of miles, he took out a bottle from his storage bag and poured a few drops of blood on the ground. This was the blood of the 4th level Thunder Beast, used to lead the way. Ling Lingai flew all the way and sprinkled it all the way until he reached the hinterland of Chen State and then turned to the hinterland of Lu State. 80,000 kilometers south of Qingqing Valley in Chen State, there is a towering mountain called Qingloi Peak. The mountain is covered with dark clouds all year round, and thunder will occasionally fall and smash the rocks. Ordinary cultivators and monsters cannot survive here. However, it is under this extreme celestial phenomenon that a terrifying monster in the wilderness, the Thunder Beast, was born. The purple-eyed Blowlight Beast is a variant of the Thunder Beast. With the blood of an alien beast, it is now at the 6th level. The 6th level Demon King is equivalent to a human Shengsu cultivator. It can change its body and transform into a human form. Even if it is not an intelligent demon beast, it has already fully awakened. Its mind and wisdom is no less than that of humans. Boom. At this time, there were bursts of lightning on the Qingloi Peak, and large patches of blow lightning appeared, breaking some tall peaks in half. Hundreds of demon beasts on the mountain were all extremely terrified and lay on the ground without daring to move, for fear that the Demon King would vent his anger on them. Humans, damn humans, you killed my son 70 years ago, and now you kill my youngest son, and take my grandson away. All of you must die, all humans must die. An unusually tall demon beast spoke human words, and the flashing lightning all over its body showed its extremely angry mood at this time. 70 years ago, one of its children was hunted and killed by humans, so it was angry and led 1,000,000 troops to sweep across human territory to avenge its son. Now, only 70 years have passed, and humans have forgotten the pain and killed its young again, which makes it furious. You should know that its Thunder Beast is different from ordinary monsters. Individual strength is strong, but it is difficult to have offspring. The entire Thunder Beast clan is less than 3,000, which is not comparable to those monsters with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of clans. In addition, 80% of these 3,000 Thunder Beasts are impure blood. The real Thunder Beasts with pure blood like it are extremely rare, with a total of less than 100. Each one is his extremely precious clan member, but now, 2 of them have been killed at once. How can he not be angry? Go, inform all the demon kings to bring their troops, and follow me to conquer the human kingdom, avenge my son, and rescue my grandson. The angry 6th rank demon king appeared in front of the demon beasts and said indifferently, although the number of thunder beasts is small, it is a 6th rank demon king, controlling all the demon beasts in the area of hundreds of thousands of miles. There are 9 5th rank demon kings under its command. The 5th rank demon kings have many 4th rank demon kings under their name. It is relying on these layers of rule that it can occupy such a vast territory. My king, how many 5th rank demon kings will you lead this time? Among the demon beasts, a wise demon beast carefully raised his head and asked, let the Wind King, Pig King, Tiger King, Wolf King, and Snake King come and tell them that the tribes led by the 5 demon kings must not be less than 300,000. If anyone dares to disobey, I will swallow him. Yes, my king, the intelligent demon beast replied. Then the 5 intelligent demon beasts, under the protection of hundreds of powerful demon beasts, left Kingly Peak and went to various tribes to inform the 5 demon kings, to lead their people, to follow the Thunder King to conquer the human kingdom. The 5 demon kings heard the Thunder King's call for conscription and did not dare to have any second thoughts. The strong prey on the weak among the demon beasts. If they dare to disobey today, the Thunder King will kill them tomorrow and swallow them, support the new Demon King to take the throne, and even destroy the entire tribe. In Fiayu Mountain, a golden eagle soared into the sky after hearing the words of the Thunder King's messenger. A loud cry resounded for hundreds of miles around, and then countless eagles flew up and circled in the air. Dozens of them flew out of the tribe again after the golden eagle's order to recruit people from various Wing clan territories. Wing King is just a name for this golden eagle. In addition to its own eagle tribe, all bird tribes and feather tribes in the Thunder King's territory are under its jurisdiction. It can be said that anything flying in the sky must listen to him. In the Pig King Valley, a black wild boar that is as big as a mountain opened its eyes from a deep sleep. After hearing the words of the Thunder King's messenger, its eyes rolled. After a while, it stood up and let out a thunderous roar. Then the Pig King Valley set off a flurry of responses, and Pig King smaller than it appeared one by one. There are more than a dozen races of pig monsters, but they also have a common feature, that is, they can reproduce and have large tribes. It is not a problem for the Pig King to gather 300,000 monsters. At about the same time, the Beast Kings in Wolf Den, Tiger Mountain, Snake Mountain and other places also received orders from the Thunder King. They either led their own tribes, or recruited their tribes, to leave their territories in groups and headed for Kingly Peak. The messengers sent by the Thunder King flew in the air on the backs of the winged monsters. They were all intelligent monsters, and their wisdom did not belong to the human race. They knew how to march and deploy troops, and naturally they also knew how to count people and horses. Looking at the dark monsters on the ground, they all showed a satisfied expression. It was impossible for each department to accurately lead 300,000 monsters to go out. Monsters are not human beings. As long as there is an approximate number, it will be fine. For example, the total number of the 5 monster kings cannot be less than 1 million. Otherwise the Thunder King will not be able to explain. The movement of millions of demon beasts would naturally be extremely loud, and the shaking of the earth and mountains would not be exaggerated. The shock to the mysterious energy of heaven and earth was even more intense. Although Qin King Valley ordered the Chen state to shrink its forces, there were still many cultivators in the wilderness who secretly monitored the movements of the wilderness. They sensed the turbulence of the mysterious energy, and the brave ones went to investigate. When they saw the endless figures of demon beasts, they felt like they were falling into an ice cave. Many people had experienced the beast tide 70 years ago. When they recalled the scene of that year, they still trembled all over. The beast tide is coming. It is endless and countless, at least hundreds of thousands. The beast tide, hurry up, sound the alarm, notify Qin King Valley the beast tide is coming, hurry up, set up a defense line. The spies took out the sound transmission nodes one by one, almost screaming hysterically, and then sent the sound transmission nodes back to each force one by one. Soon, all the major clans and families of the state of Chen received the news and lit beacons to warn the nearby people and beasts of the coming tide. The closed mountain gates were opened again, and the people who stayed behind went to harvest all the spiritual rice and spiritual medicine planted in the spiritual fields, regardless of whether they were ripe or not. Those that could not be harvested were all destroyed. Otherwise these things would only benefit the monsters. Small and medium-sized forces opened their own treasure houses one after another, took all the floating wealth with them, and then went to the nearby mountain gates of the major forces to meet up. They had too few people left behind, and if they did not meet up together, they would not be able to stop the monsters' attacks. The monks were in chaos, and the mortals of the state of Chen were the same. After conveying the news, the monks basically ran away. At this time, they could only take care of themselves, and no one could take care of others. The big families among the mortals were fine, as they were usually well prepared. They either built underground fortifications in their own territories and could find ways to hide, or they had many cattle and horses at home and immediately took their family members and property to hide at the mountain gates of those big forces. The mountain gates of those big forces would not refuse their entry. After all, mortals were the foundation of the immortals. If all the mortals died, they would be finished. The worst were the small families. They didn't have cattle and horse carts at home, so they could only leave on foot, and they had to carry their children's food and some property. Even if they walked all day without stopping, they could only walk a few dozen miles at most. So the mortals near the big forces were fine, and they could hide in the mountain gates in time, but those far away would be left to fate. It's tragic, so tragic. Tiansheng Kingdom, this time it's really a feud that will never end. The monks who were on reconnaissance and alert in the sky looked at the mortals on the ground like ants, and each of them felt heartbroken. 70 years ago, the Qin Kingdom still had the strength to go to the front line, to block the enemy and delay time for the mortals to evacuate, but this time most of the forces went to the front line, and it was unknown how many of these mortals would be killed or injured. Chapter 169 Blackmail. In the Chunhyang Palace camp, Lin Xiao and Wang Dao have been restricted from traveling, and they are under surveillance. Although Wang Dao has sent a message to the Chunhyang army to ask them to stay where they are, he is still anxious and does not know what the situation outside is like. If the situation is really as Night Owl analyzed, then the conspiracy of the assassination god will cast a shadow on the already complicated situation, making it even more confusing. More than a day later, Lin Xiao suddenly discovered from the system that a senior member of Night Owl died in battle. Lin Xiao hurriedly checked and found that it was Wen Xin, the second batch of Night Owl members he personally trained that year, who also successfully infiltrated the Sehei Trading Company and became the middle and senior management of Sehei Trading Company. He broke through the Purple Mansion 10 years ago. Master Lin, you look bad. What happened? The spy from my sect who infiltrated Sehei Trading Company was killed. The sect sent me a message using the Lingai Jade book. What happened? I don't know. I have already sent a message back, asking Tiansheng Sect to wipe out the branch of Sehei Trading Company in Gangming City. A fierce look appeared in Lin Xiao's eyes. In so many years, Tiansheng Sect lost its first Purple Mansion cultivator, which made Lin Xiao extremely distressed. Every Purple Mansion cultivator of Tiansheng Sect was hard-earned, and the death of one was a great loss. Master Lin, don't worry. I have sent a message to Qisheng. The Danliang sect has once again assembled its troops and formed an army of 2,000. At the same time, they have also asked the Xianhei sect to prepare. Within 10 days, they will be able to mobilize another 10,000 troops, which will definitely be able to stop the beast tide and prevent Xianyantao from suffering a disaster. The key is still the 15,000 people in Jingzhou. The rear is unstable, the army is uncertain, and the combat effectiveness is less than half. It is extremely dangerous, and they should leave early. It depends on the ancestor Luyan. If he doesn't give the order, who dares to take the army away? Yes, it depends on the ancestor Luyan. Lin Xiao nodded. Their strength was still too weak to really decide the overall situation, so they could only passively take the beating and wait for the dispatch of Chunhyang Palace. Another day later, Lu Yan fled back from the wilderness in a hurry, but did not return to the Lu State camp. Instead, he went to find Chen Qingyang first. When he told him about the assassination of the god, Chen Qingyang was immediately terrified. Has the fourth order thunder beast of Purple Thunder Mountain been killed? Fellow Daoist Lu, are you sure? It must be. 9 out of 10 times it was killed. The god of thorns dispatched a spiritual light, a Dao gang, more than 20 purple palaces, and hundreds of condensed veins. It was easy to break through the Purple Thunder Mountain. It's over. It's over. The state of Chen is over. 70 years ago, it was a casual cultivator who killed a thunder beast, which caused my state of Chen to suffer an unexpected disaster. If the 6th order demon king comes again, how can we resist it? Chen Qingyang was full of despair. When the 6th order demon king attacked, the ancestors of the 7 surrounding countries joined hands to fight the enemy and only then stop the 6th order demon king. But now the war among the 4 countries is on the verge of breaking out. Where is the concerted efforts? Fellow Daoist Chen, don't lose heart. The most urgent task now is to stop the war between the four countries, and then go to Song or Qi for help. As long as Senior Shengsu is willing to come to support, there is still hope. LV Yan said hurriedly. Song is a medium-sized country closest to the four countries, and there is also an old ancestor Shengsu in charge. As long as they are willing to pay a certain price, they will most likely be willing to rescue them for the sake of being human beings. The key is to make Tiansheng country withdraw its troops, so that the two countries can concentrate all their efforts to resist the beast tide. Yes, 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 we must make old ancestor Yun withdraw his troops, or we will fight him. Anyway, Tiansheng Valley is going to be finished, and we must not let him take advantage for nothing. Let's go and talk to old ancestor Yun. Tiansheng Guiyang quickly calmed down, and then he and LV Yan left the camp and quickly flew to the camp of Tiansheng country. Soon, Yan Qingfeng found the two, and flew out as well. His spiritual light level 11 is higher than the two. Although he can't win in a 2-on-1 situation, nothing will happen, so he is not afraid of the two at all. Two ancestors, what are you doing here in my Tiansheng kingdom, so late at night? Do you want to start a war? Ancestor Yun, things have changed. I'm afraid that our three kingdoms can't have a big war, lest we be defeated by the villains thousands of miles away. Lu Yan quickly explained the cause and effect of the matter. When Yan Qingfeng heard it, his heart trembled. The God of Thorns had done more than one or two things in Nansao, and this time he was really planning on the four kingdoms. HMPH, how do I know whether what you said is true or false? Ancestor Yun, how dare I lie about such a thing? The attack of the 6th rank Demon King is a major event for all humans in the four countries. It took humans thousands of years to occupy the territories of these four countries. Once failed, thousands of years of hard work will be wasted. Ancestor Yun, you cannot bear this responsibility. HMPH, don't scare me. Even if the 6th rank Demon King launches a beast tide, that is the business of your three countries, Chen, Lu, and Kang. If you don't die, what has it to do with my Tiansheng kingdom? HMPH, Ancestor Yun, don't force me. At worst, I will give up the gate of Tiansheng Valley and make way for it. By then, millions of demon beasts will swarm into your Tiansheng kingdom. Let's see how your Tiansheng kingdom can resist. Or 1000-year foundation, you say you don't want it? The kingdom of Chen is attacked from both sides, and death is inevitable. It is better to escape from death. With the combined efforts of Chen and Lu, it is not a problem to preserve 30% or 50% of its strength. As for your Tiansheng kingdom, it is either our two countries or Kang kingdom. Who is willing to help you? You just wait to die then. Fellow Daoist Chen, this is a good idea. My Lu kingdom welcomes you anytime. We'll just wait and see the show. When the beast tide recedes, maybe we can pick up some territory for free. Humph, you can do it on the first day, so why can't I do it on the 15th? The worst that can happen is that we can lead the beast tide to Lu kingdom, and I'll drag you with me before I die. Haha, Ancestor Yun, we are all hundreds of years old. Why bother to get angry here? Everyone doesn't want to live. You won't have much time left, but Yun Xiaoyang is still young. Your original intention was to kill one of us, then occupy a piece of territory, and then let Yun Xiaoyang take over. But don't forget, Yun Xiaoyang is only at the first level of spiritual light, and I'm already at the 8th level. Fellow Daoist Chen is at the 9th level. Once you die, Yun Xiaoyang will not be our opponent. If you want the Tiansheng kingdom to withdraw its troops, you can. The borders of your two countries must each retreat 2,000 miles and be assigned to the Tiansheng kingdom. Otherwise, there is no talk. Yan Qingfeng said calmly. At this moment, he hated the Thorns very much. If they hadn't made trouble, his plan would have succeeded. But now that the beast tide was approaching, he really couldn't carry out his previous plan. 2,000 miles, you have such a big appetite. This line of defense has reached the gate of my Chunayang palace. No. 2,000 miles of retreat. My Tiansheng Valley is less than 500 miles away from the border. Ancestor Yun, do you think it's appropriate? Whether it is suitable or not, you decide for yourself, and talk to me after you have thought it through. Yan Qingfeng sneered, then turned and left. The Xianxi kingdom was forced so badly in the past few years, how could it not get back some ground? Since the beast tide is coming, it is a good opportunity to extort some benefits. I believe that, when the war reaches the border, they will naturally agree. Lu Yan and Qin King Guiyang both looked gloomy, and they were a little overwhelmed. It was a good thing that young King Feng agreed to withdraw the troops, but his request was also difficult to accept. The territories of various countries were won by their ancestors with great effort, especially in Nanzhao. The more northerly the Lingshan was developed, the more mature it was. The 2,000 miles in the north were more valuable than the 4,000 miles in the south. It was really hard to accept the cession of the territories, and it was difficult to explain to the sect. The two frowned, but 2 days later, the beacon fire of Chen State burned all over the country. One by one, urgent reports reached Qin King Guiyang. The 6th level Demon King had gathered 1,000,000 troops and was advancing at a speed of 2,000 miles a day. At most, it would reach the heartland of Chen State in 3 days. At this time, the whole Chen State was in chaos. Moreover, it was not only Chen State that was threatened by the beast tide. The 1,000,000-strong army spread out for thousands of miles. The 6th level Demon King had enough intelligent monsters. Chen State was just the main attack direction. Kang State and even the countries farther away from Kang State were also threatened by the Demon King's army. Similarly, the Lu State was the same. Once the beast tide army entered the heartland of Chen State, there would definitely be a 5th level Demon King leading a small army to enter. The beacon fires were lit in all countries, and the overlords of the countries sent letters to scold Chen, Lu Kang and the 4 countries of Xianxi. It was the dispute between the 4 countries that allowed the Thorn God to take advantage of the loophole and cause the current crisis. The overlords were urging the 4 countries to resolve the dispute as soon as possible and work together to fight the beast tide, otherwise they would bear the consequences. The strong pressure made Chen King Guiyang breathless. Chen State was the main attack direction of the 6th level Demon King, and it must have suffered the most serious losses. However, more than half of the domestic forces were concentrated on the border. The people of the major clans and families of Chen State were panicked and had no morale. They all wanted Chen King Guiyang to make a choice. Under pressure, Chen King Guiyang had already succumbed to young King Feng's request, but Lu Yan disagreed. Lu State could not lose its interests for no reason, and Chunhyang Palace could not explain it to the country. After 2 more days, 1,000,000 troops had entered the buffer zone between the human kingdom and the wilderness. The situation became more and more serious. Chen King Guiyang talked to young King Feng several times, but young King Feng still gritted his teeth and refused to give in. In this anxious situation, Kang State was the first to make concessions, ceding 500 miles of territory in exchange for Xianxi State's withdrawal and announcing it to the world. Then Kang State's 50,000 troops immediately turned around and went to the southern front to fight against the beast tide. With the Kang Kingdom as a stepping stone, young King Feng and the other 2 discussed again. Chen Kingdom ceded 2,000 li of territory, and Lu Kingdom ceded 200 li of territory in exchange for the withdrawal of Xianxi Kingdom. After announcing it to the world, the armies of the 2 countries quickly turned south and prepared to resist the beast tide. The army of Xianxi Kingdom did not move, but did not dare to attack easily. Attacking the 2 countries at this time would be tantamount to betraying the human race. By then, the major countries in Nanzhao would not tolerate Xianxi Kingdom. They were just taking precautions. If Chen could not resist, then these hundreds of thousands of troops would have to defend the territory of Xianxi Kingdom. The tens of thousands of troops on the border of Lu Kingdom turned south. Chunhyang Palace ordered the armies of the prefectures and counties that had contact with Chen Kingdom to go back to resist, while the prefectures and counties in the east that had not yet contacted Chen Kingdom followed Chunhyang Palace's actions. At the same time, they ordered the entire Lu Kingdom to mobilize again and recruit more monks to participate in the war. As soon as Lin Xiao and Wang Dao returned to the Tiansheng camp, they immediately arranged for the trip south. The Tiansheng Sect's flying boat was fully loaded, and several thousand people went back to Tiansheng first. The remaining people and horses with dragon horses and other monsters also set off immediately and hurried on the road, not sparing any horsepower. As for the supplies, they didn't care. The Tiansheng Sect had hundreds of dragon horses, and Lin Xiao asked Beizichin to lead the people and horses on the road, while he took the Danliang Sect's flying boat back to Xian'anzhao first. When Lin Xiao returned to the Tiansheng Sect's mountain gate, the entire Tiansheng Sect was already in a state of panic. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170, Danger. The entire loot state was in a state of panic during these few days. There were several shocks a day. The news of the beast tide had spread throughout the entire loot state. At the same time, there was also news that the Sihei Trading Company was the remnant of the god of assassination. The branches of the Sihei Trading Company in various places were cleared out, and those ordinary members of the trading company were innocently implicated. However, at this time, no one had the energy to distinguish whether you were the god of assassination or not. As long as you were a member of the Sihei Trading Company, you would be arrested first. If you dared to resist, you would not be polite. When Lin Xiao returned to the sect, Zhang Mingtang had already dealt with many things. Originally, Lin Xiao took away 1,500 people, but Zhang Mingtang still armed 1,500 people again, and also recruited a lot of independent cultivators. In front of the beast tide, it does not matter whether it is a sect or an independent cultivator. As long as you are a human, you are the enemy of the monsters. You have 3,000 troops in your hands, and you are just stationed in Gangming City and Beiwu Mountain. Zhang Xiaozhou, who asked you to do this? However, after Lin Xiao understood Zhang Mingtang's approach, he was still very angry. Master, is there anything wrong with this? Nonsense, is this right? Don't you know that we must keep the enemy out of the country? Less than 300 miles after the Black Wind Valley is the White Mist Mountain, and to the north is the Ghost Crying Mountain. Both the White Mist Mountain and the Ghost Crying Mountain are important bases of the Tiansheng Sect. What will happen to the Tiansheng Sect and the Kindling Wine after these places are destroyed? And you are stationed in the city. What about those mortal villages outside? Master, I have already sent people to notify the mortals and asked them to hide. I also want to set up a camp in the Black Wind Valley, but no one agrees. We have more than 3,000 people and only a few in the Purple Mansion. Can we stop an army of millions of monsters? This is simply an act of suicide. They have no right to refuse in wartime. Conscription. Master, think about it carefully. The Black Wind Valley is only a second level spirit vein, and it is different from the mountain gate. If the spirit vein is broken, even the second level formation may not be able to hold up. Relying only on the black crystal, the power of the formation will be greatly reduced, and it will not be able to hold up. You have to hold on even if you can't. Now that I'm back, I'll be in charge of everything. First, immediately send elite disciples to Chen State for reconnaissance. The main attack of the million-strong army is against Chen State, and the rest will be divided into at least a dozen routes. There may not be many who will enter Lu State from the Black Wind Valley. Secondly, immediately dispatch formation masters to find a suitable terrain to set up a camp before and after the Black Wind Valley. Monsters are not like humans. Use trenches, chevorks, defries, traps and so on. Also, mobilize the recruited independent cultivators immediately. Whoever dares to disobey will be punished as a deserter of the human race. The third point is for mortals. You must immediately organize manpower to gather the scattered residents and send those close to the Sacred Mountain into the Sacred Mountain. Also organize spirit detection to send all the children with spiritual roots into the mountain gate. We need to detect spiritual roots at this time. Did you hear me? Yes, Master. Lin Xiao glared angrily. Now the system points are less than 20,000. As long as 300 people of Tiansheng Sect die in battle, all the points will be deducted and reset to 0. Maybe the system will punish him severely, so he needs new disciples to join. The mortals under the rule of Tiansheng Sect will have at least 20 to 30 loyalty when they enter the sect. Just 100 people can increase his points by several thousand. With Lin Xiao as the backbone, Zhang Mingtang was more confident and took action immediately. More than 20 Tiansheng Sect disciples immediately rode dragon horses to Chen State for investigation, and the formation elder Zhao Huaying personally led a dozen formation masters and 200 guards to leave Gangming City and go to Black Wine Valley to set up defenses. Everyone, I'm Lin Xiao, the leader of the Tiansheng Sect. You already know that the beast tide is coming. Many independent cultivators from the Qin Kingdom have experienced the beast tide 70 years ago and should know that this beast tide is larger than the last one. When the monsters break into the city, they will not care whether you are a sect disciple, a family disciple, or an independent cultivator. As long as you are a human, they will kill you. If you stay in Gangming City, you will only wait for the monsters to attack. So I need you to fight bravely and go to the front line. I have people set up a third order formation in the Black Wind Valley, with the main camp behind it. It will not be much worse than Gangming City. All the recruited independent cultivators must participate, otherwise they will be deserters of the human race. Gangming City does not welcome such people. Get out of here. Lin Xiao flew to the top of Gangming City and spoke to the people of the entire city. Then, disciples of the Tiansheng Sect appeared and gathered all the people in the city in the square. The elderly, the weak, the young children, the people with cultivation below the 5th level of Kame, and the disabled were exempted from conscription. The rest, regardless of gender, were all conscripted. Those with alchemy and refining skills went to logistics, and those who knew nothing joined the team. Lin Xiao personally guarded the mountain and did not dare to refuse. At this time, leaving the group would be a dead end, and they would not be able to gain a foothold in the Chen and Lu countries in the future. Most people joined the team regardless of whether they were willing or not. Half a day later, the first 1,000 people had been pulled out of Gangming City, and millions of Black Wine Valley participated in setting up the camp. After seeing that things were stable, Lin Xiao took another 800 people and a large amount of supplies to Ghost Crying Mountain. The Tiansheng Sect took 80% of the benefits of Ghost Crying Mountain, so Ghost Crying Mountain has always been managed by the Tiansheng Sect. Usually, there are 100 disciples stationed on the mountain. Zhang Mingtang added 200 people before, but it was still not enough. Zhao Zheng's, the 1,000 men in Ghost Crying Mountain are now handed over to you. Remember, don't take the initiative to attack. Your mission is to defend the mountain. No matter how weak or strong the enemy is, don't set up a large formation. Set up more traps and trenches at the foot of the mountain, and hold on until we win. Don't worry, Master. With me here, Ghost Crying Mountain will never be lost. Zhao Zheng's replied. He has been a member of Tiansheng Sect for 30 years. He just broke through to the Purple Mansion a few years ago. However, he has good qualifications. With the support of Lin Xiao, he has already reached the 2nd level of Purple Mansion. This is the first time he can stand alone. He really wants to show off in front of Lin Xiao. Very good. You can use the resources on the mountain at will. You have to be careful with the 500 casual cultivators, and don't let them flee. Lin Xiao nodded. Zhao Zheng's has a very stable temperament. Lin Xiao has always been optimistic about him. This time he brought him a large amount of resources. In theory, as long as the monsters are not very powerful, there will be no problem. On the contrary, those untrained casual cultivators are not very reliable. Master, rest assured, it will take at least a few days for the monster army to arrive. I will not let them idle. I will train them for a few days, at least let them know what military law is. Okay, this copper bell magic weapon is given to you. It was captured at the beginning, and is of no use to me. Do your job well. The sect will reward you after the war. Lin Xiao nodded again, and then took out a 3rd level magic weapon from the storage bag, and gave it to him. This copper bell is a defensive magic weapon, which is easier to use than a shield. Lin Xiao got it from killing some unlucky Zifu before. He never used it himself. This time he gave it to Zhao Zheng's, who was overjoyed. Lin Xiao left, after inspecting the Ghost Crying Mountain, but did not return to the Tiansheng Sect. Instead, he went north all the way to Siming Mountain. Siming Mountain is west of Xianluo City. More than 100 miles to the west is the state of Chen. Sure enough, the Danliang sect did not dare to let the monsters roam to the hinterland of Xianyantao, so they set up defenses here. Thousands of people were busy setting up camps and purchasing formations. Master Key, where is fellow Daoist Wang? It turned out to be Master Lin. The ancestor is in charge of the rear area and is mobilizing troops. The independent cultivators in Xianluo City need to be recruited, as well as the troops from the major sects and families. It is very troublesome, and a Dao Gang cultivator must be in charge. Has senior sister Leng come back? No, we tried every means to notify her 2 months ago. At that time, senior sister Leng was almost in Zhongzhou, and it will take some time for her to come back. Well, I won't go to see you, Brother Wang. You tell Brother Wang that more troops could have been transferred from Ning Province and Qingshan County. We don't have to worry about certain people rebelling. If they really dare to do so, we will just destroy them in the future. The safety of the entire Xianan province is in the hands of Brother Wang. He must have more than 1,000 mobile troops to remedy wherever there is danger. Master Lin, don't worry, I have already reminded the ancestor. By then, he will be stationed in Xianluo City, and he will have no less than 2,000 people. If there is a crisis in the Tiansheng Sect, please send a message as soon as possible. Okay, that's good. Lin Xiao nodded. The leaders of the various sects in Xianan province were all quite capable, and there were no idiots. This made him very satisfied. Lin Xiao was not afraid of fighting with capable people, but was afraid that idiots would hold him back. Lin Xiao patrolled along the Xianluo city again. The mortals in the Xianan tower were also in chaos at this time. They were all preparing the same thing. Those who were close to the Lingshan mountain went into the Lingshan mountain to hide. Those who had connections were looking for connections. Those who had no connections either hid in the mountains or merged several villages and towns together to urgently build walls, dig trenches, and collect food. Although they knew that these measures were useless, only being busy could make them feel at ease. There were still many cultivators running on the road. These were the troops drawn from the cultivators stationed by the sects and families of the Xianhe Gate. If the Xianluo city could not stop them, they would die wherever they went. Therefore, the entire human race seemed very united at this time. Lin Xiao visited the relatively close Xianhe Gate. There were only 300 or 400 old, weak, sick and disabled people and a purple mansion guarding the entire mountain gate. The mountain protection formation was fully activated, otherwise they would have let a beacon fire if they recognized Lin Xiao, so all the people were scattered. After a few simple conversations, Lin Xiao went to the original Qingshan County to inspect. Under such circumstances, the general environment must be united, but there are definitely people who take advantage of the situation. Lin Xiao, the Dao Gang cultivator, appeared to intimidate them. The power of the Tiansheng Sect in the Qingshan County was also weakened to the lowest level. There was only 1 Zifu and 500 people stationed, 200 people in Bailing Mountain, 100 people in Qian Mountain, and the remaining 200 people on a dozen small hills. The power was extremely empty. Lin Xiao was also very helpless about this. He thought that the Tiansheng Sect had more than 4,000 people and had enough manpower, but when something happened, he felt stretched to the limit. There were not enough people everywhere. A dozen Tiansheng Sect disciples were busy testing their spiritual roots in various mortal gathering places. Once a child tested out his spiritual roots, the child would be taken to the Tiansheng Sect mountain gate, and the child's immediate family members would be arranged to the nearby Lingshan. This made the family members who tested out their spiritual roots feel very fortunate. After all, the safety of Lingshan was much higher. A day later, news came from the Blackwind Valley camp that the vanguard of the monster army had already broken through the territories of several families of the Chen state, and monsters had appeared outside the Blackwind Valley. Lin Xiao immediately rushed back. Chapter 171. All beasts arrive. Lin Xiao returned to the Blackwind Valley camp. Although it was only a day, the camp was set up. There were already more than 3,000 cultivators in the camp, but it was a pity that there were too few high-end combat forces. The Tiansheng Sect had 15 purple mansions on the surface, 5 of which were still on their way back from Jingzhou, 1 in Qi, 1 in Bailing Mountain, and 1 each in Giqi Mountain, Gangming City, Shanmen, and Beiwu Mountain. So there were only 4 people in the camp, plus a casual cultivator, a total of 5 purple mansions. The camp is very solid, very good. How are the trench traps outside? 3 trenches, each trench is 20 meters wide and 10 meters deep, with spikes made of black iron inside. Each trench is 50 meters apart, and a road of no more than 10 meters is reserved in the middle. The large crossbows in the camp are all aimed at this road. Very good. What about the camp formation? The Black Wind Valley spiritual vein is broken. I have only connected 2 of the broken spiritual veins for the time being. It is no problem to support it normally, but once the camp is attacked, it will need to be supplemented with black crystals or the infusion of black energy by cultivators. For the 3rd level formation, if there is no attack, full support will require 100 black crystals per hour. Under saturated attack, it will be no less than 1000 black crystals per hour. Now there are 1.2 million black crystals in the camp. Theoretically, it can last for 100 days, but I don't know in reality. Elder Zhao, you have done your best. I understand. You should take a rest. Thank you, Master. Zhao Huaiyang nodded. He hadn't closed his eyes for 2 days. Moreover, setting up a 3rd order formation urgently was extremely exhausting for him. A 3rd order formation master. What are the movements of the monster army? Reporting to the head Chunayang Palace and Chinking Valley have sent intelligence. This time it was all caused by the Thorn God. The Thorn God's spiritual light monk killed the direct descendant of the 6th order monster king, a 4th order thunder beast, and seemed to have captured its cub. The Thorn God's spiritual light monk splashed the blood of the 4th order thunder beast's corpse all the way to the vicinity of Chinking Valley. There were also some in the Luan Kang countries. But the main attack direction is still the Qin Kingdom. Now there are no less than 500,000 monsters pouring into the Qin Kingdom. All the spiritual mountains below the 3rd level of the Qin Kingdom have been abandoned. Even the 3rd level ones have abandoned a part and hid in a few 4th level spiritual mountains. 1/3 of the territory of the Qin Kingdom has been reduced to. Chen Qingyang didn't move. He was trying to lure the enemy in and disperse the number of the monster army. In the end, he was probably going to block the monster army in front of Chinking Valley. Without the coordination of the formation, Chen Qingyang couldn't contain the 6th level monster king, so now is not the most dangerous time. The most dangerous time should be when the monsters surround Chinking Valley. At that time, hundreds of thousands of monster armies will gather, and they will have to divide their forces. Lin Xiao shook his head and said that the territory of Chen State was rarely breached, and most of them were voluntarily abandoned. Chen Qingyang should have thought of using the vast territory to weaken the monster army and lure the enemy in. When the time came to surround Chenking Valley, the number of monster armies might be reduced to about 300,000. Even so, the monster army still had to divide its forces, because many types of monsters were mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining. If they were squeezed together, it would be very chaotic. That was the most dangerous time for the surrounding countries such as Lu State. Master, I'm worried about 2 other things. The first is the high-level monsters. According to the information from Chinking Valley, this time the 6th level monster king led 5 5th level monster kings to attack. There will be at least 3 5th level monster kings in the territory of Chen State, but there are only 2 Lingguang monks. There will be at least a dozen 4th level monster kings below the 5th level monster king. Even if only half of them are brought out, there will be more than 24th level monsters, and we only have you, a Daogang monk in Tiansheng Sect. The second thing to worry about is the Thorn God. Since our people were killed, there has been no news about them. Where did the thousands of people go? They have 3 or even more Daogangs and at least 30 Ziphus, which are not much weaker than our entire Xianan province. What if they wait until we fight with the monsters before appearing? Don't think so much. What's the use of thinking about it? Solve them one by one. Mobilize 500 people for me. They must all be condensing veins monks. I want to go out of the camp to kill the spies of the monster army to boost morale. Ah, master, this won't attract the attention of the monster army, right? No, the demon beast army is coming in anger. The main force will only target Chenking Valley, which has nothing to do with us. Kill more now, and then kill less later. Lin Xiao shook his head. Soon, 500 cultivators gathered. Most of them were independent cultivators. Under the leadership of Lin Xiao, they left the camp and walked less than 50 miles before they found a group of demon beasts, more than 100 in number. They were coyotes, which were known for their speed. Lin Xiao took the lead and rushed over. The leader of these coyotes was only level 3, and the rest were level 1 or 2. They were no match for Lin Xiao at all. When the 500 people rushed over, Lin Xiao had already killed the level 3 coyote's leader, and then stood in place, took out the Chixio bow, and shot arrows at the coyotes that had already run away one by one, killing them all. The spoils of war must not be looted. All of them must be taken back. The law enforcement team has recorded them, and will not make any mistakes. More than 100 coyotes were quickly wiped out. Lin Xiao took his own spoils of war, and the rest were collected by the law enforcement team. After returning, they would be rewarded according to their merits. Lin Xiao's arrows were also picked up by someone. Lin Xiao led his men to sweep around until they encountered a small army of several thousand monsters. They stopped attacking and retreated quickly. Half a day later, they returned to the Blackwind Valley camp. Not long after, the Blackwind Valley camp was filled with the aroma of meat. Monster meat is called spiritual meat by cultivators. Usually, spiritual meat is also called spiritual food after being cooked. It is sold in the big restaurants in Gangming City, but ordinary casual cultivators cannot afford it, and only eat it once or twice a year. Now, in order to boost morale, Lin Xiao naturally provides it for free. The chefs are all chefs transferred from Gangming City. The taste is unique. In addition, each person is given a share of half a kati of spiritual rice, and the morale of the entire camp has suddenly improved a lot. A pound of second level coyote meat is equivalent to the effect of half a kingling pill, which is a great tonic for the Kame cultivators. Master, if there is enough spiritual and flesh support, the strength of the human race will be greatly improved. In half a month, countless Kame cultivators will improve their cultivation by 1 or 2 levels. It is quite difficult to kill a second level monster even for a condensing meridians cultivator. A lot of magic tools and talismans are needed, and it is impossible to supply thousands of people in the entire camp. Master, it is possible. Our army will be back soon. You must go and ask for more people to come back. The time is almost up. I'll send a message to Wang Dao. Of the 15,000 people, you must give me at least 3,000. Lin Xiao nodded, and then personally sent a sound transmission note to Wang Dao. They sent more than 10 messages back and forth, and finally Lin Xiao intercepted 3,000 people. Together with the original 1,500 people of the Tiansheng Sect, there will be 4,500 people reaching the Tiansheng Sect by then, which is more than 3,000 people in the main camp, almost 8,000 people. If there is more support, reaching 10,000 people will not be a problem. In less than a day, 500 people from the Tiansheng Sect returned. There were 500 disciples of the battle hall led by Baizichan. They all rode on dragon horses and galloped more than 10,000 miles in 5 or 6 days, almost non-stop day and night. This was very exhausting for the dragon horses. They could not be ridden again without resting for 10 days or half a month, and many were even disabled. The flying boats of the Tiansheng Sect were also urgently transporting people and cargo, but the flying boats only stopped in Xianluo City and had to be dispatched by the king. Baizichan, how are you? Can you still fight? Yes, master. Okay, select 100 people. They must be strong and smart. Bring 4th level storage bags and go out hunting with me. Lin Xiao laughed when he heard Baizichan's words. They had only rested for 2 hours in the camp, and Lin Xiao wanted him to go to battle. It was impossible to do it without a strong will. There were still 100 intact dragon horses in the camp. Lin Xiao took Baizichan, Li Mingyang, Li Mugsu, 3 purple mansions, and 100 condensed veins cultivators out of the camp again, to hunt those low-nod dispatched monsters. Master, the monsters have learned to be smart. Now they are sending bird monsters. They fly hundreds of meters in the sky, and we can't hit them. However, this hunting was not very smooth. After searching for several hours, there were only 3 or 5 cats and cats. The real spies of the monsters have become birds, flying hundreds of meters in the sky, and ordinary cultivators can't attack them at all. It seems that the other side has an intelligent monster. Don't worry, just watch me. Lin Xiao nodded. The other side must have an intelligent monster in command. Otherwise, with the monster's negligible intelligence, it would not easily change its tactics. Lin Xiao took out the Chixio bow, drew the bow and shot arrows. The continuous arrows flew out continuously, and every arrow hit the target. Soon, 9 big birds fell from the sky. The remaining few fled in panic. Some disciples went to pick up the bodies of those big birds. I almost forgot that the master is best at archery. Master, there are also many people in our sect who practice archery. I think we should form a special archer team. Otherwise we will be helpless against the flying monsters in the sky. And we, the Purple Mansion monks, will also suffer a lot in the sky. Okay, and tell elder son to make more bows and arrows. Let's go. A large group of monsters are coming. Lin Xiao nodded. Seeing the disciples who were going to pick up the big bird monsters running wildly, and the dust was raised behind them, Lin Xiao knew that a large group of monsters were coming, and a group of people immediately avoided and ran back to the camp. After Beizichan counted, there were more than 500 disciples practicing archery in the Tiansheng Sect, of which 200 had mastered the archery skills. So a 200-man archer team was immediately formed, and Sun Shiheng led the weapon refiners to urgently make a batch of bows and arrows were also quickly stockpiled. Lin Xiao led 100 archers and 100 disciples of the war hall and attacked repeatedly, killing hundreds of monsters within 5 days. The spies sent by the monster army were basically killed. This also completely angered the intelligent monsters in the monster group. Under their command, a total of no less than 30,000 troops rushed towards the Black Wind Valley. The entire camp immediately went on alert, ready to resist the monster attack. Chapter 172 Monsters besieging the city. 2 4th level monsters, 23 3rd level monsters. The hiding intelligent race is estimated to be 3rd level, and there are at least 30,000 1st and 2nd level monsters. They really think highly of our Tiansheng Sect. Lin Xiao flew into the air and observed the monster group from a distance. Under the control of the intelligent monsters, dozens of monsters were clearly divided and arranged in formation according to their races. The vanguard was the rough-skinned and thick-fleshed wild boar monster. It was extremely large. The 2nd level pig monster was 3 or 4 meters tall and 10 meters long, like a small mountain. There were more than 100 iron-winged eagles in the sky. The leading one had reached the 4th level. When its wings were spread out, they were 20 or 30 meters long, giving a feeling of overwhelming the sky. Master, the formation is ready. All 8,200 monks from the Black Wind Valley camp are here. No need to be so nervous. Return to your positions. Lin Xiao waved his hand. The more than 8,000 people present had rich experience in hunting monsters, but they had no experience in fighting monsters on such a large scale. It was inevitable that they were a little nervous. Yes, master. Then Beizichan responded and issued an order, asking the people who operated the formation to go to the formation nodes to operate the formation, and those who operated the large crossbows to operate the crossbows, and the rest of the people were divided into several groups. Soon, there were roars of beasts from the opposite side, and the monsters made waves of uneasy cries. Then, a group of tall apes appeared, holding huge stones in their hands, and then threw the boulders into the trenches, actually filling the trenches. It is said that the intelligent monsters are the enemy of mankind, and it is true. Lin Xiao saw their actions and sighed. If there were no intelligent monsters to command, these 3 trenches could consume hundreds of monsters, but now it seems that they are useless. Master, let's do it. Okay. Fire the crossbows. Release. Swoosh, swoosh, bang, bang. Lin Xiao gave the order, and dozens of large crossbows were fired at once. The crossbows that were thicker than a person's waist flew out and nailed several monkeys to the ground, making them howl in pain. Because the group of monsters was huge, the remaining crossbows basically did not miss and pierced many monsters. Roar. Another beast roar. The remaining monkeys quickly threw the boulders in their hands into the trench, barely filling a trench, and then groups of tall wild boars began to charge. Plop, plop. The second trench began to take effect, but a few wild boars filled the trench. The wild boars did not slow down and quickly filled the third trench and rushed towards the camp gate. Release. Swoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The second wave of crossbows was fired, but this time the effect of the crossbows was not very good. The vitality of those wild boars was extremely tenacious. Unless they hit the vital points, even if the crossbows penetrated their bodies, the wild boars would still continue to rush forward. Boom. The huge wild boar hit a low wall in front of the camp wall. This low wall was made of the soil dug out when digging trenches. There were countless spears buried in the middle of the low wall. It was compacted by magic and was very strong. However, it was hit by the wild boars one after another and became broken. Master, look, those monkeys are throwing things over here. No, it's poisonous snakes. The venom is melting the protective shield. Quick, let elders out take action. A large number of monsters are coming up from behind. Li Mingyang, take them and rush out. The wild boar monster's attack was not over yet. The Zizu monsters in the back asked the monkeys to throw countless poisonous snakes over, which directly swallowed and spit out venom on the protective shield. The venom was melting the protective shield, and the large group of monsters in the back came up again. Lin Xiao asked Li Mingyang to rush out with his men immediately. Li Mingyang called 1,000 men and rushed out of the camp quickly. Hundreds of them began to kill the wild boar monsters that were already seriously injured, while hundreds of them crossed the battlefield and lined up behind the third trench to meet the impact of a large number of monsters. Archers, get ready, aim at the monsters in the sky, they are about to move, Lin Xiao shouted again, and 200 archers bent their bows and drew their arrows, aiming at the monsters in the sky. Shoot when the monsters in the sky swoop down. Lin Xiao ordered to shoot arrows, and he also took out the Kai Xiao bow and aimed at the 4th level monster. Swish, 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 puff, puff. The 1st and 2nd level flying monsters kept falling, but none of the 3rd level and above ones fell. Even Lin Xiao's Kai Xiao bow did not break the defense of the 4th level monster, but only interrupted their offensive rhythm. Li Xiao, take another team up. The archers continue to suppress. Commander, I leave it to you. Lin Xiao gave an order, handing over the command to the commander, but he rushed out, flew into the sky, and shot arrows at the 4th level monster again. This time, he shot arrows at its eyes, and the speed was extremely fast. The monster did not dare to ignore it like last time, and flapped its wings to roll up a strong wind, blowing the arrows away. Evil beast, your opponent is me. Lin Xiao took out a 4th level broadsword magic weapon exchanged from the system and rushed up. The 4th level Iron-Winged Eagle cried and quickly broke away from the battle group with Lin Xiao and fought in the sky on the side. Generally speaking, cultivators have great advantages against monsters of the same level. After all, monsters do not use weapons and talismans and only fight by instinct, and even their spells are their instinctive spells. But flying monsters are an exception. Although Daogang monks can stay in the sky for a long time, they are not as good as birds that are born to fly. They can't step on the ground, so they always feel uneasy. They are restrained when they start to fight, and the monsters pull them away. Lin Xiao's plan to deal with the Iron-Winged Eagle as soon as possible failed. It was too fast, and its claws and beak were extremely sharp. Lin Xiao felt that he could break his defense with just one strike, so he didn't dare to be careless at all, and the stalemate was just like that. On the battlefield, the battle became more and more brutal. 3,000 people had been deployed in the camp, fighting with 7,000 or 8,000 monsters. The 3 trenches had been filled with corpses. When another 4th level monster was dispatched, no one in the entire camp could contain it alone, not even Li Xiao, who was already at the 12th level of the Purple Mansion. Fortunately, the camp had been prepared, and Beizichan had been waiting for him. Beizichan and the other 300 condensation veins cultivators each held a formation flag and formed a 4th level attack formation. Everyone worked together, infused Zuan Qi, and condensed a sharp sword, tightly entangled the 4th level monster. Spirit Talisman, release Spirit Talisman, release in the melee. The teams led by Li Mingyang and Li Xiao gathered together. According to the previous Xianluo City training manual, they gathered 700 to 800 people in the melee to form a large circle, with the outer circle for defense and the inner circle for attack. Various spirit talismans were poured into the monster group like free money, and countless monsters died in the outer layer of the circle. After training, the cultivators of the sects and aristocratic families were able to form a large cooperation of hundreds of people in the melee, while the independent cultivators had not been trained and could only cooperate in teams of 3 or 5 people according to the habit of hunting monsters, and surrounded and killed monsters one by one. But this is not the time to hunt monsters alone. There is not enough space for them to move. Often, before they can kill a monster together, they are ambushed by the monsters behind them, resulting in heavy casualties. Compared with the monks from the sect, the casualty rate increases sharply. Shadow leopard. There is a shadow leopard attacking. Hurry up. Kill it. More than a dozen shadow leopards, famous for their speed and strange movements, kept attacking on the battlefield. More and more monks died at the hands of the shadow leopards. Finally, they were seen through, and someone shouted to kill those shadow leopards. Change the formation. Surround them. When Li Muxu heard the roar of those monks, he immediately looked at Li Mingyang, and then the large formation of 700 or 800 people immediately dispersed and turned into more than a dozen small formations to surround those shadow leopards. As long as the shadow leopards were not given an opportunity to take advantage of, they were not considered to be powerful monsters. How is it? Have you found the intelligent monsters? No, I can't see them. They are blocked. The commander looked at the tense battle situation on the camp wall, worried in his heart. Killing the opponent's intelligent monsters was the biggest killer. He had already found several monks who practiced eye techniques to find out the existence of the opponent, but failed. No matter what, prepare the crossbows, raise the arrows, and aim at the group of monsters that have not moved yet, 5 kilometers away. Release. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of crossbow arrows flew out. With a range of 5 kilometers, the power of large crossbow arrows was also reduced a lot. It was not enough to deal with large monsters, but it was okay to deal with some small monsters. The commander didn't know the outcome of the battle, but the monsters in the rear made a commotion. Another 2,000 monsters came out, but they did not join the battlefield, but attacked the camp from the other side. The second attack direction has appeared. Monks, prepare soon. The 2,000 monsters that attacked by detours were blocked by the 1,000 people led by Basixi, and a big battle broke out on the other side again. Intelligent monster Lin Xiao, who was fighting hard in the sky, looked at the names that kept disappearing from the system and the points that kept decreasing, and his heart was also extremely worried. Everyone knew that the intelligent monster had to be beheaded, but it also knew its importance. It hid among the monsters and no one knew where it was. System, prepare the shield. 1 minute. Open. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and activated the system shield. 1,000 points only lasted 1 minute, which was extremely expensive, but the effect was very good. Even the spiritual monks could not break it. Eyeing. An eagle cry sounded, and the iron wing eagle swooped down again, clawing at Lin Xiao, but this time Lin Xiao did not dodge or block, as if he was in a daze, without any reaction. Bang, the claws grabbed the shield, but the shield did not break. Bang, the eagle's beak, which could easily break a boulder, pecked down, but the shield still did not break. Puff, but Lin Xiao's broadsword directly pierced into the iron wing eagle's softest abdomen. Bang, the next moment, Lin Xiao was thrown out. The shield did not break, but was thrown away by his wings. Lin Xiao pulled back the broadsword, and the whole person fell down like a cannonball, and the direction of his fall was exactly those monsters that did not take action. Kill. Lin Xiao was overjoyed. He controlled his body in midair and rushed into the group of monsters with a whoosh. At this time, there were only 2 4th level monsters. One was seriously injured by Lin Xiao, and the other was restrained by Basichin. The rest were all 2nd and 3rd level monsters. How could they be Lin Xiao's opponents? Suddenly, Lin Xiao was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep and began to kill wantonly. Chapter 173. Difficult times. Lin Xiao was unstoppable, and he desperately rushed to the place where there were many level 2 and 3 monsters, because Lin Xiao knew that, since there were level 4 monsters in this group, the ZHI clan monsters must be at least level 3, otherwise even if there were higher level monster kings to suppress them, those level 4 monsters would not obey. Lin Xiao's strategy was right. Soon, countless terrified beastraws came from the group of monsters, and then the whole group of monsters retreated, including those monsters that were fighting fiercely. The one that was restrained by Basichin and others quickly returned to defend. Lin Xiao waited until the system protection shield time was over, and immediately took off, not entangled with the monsters, and then followed the army, to kill for a while, chasing for 3 or 4 miles, and then stopped chasing, and quickly retreated, cleaning up the battlefield. Lin Xiao monitored the monsters retreating, and waited until they retreated to 30 or 40 miles, before he slowly retreated. Most of the troops also retreated to the camp. Everywhere he looked, he saw monks who were exhausted and collapsed on the ground. Quick, 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 the monks who did not participate in the battle, take action immediately and help rescue the wounded. The law enforcement team, collect the spoils. The logistics camp, immediately open fire and prepare meals. What are you guys still doing? Go up to the camp wall and monitor the enemy. Zhang Mingtang led a group of managers to quickly arrange matters. Lin Xiao didn't care so much. After returning to his tent, he quickly swallowed the elixir and meditated. After a big battle, Lin Xiao's Zuan Qi was greatly consumed. He had to maintain sufficient Zuan Qi to feel safe. 2 hours later, Lin Xiao opened his eyes and removed the formation of the tent. Soon, Zhang Mingtang came in with some food. Master, please have your meal. Master Zhang, take a seat. How's the situation outside? Not very good. What do you mean? Today's attack was just a probing attack by the monsters, but we lost more than 500 people in battle, and no less than 500 were injured. The casualties were heavy. 500 people, so many. How many casualties did our Tiansheng Sect suffer? There weren't many in the Tiansheng Sect. Only 46 were killed, but there were more than 400 injured. Beizichan and the 300 condensing veins monks were struggling to practice the 4th tier formation, and they were all injured. In addition, the most casualties were independent cultivators. Their equipment was really poor. Many condensing veins monks only had a 2nd tier magic sword and nothing else. The casualties are indeed a bit high. If the independent cultivators knew about it, I'm afraid their morale would drop quickly. How many monster corpses were dragged back? 700 or 800, less than 1/3. Send some warriors out to get more in the evening. Starting today, there will be enough spiritual meat and spiritual rice, and the supply will also be increased. In addition, these monster materials must be separated as soon as possible, and the cultivators of the 4 camps of formations, weapons, talismans, and pills can be transformed into combat effectiveness as soon as possible. Distribute them to the independent cultivators on the pretext of military merit to arm them. This battle is still to be fought. Yes, Master, I need you to deal with something. What is it? There were deserters in today's battle, and there are quite a few of them, a total of 26 people, and the situation is very complicated. The situation is complicated. Are there any disciples of our Tiansheng Sect? That's good. As long as we treat everyone equally, others will not say anything. The key is that there is not a single disciple of the Tiansheng Sect. Among the 26 people, 20 are independent cultivators, 6 are disciples of the sect, including one from the Tiansheng Sect, and there are 5 female cultivators. They collapsed on the battlefield and ran back crying, killing many people. Now most people are pleading for those 5 female cultivators. How should deserters be dealt with according to military law? Only execution. Okay, let's do it. Behead in front of everyone, and hang the head on the camp wall. I will negotiate with Tianhemen. Also tell everyone to supervise the disciples of Tiansheng Sect. If someone deserts without any orders, they will be dealt with the same way. Master, do as I say. If we don't enforce the military law now, we will all die when there is a large-scale rout. Lin Xiao was extremely cruel at this time. As the saying goes, a merciful man cannot command an army. If the military law cannot be strictly enforced, then no one will be afraid. Today's attack is just a tentative attack. What about the next decisive battle? The intensity of the battle will surge again. Don't expect everyone to fight to the death then. Yes, Master. Today's commander is your relative, right? Yes, Master, my cousin. He has low-grade spiritual roots and poor aptitude, so I asked him to learn marching and fighting. Let him in. I have something to talk to him about. Yes. Zhang Mingtang nodded and went out quickly. After a while, the whole camp was noisy. Lin Xiao also heard the sound of neat footsteps. It should be the disciples of Tiansheng Sect who were suppressing the rebellion. Lin Xiao did not show up. He did not need to deal with this matter personally. After a scream, the whole camp suddenly became quiet. Not long after, today's commander came in. Lin Xiao remembered that his name was Zhang Mingru. Commander Zhang, please sit down. Thank you, Master. I wonder what you want me to do. What do you think of today's battle? Can you find out where the intelligent monsters are? Master, I asked people to observe today, but found nothing. The other side hid very deeply, and the roars of the beasts they used to convey messages were also complex. They didn't use a single monster, so they can't be analyzed at all. I took a look today, and behind the monster army there were tall gorillas, tigers, and giant rhinos. These main forces did not move. All they used were cannon fodder from a large number of races. So in the next battle, you must find the intelligent monsters, and then I will send people to behead them. Once the intelligent monsters are dead, there is nothing to worry about. We can hold on even if tens of thousands more come. Lin Xiao said to Zhang Mingru. The threat of the intelligent monsters was too great. The deployment of the troops and forces of the monsters' attack today was very sophisticated, no less than that of human commanders. If there were no intelligent monsters to cooperate with them, they would just swarm up. 8,000 people would be enough to keep them all back, and we could hold on even if tens of thousands more came. I understand, Master. I will find a way to trick it and expose its true colors. It's just a monster. No matter how smart it is, it can't be compared to humans. Okay, I believe you. Go back and have a good rest. Lin Xiao nodded, then sent him out of the tent and went to the tents of the Tiansheng sects. There were 8,000 people in the Black Wind Valley camp, of which only 3,000 were disciples of the Tiansheng Sect. There were also 3,000 casual cultivators, and the remaining 2,000 were support troops from various sects, directly pulled over from Jingzhou, so Lin Xiao had to deal with the deserters. Lin Xiao personally explained to them the importance of military law and the harshness of this war. In this world, monsters and humans are in a life and death struggle, and there is no room for any fluke. Lin Xiao didn't know what they were thinking, but no one blamed them openly. After all, at this time, military law is the most important. Without rules, what is the difference between that and a mob? After that, Lin Xiao inspected the camp again, checked the defense, and also to appease the people who came to visit. The Tiansheng Sect has never been stingy with supplies. Today, in addition to the supply of 1 kati of spiritual rice per person, there is also a supply of 1 kati of Tianling wine, and there is no limit on spiritual meat, so you can eat as much as you can. Now that everyone has finished eating these things, they are basically meditating to refine the mysterious energy in them and transform it into cultivation. Now even the laziest people are working hard to cultivate. Improving their cultivation a little more may give them a chance to survive on the battlefield. Lin Xiao also went to visit Beizichan and his men. Today, it was only the 300 of them who made sacrifices and pinned down the 4th level monster. Otherwise, the whole situation would be much more dangerous. Beizichan and his men were mainly injured by the recoil of the 4th level formation. Their cultivation was still too low to control the 4th level formation. In addition, the commander did not dare to send more people in, fearing that the monster would attack with all its strength, so he left enough reserve personnel. Beizichan and his men were slightly injured, and there were many seriously injured people, with more than 100 people. These people will not be able to fight again in a short time. When their injuries are stabilized, they will have to be sent back to Gangming City. In today's battle, at least 700 people's combat effectiveness were lost, which can be said to be a heavy loss. However, the monsters were not doing well either. The Iron Wing Eagle was seriously injured by Lin Xiao, and even if it survived, it could not participate in the battle. In addition, more than 3,000 monsters were killed, and 1/10 of the troops were also lost. When night fell, more than 100 monks who were tempted by the high cost of serious injuries sneaked out of the camp and went to the battlefield outside to pick up the bodies of the monsters that died in the battle. Some of the remaining monks' bodies were also brought back. So when the next day came, the whole camp was full of blood and energy. The usually expensive monster materials were piled up randomly, and the spiritual meat that was rarely eaten by casual cultivators was even more open for supply. In addition, the white mist tea was not unlimited, and the real limited ones were the spiritual rice and Tianling wine. The great abundance of materials swept away the low pressure atmosphere brought by the execution of deserters in the camp yesterday, but the equipment problem of casual cultivators was still a big problem. Few casual cultivators had savings, and basically all their income was exchanged for resources to improve their cultivation, and they only had one set of weapons and equipment. But yesterday's battle damaged the equipment of many casual cultivators, and some even became unarmed. For this reason, Lin Xiao had to send a batch of materials back to Gangming City so that the equipment refiners and talisman makers there could refine them as soon as possible, and at the same time, transfer a batch of resources from the Tiansheng Sect's reserve warehouse to arm these casual cultivators. In one day, the monsters did not attack again, but Lin Xiao received news from Siming Mountain that they were also fighting monsters. At this time, the main force of the monster army was almost reaching Chinking Valley, and the monster army was splitting more and more, because those monsters also needed food. Hundreds of thousands of them gathered together, and could eat all the stones. The defense line of Siming Mountain was very solid, but the other states and counties were not so ideal, because the other states and counties were not as strong as Tiansheng, and their unity was far inferior. Those states and counties that had not contacted Chen State would not fight to the death for others, and they had the intention to preserve their strength. Wang Dao was very worried about this. Once the defenses of other states and counties were breached, hundreds of thousands of demon beasts would pour into the hinterland of the Lu Kingdom. Although it was impossible for the Chunayang Palace to recruit troops from Xianan State would have to prepare the defenses of the original Ning State. In this way, the troops of Xianan State would be stretched thin. By that time, Xianan State would probably have to learn from the Chen State, fortify the walls and clear the fields, and gather the troops to the major sacred mountains. Doing so would mean giving up at least half of the mortals, and leaving them to fate. The mortals lost by Xianan State would be in the millions. This was an extremely serious loss. Without enough population to provide cultivators, the development of the sect would be slumped, and the balance of the sect would be broken. If a sect had too many disciples from aristocratic families, it would likely be sidelined. Lin Xiao also agreed with Wang Dao's concerns, but he could not come up with any solution for the time being. Chapter 174, Strategies to defeat the enemy. Chen State, Chenking Valley. Chenking Gyang stood on a tall cliff, looking coldly at the endless group of monsters under the mountain. Chenking Valley was the dominant sect of Chen State, and naturally occupied the best spiritual mountain in Chen State. Behind him was Chenking Valley, a huge valley with a fifth order spiritual vein. The valley was a huge oval. The surrounding mountains were transformed into cliffs by Chenking Valley, leaving only a relatively narrow road at the entrance of the valley. After the mountain protection formation was set up, Chenking Valley became extremely easy to defend and difficult to attack, and tens of millions of enemy troops could not display their power. Moreover, 200 miles away from Chenking Valley, there was also a large city of immortal cultivation, which was similar to Yujing City in status. Usually, tens of thousands of cultivators gathered. At this time, they had already been recruited and deployed tightly, forming a pincer attack with Chenking Valley. Ancestor, another group of monsters had dispersed, and the number of monsters under the mountain has been less than 300,000. A sect disciple walked up to Chenking Gyang and said that the monsters had been besieging the city for less than 3 days, but they were constantly dispersing, and the total number surrounding them was less than 300,000. I know. Tell Yuliu City to be on guard. The monster army may turn around and attack them in the next few days. Chenking Gyang nodded. Chenking Valley has done a better job in clearing the fields. The spiritual objects in the hundreds of miles have either been taken away or destroyed by them. If the monster army wants to get food, they must either break through Chenking Valley or go out to find food. But it is not so easy to break through Chenking Valley. He did not release any of the 50,000 troops that gathered at the border at the beginning. They all gathered in Chenking Valley. In addition to the troops of the surrounding sects and family forces, Chenking Valley now has 70,000 to 80,000 people. The people left in Yuliu City are also about 70,000 to 80,000. It is not so easy to attack. Yes, Ancestor, Yuliu City has sent a message. I hope that the Ancestor can provide assistance when the time comes. Got it. Chenking Gyang was a little impatient. Provide assistance? How to help? That is a 6th level demon king who can transform into a human form, use weapons, and even learn Taoist martial arts. He is only in the spiritual light period. How can he fight with others? In addition, this 6th order demon king has 3 5th order demon kings under him. The 5th order demon kings are about the same strength as him. Yesterday, the demon beasts made a tentative attack. He fought with one of the 5th Order Demon Kings, and only fought a draw. The rest of the 5th Order Demon Kings were restrained by many Daogang monks. In fact, the main reason for repelling the Demon King's attack 70 years ago was the help of many allies. At that time, a total of 7 countries' hegemonic sects came to help. Each Lingguang ancestor also brought about 10 Daogang monks, and they barely stopped the demon beasts by beating them up. Now they have no reinforcement at all, and the state of Chen is really in danger of extinction. Thinking of this, Chen Qingyang regretted his greed at the beginning. If he hadn't wanted to attack the Xianxi kingdom, he would never have fallen to this point. But who could have thought that the final result would be like this? First, Lin Xiao married the Hao family, and the Hao family actually had a relationship with Zhang Cao, which allowed Lin Xiao to easily break through the spiritual light. Then the Thorn God came out to interfere, causing things to completely get out of control. Chen Qingyang sent a message to Kang and Lu again, asking them to provide some manpower, or at least launch some counterattacks to share the attention of Chen. Relying on the power of the 3 countries, they could barely stop the army of hundreds of thousands of monsters. At this time, on the border of Lu, Chunhyang Palace set up defenses on a 4th level spiritual mountain. This 4th level spiritual mountain was the closest to Chen. The border had actually been abandoned. There were 50,000 cultivators in the camp, and nearly 20,000 people from Yujing City were also transferred here. The rest of the army was arranged in other states. In this way, the defense line of Chunhyang Palace was safe, but the other states were very dangerous. Those states in the rear were equal to the states that contacted Chen, and could not be commanded at all. Everyone was thinking about preserving their strength. These days, those states have reported to Lu Yan many times, and Chunhyang Palace has also issued a document to reprimand them, but it still has no effect. As long as Chunhyang Palace is not there in person, they will not obey easily. Ancestor, an urgent report came from Bei'an Prefecture. They repelled the attack of the monsters today, but suffered heavy losses. A Daogang cultivator from Bei'an Prefecture was injured. 2 from Zifu died, and the remaining cultivators are at least 1,000. I'm afraid they can't withstand the second attack, and are asking for help. Doesn't Bei'an Prefecture have more than 10,000 people? Can't hold on. Ahem. Ancestor, a civil strife broke out in Bei'an Prefecture more than 10 years ago. Their people are wary of each other, and don't trust each other. Those sects that came to support them are even less motivated to work, and the situation is quite dangerous. Chunhyang Palace can't spare any troops, and there are more than 3,000 monsters on the opposite side today, including the extremely ferocious mountain-splitting apes. Let them find a way to rally the people's hearts, and tell them not to think about running away. If they run away, and their territory is occupied by others in the future, Chunhyang Palace will not stand up for them without even a second thought. Lu Yan gave a stern reply. Bei'an Prefecture's strength was not the worst. It was their own civil strife that led to the disunity of the people, so they couldn't blame anyone else. If they run away and cause trouble, then when their territory is occupied by others in the future, Chunhyang Palace will not stand up for them, and the sect deserves to be defeated. Yes, Ancestor, I will reply to them now. By the way, strictly order those supporting sects. The human race is won. Bei'an Cao and other prefectures and counties are defeated. How can they be better off? Don't be so short-sighted. Learn from Xian'an Cao. Lu Yan said again. 4 prefectures and counties of Lu State contacted Chen State. 3 of them asked for help. Only Xian'an Cao did not. Although Xian'an Cao had annexed 2 prefectures and counties before and was stronger, it must be admitted that Xian'an Cao was much more united than the other prefectures and counties. In the Blackwind Valley camp, Lin Xiao sat in the tent and looked at the news from all over the place. The 6th level Demon King had successfully surrounded Shenking Valley, and the Demon Beast army was dispersing. At least 200,000 troops would attack Lu State. The state of Chen is finished, and the state of Lu is also in danger. Lin Xiao sighed. 5 of the known sacred mountains in the territory of the state of Chen have been breached. Of the tens of thousands of cultivators on the 5 sacred mountains, less than 30% can survive. It is estimated that 10% of the mortals who retreated to the sacred mountains will not survive. Even if the state of Chen can escape the disaster this time, its strength will be reduced by more than half, and it is considered finished. The state of Lu is not much better. With 200,000 monsters attacking, how many cultivators will be needed to stop them? The only good news is that the focus of the monster army is on the line of Qingqing Valley, far to the north of Tiansheng. Tiansheng is only a small division of the monster army attacking, so destroying the monsters in front of them has become the top priority of Tiansheng Sect. Master, come in. Muzu, what's the matter with you? Muzu wants to talk to Master about strategies to defeat the enemy. Oh, what do you think? Lin Xiao was a little surprised. Li Muzu had just broken through the 12th level of the Purple Mansion not long ago. It is not that easy to break through the Dao Gang. It will take 2 or 3 years to reach the perfection of the 12th level, and then it will take 2 or 3 years to polish and settle. Including the time for breakthrough, it will take at least 7 or 8 years. I can kill 4th level monsters, Muzu. Don't joke. 4th level monsters are not as easy to kill as you think. Really, I can use the Withering and Flourishing art. There is a move called Withered Wood Force in the Withering and Flourishing art, which can transform my mysterious energy into the Withering Force and inject it into the enemy's body to extinguish the opponent's vitality. If I exert my full strength, the vitality of the 4th level monster can be at least half destroyed by me. At that time, it will become extremely fragile. Master can kill it with one move, and even another Purple Mansion can easily succeed. Dead Tree Force. Will there be any side effects after you use this move? Very small. You can't use it within 3 days. There are no other side effects. What does Muzu think about the upcoming battle? Master, I know you have always wanted to find that intelligent monster. In fact, there is no need to do so. As long as we kill the opponent's 4th level monster, we will have the advantage in high-end combat power. We can rely on high-end combat power to continuously kill the opponent's high-level monsters. Without high-level monsters, no matter how many they are just food for us. You are right, I'm extreme. No matter how smart the intelligent monsters are, they must be used by subordinates. Okay, go call Zhang Mingtang, Zhang Mingru, and Beizichan. Yes, Master. Li Muxu nodded and quickly went out to call a few people. I called you here to tell you that the situation is not optimistic, so we must deal with the monsters in front of us as soon as possible. It doesn't matter if we can't find the intelligent monsters, we can just cripple them. The next time the monsters attack, we must fight a decisive battle. Zhang Mingru, what do you think? Master, our combat power is comparable, but the losses may be great. There were 23 3rd level monsters among the monsters, but we only killed 2 last time, and we don't know if there are any hiding. There are only 16 Purple Mansion monks on our side. It doesn't matter, I have a way to deal with the 4th level monster. As long as I have my hands free, a few 3rd level monsters are not a problem. If that's the case, then there's no problem. What do you think of tactics? Cone team, charge forward. As long as the cone is sharp enough, we can cut the monster army in half, divide them into several groups, and eliminate them one by one. Okay, this is the bold approach. Master Zhang, distribute the talismans we have accumulated. Distribute more to the independent cultivators as well. Tell them not to save. To destroy this group of monsters, you will have as many good things as you want. Yes, Master. Beizichan, can you still fight? Shorzichan petitions to be the leader. No, I will be the leader myself this time. I will give you a secret mission then. Okay, you go down and prepare. The monster army hasn't taken action for 2 days. It will probably be soon. Lin Xiao shook his head and then told Beizichan the specific secret mission. Li Muxu's safety had to be handed over to him, and by the way, Beizichan himself had to be protected as he hadn't recovered from his previous injuries. The entire camp immediately started to operate. Many people opposed Lin Xiao's approach of turning the war of attrition into a decisive battle, but military law was in place, and Lin Xiao was the highest decision maker in this camp. Their opposition was useless, and was forcibly suppressed by Lin Xiao. Chapter 175, All Point, Breaking the Formation. The Blackwind Valley camp was busy all day. Almost all the magic tools and talismans in the Tiansheng Sect's reserve warehouse were moved here, and most of the elixirs were distributed. Even the talismans drawn by hundreds of talisman makers overnight were all requisitioned, without leaving any behind, and all were distributed to the 6,000 monks. At that time, these 6,000 monks would form a cone battle formation to counterattack the monsters, and the rest would control the formation, control the crossbows, etc. As for the monk configuration, Zhang Mingru was also making careful plans. Lin Xiao personally served as the cone head, that is, the cone front, and the remaining 16 purple palaces had to be properly arranged. At least Lin Xiao had to be surrounded by Tiansheng Sect's own purple palaces, so that it would be reliable. 2 days later, as the roars of beasts came, the disciples on duty immediately sounded the alarm, and the bronze bell rang rapidly. The monks from various tents filed out, and gathered in the open space at the entrance of the camp. Today's battle is a decisive battle. Tiansheng Sect's headmaster Lin Xiao will lead the charge. All cultivators should fight bravely. Anyone who stops and does not obey military orders will be executed. Anyone who whispers to each other and disrupts our army's morale will be executed. Anyone who advances when hearing the drum and retreats when hearing the gong and does not obey orders will be executed. Anyone who fights for spoils before the battle is over will be executed. Dozens of cultivators from the law enforcement team wandered among the crowd, repeating military orders over and over again. 26 heads were hung on the camp wall not far in front of the crowd. These were the cultivators who were executed for violating military law last time, including disciples from large sects such as Tiansheng Sect. The harsh military orders made everyone feel cold. Now no one dared to ignore them. The knife of Tiansheng Sect could really kill people. The enemy has already charged, with 30 giant rhinos in the vanguard, followed by more than 1,000 giant wild boars 500 meters behind, and what is suspected to be a mountain-splitting ape further behind. Prepare the crossbows, aim at the giant rhinos, and fire. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Open the camp gate, follow me. Someone on the camp wall was shouting loudly, and Lin Xiao had the camp gate opened directly. Then 6,000 people walked out of the camp and lined up again outside the camp. Dozens of crossbows on the camp wall fired 3 rounds of crossbows at the 30 giant rhinos, preventing them from rushing through the third trench. Of course, the trench had been filled up long ago and was useless. Raise the crossbow muzzle, target 3 kilometers, and shoot 10 rounds rapidly. After that, target 4 kilometers, and shoot 10 rounds rapidly, and fire. Zhang Mingtang asked the crossbows to raise the muzzle and shoot at the middle of the monster group, while asking the drummer to beat the big drum. As soon as the drum sounded, Lin Xiao immediately let out a long howl, and then ran wildly. Li Muxu, Li Mingyang and others beside Lin Xiao were all Tiansheng Sect's own Purple Palace monks. Behind Li Muxu followed Beizichen, whose mission was to take Li Muxu away safely when she was no longer able to fight. 6,000 people launched a desperate charge, and the noise was extremely loud. The monsters also quickly discovered it. Under the control of the ZHI clan monsters, more than 20,000 monsters also rushed from 7 or 8 kilometers away. For a time, the ground shook like an earthquake. The more than 1,000 monsters in front of them that made tentative attacks were treated as abandoned cannon fodder. Lin Xiao only killed one of the wild boar monsters and passed by without paying attention. The monks behind him would naturally deal with them. Half a minute later, Lin Xiao saw the 4th level monster on the opposite side, a cyan-skinned monster similar to a jackal, with sharp teeth and claws, and could also spit out ice spikes. Monsters above the 3rd level can cast spells similar to those of monks. Bang! Lin Xiao used the system's protective shield again, and had a head-on collision with the 4th level monster. Lin Xiao's huge impact was blocked, and the monster was not much better, and its speed was also blocked. Withered Force Li Muxu saw this good opportunity and immediately jumped out, and jumped on the monster's head. A black light condensed on her hand and slapped the monster. The withered and extinct aura brought by the Withered Force instantly rushed into the monster's body, destroying its vitality. The monster's eyes showed a look of fear. It wanted to escape, but it couldn't, because it couldn't even move at this time. It only felt incomparable pain all over its body. Puff Lin Xiao followed closely, raised his hand and fell, and cut off its head with a knife. By the way, he grabbed Li Muxu with one hand, stretched out his hand, and pushed Li Muxu into Beizichen's hand. Swoosh, Bazichin's body flashed with a flash of light, and the 4th level teleportation talisman was activated by him. He grabbed Li Muxu and disappeared on the battlefield. Charge, kill. Kill the monsters. Charge. Everyone saw Lin Xiao kill the 4th order monsters so easily, and their morale was boosted. They all rushed to kill. Lin Xiao was the first to take the lead. He had a system of protective shields on him, which could not be broken by monsters other than the 5th order monsters. The remaining 2nd and 3rd order monsters had no harm to him. On the contrary, most monsters could not withstand Lin Xiao's sword. Splitting mountain ape, die. Flying tiger, die. Shadow leopard, die. Iron armored bull, die. Lin Xiao's sharp tip pierced through waves of monsters. When there was nothing in front of him, Lin Xiao realized that he had penetrated the monster formation, and there were only 100 people left around him. The rest were all held back by the monsters, and could not keep up with Lin Xiao's pace. Who's willing to charge forward again? I, Bazixi, am willing to die with the master. Li Mingyang is willing. Me too. Okay, since no one is afraid of death, let's continue charging. Lin Xiao laughed loudly. Those who came out of the Tiansheng Sect were not afraid of death, which made him very happy. Lin Xiao did not look back, but continued to charge at the remaining monsters. Soon he rushed into the monster group again, slashing with his sword, fast and fierce. Ordinary monsters could not withstand his strength. The people around Lin Xiao were not as strong as Lin Xiao, so they simply started throwing talismans. Dozens of talismans were desperately catalyzed, and then thrown out. Suddenly, colorful lights flashed in the monster group, but it was a pity that these lights were fatal. Master, in the northeast direction, there is a monster of the ZHI clan. The white fox kill soon. Someone discovered the existence of the intelligent monster. It was a small white fox lying on a white-haired ape, blending in with the ape's fur. If it wasn't so close, it would be impossible to find it. But now, its terrified eyes betrayed it. Hehe. Lin Xiao laughed grimly, his body covered in blood, holding a big knife, and rushing towards the white fox. The white fox immediately made a piercing cry, and the monsters around him rushed towards Lin Xiao desperately, trying to stop him. Get out of the way. Lin Xiao chopped a tiger with a knife, and then flew up to kill the white fox. The white-haired ape was immediately ordered by the white fox to turn around and run at an extremely fast speed. At this time, 3 iron-winged eagles flew in the sky. One of them swooped down and grabbed the white fox, then flew away, and the other 2 came to intercept Lin Xiao. Bang! Lin Xiao blocked the claws of an iron-winged eagle, then used the force to turn over to the back of Tian and slash the neck of the iron-winged eagle with a knife. A stream of blood flew out, and the iron-winged eagle cried out in pain and rolled in the air. Lin Xiao grabbed its neck tightly and let it roll. Soon, the iron-winged eagle fell to the ground and kept flapping. Lin Xiao ignored it, took out a handful of pills to restore the mysterious energy, and stuffed them into his mouth, then rushed to kill again. Losing the control of the intelligent monsters and the high-end combat power of the 4th level monsters, the monster soon collapsed. Without organization, the monsters were more unbearable than the mob of humans. They didn't know how to resist or how to retreat, and just ran away in a swarm. The 6,000 monks chased and killed selflessly, and everyone killed until they were exhausted, until they killed all the monsters in front of them, and then sat on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the gong came, making everyone stunned. We won, we won, we won. We finally won. No one knew who started it, but all the living people cheered. Many cried with joy and hugged each other. The gate of the Black Wind Valley camp opened again, and hundreds of monks filed out. They all held several storage bags in their hands and began to clean up the battlefield. The law enforcement team began to gather the crowd and treat the wounded. Even Lin Xiao helped in person, helping the wounded one by one and sending them to the rescue team. If it was a disciple of the Tiansheng Sect, Lin Xiao would even take out a precious elixir from his body and stuff it into his mouth. It was not until Zhang Mingtang came to find him that Lin Xiao stopped these actions and followed Zhang Mingtang into the camp. Master Zhang, what's the matter? Master, you should be in charge of the overall situation, not the rescue team. Haha, I forgot about that. I'm so happy. How is the situation now? We are still counting. The results will be available in a day, but it is not optimistic. I saw a lot of corpses. The battle between the two tribes is a fight to the death. It is normal for people to die. I will go to retreat to recover my strength first. You can tell me the statistical results when the time comes. Lin Xiao nodded and soon returned to his tent and began to meditate to recover his Zuan Qi. His safety is very important. If something happens to him, the morale of the entire camp will collapse. Therefore, maintaining his peak combat power is the most important thing for Lin Xiao. One day later, Lin Xiao was resurrected with full blood. After withdrawing the formation of the tent, Zhang Mingtang quickly showed Lin Xiao the statistical data. In the battle yesterday, the Black Wind Valley camp won a great victory. Only half of the 30,000 monsters escaped, and the rest were all killed. Among them, 18 third level monsters were killed. If the environment had not allowed it, the results would have been even greater, and even a single demon beast would not have been able to escape. Unfortunately, the situation outside was unclear, and Zhang Mingru did not dare to give this order. However, the Black Wind Valley camp also suffered heavy losses. Yesterday's desperate charge killed at least 800 people, and there were also thousands of seriously injured people. Among them, at least 100 or 200 people could not be saved. As for the lightly injured, almost all of them died. Even in the later stage, Lin Xiao had more than a dozen cuts on his body. It was for this reason that the resources prepared by the Tiansheng Sect in advance were insufficient. The talismans were consumed, and the magic tools were not only consumed. Many people's new magic tools broke again yesterday, and they became empty-handed again. The pills for restoring Zuan Qi were gone, and now they were all supplemented with Zuan Jing. The gap in healing pills was huge, and the consumption of other materials was countless. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.